and who have the ideas. Good insight into the team at the very least. CCTV cash here for Chiefs. And I mean, I just don't see this really ending well for Roffle. Yeah, here we go. It's got to be now. They cannot afford to let these rounds slip. And depending on the result of, you know, the following matches, Roffle's position in terms of playoffs, it's going to be pretty tricky depending on the performances that we see from Overt and Rhythm for the rest of the season.
Yeah, no doubt. So, Roffle in a tough position, and attacking top floor, no doubt going to be a challenge. The one thing for me that I really want to see tidied up here, and it's such a, not simple, but such a basic mechanic, a staple mechanic is the word I'm looking for on this map that has to be executed cleanly, is hot shot on the Mav on the wall. Now, has been shotgunned out by Fish or Ethan, one of the two early here, so it's going to be a little bit tricky, but Hotshot really needs to clean that up. Make sure the wall's just open nice and early. He doesn't lose his life. Again, with Thatcher banned out, it is critical that you're nailing that and getting the job done, as Fisher on the mute can counter that, or Digital with Electro Claws. So yeah, really looking at him to step up.
Now, generally at the start of the round for Rafflecopter, they get a little bit done, but it still feels like there's just a little bit too much, again, like you're kind of mentioning with this exact position here, it just feels like this takes a little bit too long for Rafflecopter to get done, and it really does hinder them this time. Things are moving a lot quicker at the very least, and I feel like we have to intently watch this. Love this. Weddable's walking him through it.
It's like a weird horror movie.
It is. Oh, no.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. Oh. Again, it's been caught. Now, will he be punished? Digital's watching. This could be very, very sketchy.
Oh, jeez. That's too close for comfort, honestly. That is way too close for comfort, guys.
Yeah.
But I guess scary. The job gets done, right? The job gets done.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. And that's a good objective that Roffle have been able to achieve and overcome. Leaves them a minute 30 left in the round. Hotshot able to use more of his fuel to clear that mute jammer on Garage. Now Worthy is under a bit of pressure. God Legion tries to contest over towards the pool table window. Boydie though with the presence of mind to shut that down. And again, Worthy now under even more pressure to try and find a response.
There is a really awkward position there where if Worthy was able to contest the players outside of Garage and God Legion was to go undetected, that could have done some insane amount of damage. Oh my God, Worthy decides to aggress. He saw the nade coming and it was go time. He might even find a second here. You watch this. He doesn't slow down, not for 1 second. The man's is hungry, Guz. Oh, there you go. Get punished.
Yeah, bit of an awkward engagement. Wedables, though, still low for the remainder of this round. Holding that cross could be tough. A good swing will shut him down. Now, our focus goes towards Rafters. Flash is being used by OJ to try and flush out this position need to follow Ethan to find a pick elsewhere. Again, Wedables on the cross taken down. This execute will still be tough. Yes, it's a 3 versus 2, but with no one outside the breach, it will be tough.
Guys, you could probably say it'll be tough.
Challenging, difficult, hard.
We are commentators here and we use English words. Ethan uses a shotgun and that's all the talking that needs to be done. Surely bloody not. It's the shotgun duo. Fisho guy and Ethan clean house. Chiefs are dominating this map.
You see what I mean though? That's pretty tough.
Yeah. It was pretty tough,
when I said it, I was like, why did I say tough again? You just know sometimes when you're casting, you just say a word too many times, and you're just like, God damn it.
Yeah, it's a discussion that we had with Vars the other day where, you know, like sometimes you say things and you can't take it back. It's just too late, and you have to suffer the consequences.
Yeah, talking about suffering consequences, right? 5 rounds in, Ruffle's still yet to claim anything, and honestly, outside of that one attempt in basement, this has been very dominant for Chiefs, like incredibly dominant. It's almost like that first round foreshadowed the storyline for this matchup. We didn't expect it to be this one-sided. Yes, Chiefs, back-to-back champs, good map pool. They're a solid team, and Clubhouse is their best map, but I don't know, I didn't quite feel it was going to be this extreme. I don't see any reason why this won't be a 6-0, even maybe a 7-0. It could well be a flawless match, which would be pretty insane. And I'm sure Vast will be chuffed because I believe he predicted a pretty one-sided storyline.
Storyline. Geez, you're doing so well today, mate. I'm so glad.
I just lost the plot.
You're just feeling the pressure, you know, being with one of the best in the biz. I get it. I get it, mate.
I'm just capitulating, you know, as old mate would say.
It was a tantalising prospect, you know. The night could potentially have gone well, but it's just spiralling out of control now. Look, one question I am 100% going to be asking Digital when we come back to it is just like Ethan has seamlessly integrated into this roster as if he didn't take a year off from playing. Like,
yep.
This guy is just come straight back into this team. Not only is he gelling well, but he is fragging out of his mind. He's still as sharp as he was the day he left. That right there is like, you can't teach that. You cannot teach that.
Yeah, it was wild. I remember the first play day, I was kind of like, if Ethan plays half as well as he did when he left, you know, he'll be greatly received by the team. And I don't think he's quite reached maybe that same level, but he's not far off it. He's been playing really, really well. He's posting strong numbers across all these matches and just always feels like he's having an impact. Yeah, just such a great player, and I look forward to following his development, which I'm sure is no doubt going to, get even better. Cheeky Nitro Cell there early in this round. From Digital, doesn't find a kill, as Hot Shot looks to open up Jacuzzi. Much cleaner on this occasion, so that's 2 from 2 now from Hot Shot, which is lovely to see and alleviates some of that pressure for the rest of the team.
I just had a mini heart attack. I saw the drone come down, I thought it was a C4, and I thought it was all done. I thought it was over there, but it's not to be. And look, I was going to make a reference about you simping hard for Ethan, but I think we all are simping hard for one of the best back in action. So I can't blame you there, guys.
Halfway through the round now, Digital forced back. 3 flashes being sent in that Jacuzzi breach. Maybe Ruffle looking to mount something from this position. Boydie being very, very vigilant as Worthy is applying pressure inside of Garage. Doesn't quite find his mark. Digital with an electric or tries to deny those salvas. It's a fraction too slow. And now Ruffle can mount an attack.
Oh, Boydie, no. You've done Worthy absolutely dirty, but this might be a bit of a trade. Digital had the opportunity, but I'm sure it was nothing but a pixel in it. Boydie still trying to find something with a nade. Doesn't hit the mark, and now a 4v5. Ruffle starting to look good for their first round on the board.
Not much util left though. Only 1 Claymore, no projectiles, so that will make things tough. Digital forced. Did find a pick. Downed in the process, but the Chiefs might be able to hold on.
Oh, that is an unreal C4, but it doesn't find anything. God Legion now. 1v4. We've seen some outrageous things, but he'll be shut down from every single angle. Rufflecop to finally find one on the board as we go 5-1.
A clean half for the Chiefs. Not quite faultless, but close enough. A 5-1 lead heading across to their attack. Looking good. Ruffle, they claimed something, but unfortunately it was a very, very challenging first half for them.
Certainly was. Now, we get to see them potentially on their more comfortable side of choosing. Defense generally gives a little bit more of a leeway on Clubhouse, and Rufflecopter will be looking for every inch that they can claim, especially against Chiefs that are really firing. And I mean, how do you slow this down? How do you stop the bleeding for Ruffle? I don't see a way in which in the next 6 rounds the Chiefs can't confirm 2.
Yeah, well, it's another SSG roam, so looking to slow down the pace of this round and force a map clear. We'll see whether or not that actually works out. Interesting pocket pick with the Ella being brought out from Boydie, shotgun as well, so that's something a little bit spicy. I'm not sure how much of an impact that will have, but at least offering a deployable shield to the team and some crowd control. Fisher this time on the hard breach now as the halves are switched. We'll see how clean he is. And, that was, whoa! You sound very excited by that, Rob.
That was just so clean. One swipe and he's out, mate. That is just Gotta love to see that.
That's that's going to be the Guz moment of the week.
Yeah, it might well be, actually. I think that's popped back up here. That was nasty. I just it's just
here
so
we
gorgeous.
go.
Oh,
Don't
Guz.
set up. Drone established. Boydie and Cake and the only two on site. I reckon Chiefs could honestly make this work.
Boydie's got absolutely no clue. The rest of Rafflecopter have no clue. Chiefs about to bang down the door, and what can Ruffle do but sit and wait? You see them scrambling to try and hold, but it looks like at least a trade. Ethan now got the long line, but God Legion continues to do the damage. Rafflecopter, they've brought this back somehow, guys. 2v2, and now it's on like Donkey Kong.
Yeah, Chiefs can play off that deployable shield, but they don't have that diffuser in hand. It was dropped over towards the B chassis. You can see it right off screen. So getting across, picking that up, isn't going to be the easiest of tasks.
Surely he got caught on the cross. That is the Banshee there as well. So Ruffle, that's what we talk about when we talk about the pre-prepped utility. Ethan's going to be able to spot the first. He does not have to find the kill. He's just going to wait, and oh my God, that is teamwork coming together like ABC. Chiefs are on match point.
Yeah, really clean work there. Being able to pick up the diffuser like that, stay alive, and force Ruffle to reposition, really, really well played. And I mean, even taking a step back further from that, great drone work and really good teamwork from Chiefs to see that opportunity, seize upon it and make it work. And in some strange irony, the one piece of utility and the one player I called out being Boydie with that Ella deployable shield, it was the one piece of utility that actually was so helpful for the Chiefs because they could just hold down that long angle, and a really good game sense there to use utility against an opponent. Chiefs with match point now, and yeah, I think it's over.
Yep. It's just a matter of how many rounds are going to take the Chiefs. We know that the Chiefs, I wouldn't say they play with their food necessarily, not in the same sense that we see a team like Knights do, but certainly this could roll on depending on how comfortable they are and how quickly they just want to get this done and dusted. Again, Worthy, just honest to God, like a standout player, absolutely unbelievable at what he does. His mechanics are second to none, and that's in the entire APAC region. There are not many that can put up numbers so consistently like we see with Worthy. And once again, just highlighting that point, you know, the rest of Chiefs are, they're doing their job. They're well and truly all punching quite heavily, and Rafflecopter just cannot take the heat. This is exactly what we want to see, guys. And I've mentioned this before. It's one thing that kind of disappoints me a little bit about OCN sometimes is the teams that we really look to, you know, Chiefs and Knights specifically. We'll just say those two. Sometimes they really do let that ball slip, but it's good to see Playday 5. Chiefs are not taking any chances. Yeah,
the Chiefs on a little bit of a heater at the moment, playing really well. Okay, so this is cool. Wedables adapting, bringing the mirror onto the board, popped open. That's going to make it challenging for the wall to now be opened. And in fact, Fisher is just going to completely ignore it, at least for now. So I like that adaptation from Ruffle, making things a little bit more difficult, but with Ace available, Worthy might be able to get the job done. I think there was an impact trick attempted there from Hotshot, but doesn't hit the mark. That's a nice line of sight. Might be vaultable as well for the Chiefs.
Yeah, that sucks. It sounded like it hit the mark, just maybe a fraction off. Yeah, that's a feels bad, that's for sure. But regardless now, Ruffle are going to have to deal with the fact that not only is there a line of sight directly into server, but there may well be, as you said, a vaultable hole, which could really pay dividends for Chiefs. But one thing's for sure, you don't want to play chances and wait until the last second of the round to see whether it is vaultable or not. Regardless, it seems like Chiefs have really set themselves up quite nicely here. They've got the line from the top right side of the garage so it can watch through to the window of, or the window vault, I should say, of rafters. And slowly but surely, they just continue to squeeze Ruffle on sight.
Yeah, and it looks like Ethan's heading down below with Buck to maybe play Vert in towards the objective, and God Legion as well down below to assist in that. Also as well, the Chiefs making good work on garage, so they really are doing a good job in getting some of these tasks ticked off, I guess, if you want to describe it in that manner. Fisher is under a little bit of pressure. There is a lone roamer over towards pool table, I think, but not going to really pose too much of a threat. It's OJ now rotating back up above, and you can see that Ruffle playing quite cautiously, not wanting to sit outside all that much, and with Ethan down below, that's probably a wise decision.
Like to use the reference of baseball, you know. All plates are starting to come together, loaded if you will, and unfortunately the nade doesn't really hit the mark for Fisho. He's taken, God, that's a lot of damage he's taken there, and it looks like the player might be, oh my God, Boydie. Reactions of a sloth.
Oh, clean from Worthy as well. So it's a 3 versus 5. Now he still has one someone to use. Chiefs will want to get a nice entry point in towards the objective. Ethan watching the rotation elsewhere. And with that cross being held, the Chiefs are primed and are ready to take the round.
Just waiting for the home run. Ethan now, oh my God, just knows exactly what he's looking to do. It's OJ who gets taken down. Hot shot, what can he get done? Absolutely nothing. The Chiefs swarm all over Rufflecopter, and a 7-1 scoreline ensures that Vast is a predictor of the highest stature.
Can we get some love hearts in the chat for God Legion? That was such a beautiful celebration from him, really heartwarming stuff. Not really too much to add, it was just a thrashing, honestly, 7-1 at the end. Chiefs showing why this is their best map.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
We still got the talent to be number one.
Every game's going to be hard.
I want it even more now.
I love winning.
As long as I can bring a smile to someone's face, I'm fine.
We don't want to get complacent.
Pretty much do nothing but siege.
Yeah, we go hard. We just want to win every game.
I love it.
But yeah, make sure you're ready because we're coming for the south spot.
The Oceanic Nationals once again wildcard.
Most successful and dominant run ever in Oceanic history.
Kyle was such an integral part of the communications and the IGL that he brought.
These are less so suddenly, and they had no sub, so Silex, their manager, had to fill in.
It's really tough.
They're falling like flies, and wildcard, they rest on the shoulders of Vinny, but that is it.
The wildcard, their season is done and dusted. Bottom two. Unfortunately for them.
We're still definitely up there. We still got the talent to be number one. It's just about finding that fifth and really getting stuck back into practice.
Has the diffuser in hand now. Jack Dad looking to make a play though on the Maestro. Specker gets the second one onto Ima, and Jack Dad will help out in the end. Akami win the round.
How much can they really achieve? Cutie pushes around the back of the white van, can't find it, and Rufflecopter dismiss order.
And that is the newest addition to OCN, punching their ticket to the next round of the gauntlet. To keep Bliss in the playoffs, they will have to go nuclear. Oh, can't get it done from Ghoul Vibes! Rufflecopter are running the gauntlet, and they will get past Bliss 2-0 and set up a match made in heaven, day number 2 against the Chiefs. 3 seconds left. Vast has to worry about the diffuser more than anything, though. That's going to leave Digital to cover his behind, and he's done that with a kill onto Campo. He's done it with a second one. Digital wins it for the Chiefs. They stop this Rufflecopter dead in its tracks. They go to the grand final to take on the Knights.
They are starting to pinch. They are starting to suffocate. Unbelievable nade from Digital. It's being responded on, but here we go. Haywood in a 1 versus 3 to save their chances. But it's Digital. Of course it's Digital. He gives the Chiefs their first ever title. They are your champions.
Winning the first stage was awesome. I've been working towards winning OCN for such a long time, and I finally did it, and it feels awesome.
Definitely has been a uplift in spirits after a disappointing year last year.
Winning the championship has changed nothing for us. We don't want to get complacent.
Bliss, they came through the relegations.
There's something about them this season that excites me.
Todd heard it. Todd's waiting for the peak, and he closes the game.
The start of the season, I think we both would have been a bit shocked to see them in first place.
It really is a turn of fortune. It doesn't feel like that long ago they were fighting to keep their spot in the league.
Coming into stage 2, you brought on Jigsaw. How do you feel like he's going so far?
He's a demon.
But have you heard of the clutch of Jigsaw? It was a 1v3. And you can see the ping but the play from underneath. Jigsaw is unbelievable right now. He will surely be given that information. Spec is trying to come around the corner right now, but it's ready. Oh my God! He is on another level. Jigsaw is nutty.
A chance at history for the Chiefs to go back-to-back as stage champions. It would not be an easy feat, and yet they have themselves one map away from achieving it.
Talk about timing graphics. Just walked straight into sight. 4-0 start for Team Bliss here in the grand final. What a way to make a statement. One more worthy. Why not? Why not? Triple kill in one of the most clutch rounds. Oda in Barstock, he's got no hope in hell. He lands a headshot, but it's worthy to close it out with a quad. The Chiefs are champions once again. They have gone back to back and reign supreme as the kings of OCE. It's stage 3 of the Oceanic Nationals. Got some new faces. I just want to welcome in Vast into the broadcast, of course, retiring back-to-back champion.
Look, I think it's going to be sad to not see Vast play for Chiefs anymore. You can't look past Ethan, the return of Ethan. He was such a prolific player on the wildcard roster. It's the Oceania fans' dream.
The back-to-back champions. They're going for 3 in a row.
Yes, he can. Swings out of it. Oh, no. How does Fisho win that? Digital, he has to hold the vertical right now. Can he find the player? No. Repic sneaks by and sneaks the 3 points. Oh, what is that from Bliss?
I finally got one over Digital. I finally got a win over him for my first time. I'm going to give it to him.
Knights and Bliss, one of the matchups of the stage that we always look forward to most.
This is going to be a very intense execute. Josh, though, gets the first.
And it's nothing but shade left in a 1 versus 4 to try and hold on. Knights claim all 3 points, and they secure first place in OCN Stage 3.
LFO were unable to field themselves a roster for stage 3. Coming in from the Oceanic Challenger League, it is overt.
The next couple of weeks is a fantastic opportunity for them to learn a lot, so they'll be well equipped for that relegation.
We give it 100%. We don't expect to win, but of course you want to win. So, yeah, we go hard.
Look how well Overt are playing this right now. They're sitting back, sipping on pina coladas. That's it. There's no more time left. Edpan can sit back. He can relax, knowing full well they're going up against the Chiefs. GG, well played to the newest roster in the OCN.
Chiefs definitely the favorite team. Avert though, you got to give them credit. They come into this game with a big chance. In a 2 versus 3, but Worthy with the flank from Red Stairs. If he finds this kill, it's probably game over for Avert. The Fuse are down, close by to them. There's not much time. Ethan has been incredible. The Chiefs have been incredible. They will move on to tomorrow against Team Bliss.
If Oda decides to talk any smack, just reply to Oda with saying BO3, because they can't win BO3s.
I'm going to give it to him.
To Jigsaw, you would always back him in though. The man is a hardcore fragger. Shade though losing a lot of his life. He finds the headshot. But also a bit of time for Worthy to turn this around. Both Shade and Jigsaw are low, but it don't matter. Jigsaw is a machine. Match point, Team Bliss. With one swing from Gold Legion can easily find the double kill. goes for a different position, gets the kill onto Repix. That's info, of course, from the Gold Legion position for both Todd and Shade. Shade's going to counter defuse while Todd will be the bodyguard, the swing. He is successful! God Legion goes big! Can you believe it? They were down 6-2. Another best-of-3 loss for Team Bliss. Another grand final appearance for the Chiefs, looking to go back to back to back. They will take on the Knights.
Running it back, it's the Stage 1 OCN Grand Final rematch.
It's a very rare thing to win 3 championships in a row, but I think the Chiefs are capable.
Down, Dino's low, Dino is out. It's gotta be juicy. The Don, can he come up clutch for Knights when it matters? 20 seconds left and he backs himself in. We are not done yet.
But Worthy's good on the shot, no!
Ethan has had a phenomenal match so far, already cracked double digits. Stage has to find that diffuser, he's got it, but Ethan's got the sledgehammer, the infamous hammer! The Chiefs have found themselves on championship points.
This is the chance the Chiefs have been looking for. He's going to look to stick it. There's a player in security. They've got to be so careful. It's Dino left in a 1 versus 4. He is surely about to meet his maker. From stage to stage, from strength to strength, this roster has hand-built their dynasty from the ground up. They are the best Australia has to offer. They are your 3-time back-to-back-to-back OCN champions. They are the Chiefs.
It's the OCN Promo Rallos, 3 teams remaining: Avert, Wildcard, Fury. 2 of those will move on to OCN. 1 will have to stay behind in OCL for next year.
Last time these 2 played, Fury had the upper hand. They'll go for default plan. Brendo looks to push through the smoke, but gets caught off guard. Pyro pops up and finds 2 with a single lick of HP, and he gets them all.
Honestly, easy series. Avert will be moving on to the upper bracket final versus Wildcard.
Wildcard might have taken this. That's 1. Sawyer down. They just need elements and redemption. Wildcard, after a year of heartbreak and disappointment, go on to 2022's OCN season.
1 year ago today, we won November Major and qualified for Invite, so it's been a bit of a downhill kind of year since then, but this is just the first building block in getting this team back where it was, which is on top.
Overt, they need to bounce back here. They have to prove to us and everyone at home that that OCN spot is theirs. Otherwise, Fury will be running away with it for 2022.
We just need to come into that game with our confidence back, and it should be a pretty good game.
It should be a tough game, but I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what to say.
This is 5 now for Overt, and there's 30 seconds for Fury to lock it in. Surely they can't lose it from here.
Oh, the swing from Edpan had to be everything. Only 20 seconds left on the clock here for Fury. It's still doable. Overt, they have to hold strong. Where are the Yokais? Edpan injures a player. It's now a 1 versus 3 with no time left on the clock. Elements can't deny it. Fury run away with the match, the series, and the OCN promotional place. They are going to be our OCN representatives for 2022.
Oh, I'm speechless. I'm over the moon. I'm so proud of my boys. Like, we put in ridiculous amounts of work, countless hours, and it's so good to finally see it paying off. Also, just want to say, like, massive respect to Over. Like, they're such a great team. It's such a shame they're not going to be playing OCN next year. I'm really excited for next year, and I think we can really have a good push towards APAC South.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of money on a feeling song. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the save to play it heroic.
It's been an amazing year for the Oceanic Nationals 2021, and what better way to close it off but with the season finals. 4 teams remain to fight it out for the prize pool of $10,000. Of course, we're in the studio as well to close off the year. No more home broadcast. It's time to get the boys back into the studio. Speaking of the boys, we got rid of one. We brought in a couple of new faces, one of them being Vincia, who is going to join us for not only today, but of course tomorrow for the entire show. I have to go straight to you first though, mate. It's been a long year for you, for Wildcard, but how does it feel? You've made it out of relegations. You're on the desk with the boys.
Lots of relief. Thanks for having me as well. I enjoy these opportunities, and I think we're going to see a lot of good Siege this weekend.
Guz, I mean, hello, welcome.
We're back, baby, we're back.
It's not quite a land, but it's close enough for you. How are you feeling?
I am pumped, ready to go. As always, great to be here. Beautiful studio, looking pretty fly. So yeah, should be a good weekend.
Of course, we've got more than just the games as well, right? We've got a couple of special little shows coming up. More so tomorrow. Today's all about the matches and all of the games, but tomorrow we do have Team Xenox versus Team Guz. That's going to be a fun little grudge match. I can't wait to win. It's just pretty easy. 5 versus 4 when you got Guz on the team. It makes it really all that easy. Of course, it is a charity match for the Foundation for National Parks, which there's a bunch of different little challenges, Guz, right? Where if they are completed, we get some trees grown.
Yeah, it's not just about who is the better team. It's about who's better at the specific challenges, which again we're gonna thrive in that kind of competitive environment. I just look forward to taking you down, as often is the case.
Yeah, not going to happen, Betty. Of course, more of that to come tomorrow. We've already got the teams locked in. I've seen my team, pretty happy with the lineup. And that's not all. We've also got the OCN Awards. There's a whole bunch of them. I think we've already seen on Wikipedia the actual award names and what they're going to be. But we'll go into that, of course, more in detail either later today or more so tomorrow. So we'll be doing that annual awards giveaway. We've got our casters. We've got, of course, Def Mana. We've got Matic. We might have a little bit more. Well, Matic's not quite here, but we've got him in spirit, and we'll cover that a little bit later. But honestly, it's going to be an amazing, amazing weekend. It's not just the games. It's a way to sort of close off the entire year, which really, as a player, as someone that's been able to be a part of it as that player, now joining the desk as well, how have you kind of found this year for Oceanic Nationals 2021?
I mean, you take a lot of pride in your national league. Obviously, we played in 2 different leagues, but when it comes back to OCN, we really focus on, kind of being the best in Australia. Obviously, this year wasn't our year, but we're looking forward to going again next year after getting out of relegations.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the year as a whole, of course, in terms of the season points, as we have made our way to the season finals. And of course, it is the top 4 that have made it to the season finals. This is how it all stacked up. And of course, down the bottom, we had Wildcard and Overt. Guz, that was the relegations, which have been completed. Of course, we welcome back Wildcard to OCN, but for Overt, well, they're heading back to OCL.
Yeah, Fury, of course, coming out on top in that bracket, in that lower bracket final, so we'll see them in OCN next year. But of course, the focus this weekend really is on the top 4. You can see them, Chiefs, Knights, Bliss, and Ruffle. They'll be fighting it out throughout the single best of 3 bracket, or best of 5 grand final, mind you, tomorrow. So we'll see who is the best of the best in OCN. I mean, we've already got the Chiefs, they're back to back to back, but can they do the 4-beat?
Vinny, how have you sort of seen this? Of course, it's been a very, very long year. A tough year as well for Wildcard, but Order missing out on the top 4. Is that a surprise? Maybe at the start of the year, you might have thought they would be here in the season finals?
I mean, yeah, they've definitely got the talent to be in that top 4, and I think they'll be pretty disappointed with the way they play throughout the year. And yeah, I think as well as Rufflecopter, they ended up in the top 4 over Order. That was very surprising. But yeah, it was a good year for them.
What about Rhythm, guys? Able to avoid relegations for probably the first 2 stages. You would have penned them in, but a sort of Cinderella story to close out stage 3, avoid relegations. It was confounded with another poor stage from Wildcard. Sorry, Vinny, but that was their escape in the end.
Yeah, not the best of years or seasons for Rhythm, but they did manage to escape relegations, which is a really good performance for them. A lot of that was actually off the back of stage 3. They got 10 points. That was enough to sort of get themselves out of that position. Also probably helped that Overt jumped in for stage 3, which obviously complicated their situation, meant that they had to win to escape. So I guess a little bit of a lifeline there maybe for Rhythm, but they still did a good job to improve.
That in itself is a bit of a discussion within a discussion. Avert came in, didn't they? They did pretty well in OCN. They even made playoffs, and then of course they just completely miss out for next year after the relegation disaster. Let's go and have a look at the graphic for the bracket today. Almost messed that one up, saved it in the end. Of course, we've got the 4 teams. That's all it is. It's nothing too crazy. Chiefs versus Ruffle, and then we've got Bliss versus Knights. Now, of course, a reminder, these are all best of threes. Now, Vinny, Team Bliss, best of threes. We know the history in them. It's a much talked about debate. For Team Bliss, do you think this is where they could maybe start to put those issues to bed?
You'd hope so. This is good practice for them over this weekend. They've had a lot of struggles with BO3s this year. I think I saw Ducky said 0-7 in maps for BO3 matchups this season, so definitely need to get back on the train of winning some maps.
Guys, $25,000 all up on the line for this tournament. Of course, $15,000 alone for the winning team. There's a lot on the line for these teams to get through. Of course, Chiefs are going to come into this as one of the favored teams, but then that Team Bliss Knights matchup as well is going to be an absolute banging matchup. But with so much on the line, even a team like Ruffle can come into this and maybe cause an upset.
Yeah, I really like the prize pool structure of this event, right? It does put a lot of emphasis on gunning for that top spot, and of course best of 3 in the first round, then best of 5, so big grand final in that respect. Obviously we've got the Bliss storyline that they're struggling in best of 3 format, probably going to be even more challenging in best of 5s if they can actually make it through against a weakened Knights. So there's a lot on the line here, and I mean, on top of that, right, I'm sure you could probably attest to this video, it's the pride factor as well, right? It's not just about the money.
Yeah,
well, I mean, it is a big factor, of course, no surprises there, but we'll kind of bring our attention now, I guess, to the first match, Chiefs versus Rufflecopter. But Vinny, Chiefs come into this whole tournament probably as outright favorites, right?
Yeah, well, you'd think so, but recently it's been covered pretty widely that they've had a bit of trouble getting back into the country. So they're probably the most out of practice team in the lineup as well.
I guess that is one thing to take note of, guys, for this team, though. They are champions of the Oceanic Nationals. They've won everything this entire year. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. The only thing left technically is season finals.
Yep.
Would it be a bit of a blip if they were to not win this one?
Well, of course, they did just recently travel over towards to Sweden for the major. That's why they've had some complications now. Some of scuffed setups, if you want to frame it in that manner. So we're going to have to see if that affects their performance significantly. I do still think we'll see them play strongly. I don't think there's any reason to doubt them all that much, but it's probably not going to be maybe as much of a walk in the park as some of the other, series throughout the year where they've looked pretty good.
Vinny, as a player, looking at it from that player perspective, what's made the Chiefs such a standout this year in the Oceanic Nationals? Why I guess, head and shoulders above everyone else?
Yeah, it's just the talent. They've got 5 players who are all, really capable of fragging out as well as playing their role. And I think that's the really important thing is that Fisher guys got them all doing their role. He's a very good IGL, and they all do their job, and that's what makes them the best.
Guys, obviously, as great as the Chiefs have been, they are beatable, right? Like, they are not in a position where they come into this as, like, unfathomable favorites where no one's going to be able to beat them. But can a team like Ruffle really take them down?
You're asking the $25,000 question that I don't really know the answer to. Ruffle haven't been super impressive. I'm sure we'll talk about them more, but focusing more so on the Chiefs, right? I'm super curious to see, are they going to be significantly weaker to stage 3, right? They looked strong, they headed to Sweden, they looked really good there despite, not maybe getting out of the group stage, which was probably expected. But now with their complications, a lot of players having to go through quarantine and the setups, etc. Is that going to be a big impact on their performance? I think it will have some impact, but it might not be enough for Ruffle to be able to capitalize. I'm not too sure.
Would that be somewhat of an excuse though, Vinny, right? Like, yes, there's some validity to it, but would that be an excuse if they did lose here to Ruffle? Like, they should be good enough to win this.
Yeah, just off experience alone and that Swedish experience as well, they should be very ready for this kind of setup. The teams they played against in Sweden were arguably of a much higher caliber, and this should feel like a bit of tea hunt at the moment, I think.
Ooh, fighting words. Of course, it is a best of 3, right? So it's a different atmosphere. You would think Ruffle should be able to at least get one map out of the VAT veto where they'll be quite comfortable. Speaking of Ruffle, of course, we've got to have a look at the lineup and we'll introduce them to this one. They were, well, true to the name, little up and down. The old helicopters here. Helicopter. I got in before you even did it.
Yeah.
But guys, look, they're a team that has the firepower. They've got the fragging power. Of course, Kaken's come into this roster in stage 3 and been so impressive. And then you've even got Weddables that's been so impressive. It's like the dynamic duo that has maybe even revitalized this roster, yet still feels like they maybe underperformed in stage 3.
I think it's probably fair to say, and it's not even anecdotal, right? It's shown in the stats that Roffle have tapered off a little bit. They started off the year quite strong. They finished 3rd, collected 15 points. Stage 2, they dropped down to 5th and collected 10. And it only got worse. They then finished 6th in Stage 3 and missed playoffs. So I guess there's also a bit of that unknown element, right? How are Roffle going to go into best of 3? Because we literally just haven't seen it in a while. So they've also got a lot to play for, not only here, the 25K, but as OJ sort of framed in the Snowball interview, right? This is a great opportunity for them to build some meaningful momentum and some form heading into APAC relegations.
I mean, Vin, if we do think back to some of the earlier stages for OCN, I think they've actually had a couple of good little runs. I think there was one stage they knocked out Order in a best of 3. And a couple of other teams along the way. They're not a bad team when it does come to best of 3. They don't have that cloud hanging over them, say, as a Team Bliss does.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about with the firepower is definitely their strong suit. I think they've got five players that are very good fraggers. When they lost Bouncing Balls, it was a bit of a hit because he is a very kind of top-heavy fragger and considered to be the star for many people on this team. So replacing him was a tough challenge, but they've done a good job with Wettables and Cake, and they're both very talented players. And yeah, I think they'll have a good run.
Do you think they're a better team with the current iteration of the roster, or would you go back and add in Bouncing and take that old roster, which...
I'd say they're a more balanced team without Campo and Bouncing. I think the two players they picked up are able to play roles a lot better. And I think that's kind of shown this season in not so much their results, but kind of the way they play the game. And I think, yeah, they should still have a good run this stage.
Boys looking happy, ready to go, of course. Usually not too many smiles on the old Roffle Copter camp. Boydie's usually actually got a bit more of a stonewall face, Guz, but even... you know, weary little cheek smile from Boydie there. OJ no camera, though, is a little bit disappointing. But I swear they must like live all in the same room.
Yeah, maybe
just
they
got white
have
walls,
the same interior
little
designer,
cupboard, and that's it.
I don't know. Yeah, a bit weird. They all look a little bit similar as well. But I think the one thing I just wanted to pick up the tail end of that conversation is that maybe it's fair to frame this as Roffle have been sort of going through a bit of a rebuild period in a sense, and now this will be a culmination of those changes, right? This is their opportunity to really highlight that they are, you know, one of the better teams in OCN, if not, you know, the best at the end. And also, again, that APAC storyline, they're building into something really big at the moment.
Would you have them in the top 4? I mean, I know they're here at season finals, that therefore is some indication of it, but would you...
I think I would. I think Order haven't really shown many strong performances this season. I don't think they deserve that top 4 spot. Rhythm obviously had a fairly, you know, tough year, but they showed good signs in stage 3. And obviously we had some tough 3 stages, so I don't put us in there. So yeah, I definitely think Roffle would have deserved that spot.
Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes for this best of 3 match, of course, reminding that it's not a best of 1. So you got the bands first, so Bank, Oregon off the board, Cafe, Chalet, and then, if needed, Coastline. Guys, I know you're not the biggest Cafe fan, maybe to start season finals. You particular might be a little disappointed, but fortunately, you're not casting this game anymore, so you don't care.
No, I don't care. Obviously, just for anyone who's wondering why does Guz not like Cafe, it's because it's played out the same way for basically the last, 2 or 3 years, so it's a little bit stale, but flipping that into a positive, right? It does always highlight teams that are really well structured and can just do the 1%ers really well, because if you make mistakes, they're going to be exposed. In terms of the veto specifically, I think it's probably fair to say we headed into this, at least for the Chiefs, and feeling pretty confident that they could play almost any map. I know OJ had some pretty fighting words again in that interview that they were pretty confident on most maps, so I don't think it's probably going to do it justice, you know, reading into numbers all that much necessarily for this series.
Keeping a bit of a focus maybe on Cafe here, just because it is Roffle's map pick. Do you like that for them, considering it is probably a map where, as Scar said, we don't generally see too many changes to it? That's probably then a win for the Chiefs. They can just come in, play their standard game, and probably get the win.
Cafe isn't surprising because Chiefs outright ban Oregon almost every week, so taking Roffle to Cafe is probably their best shot. Chiefs aren't super comfortable on it, and Roffle have had some pretty close kind of encounters on it, usually overtime losses and stuff like that, but I definitely think it's a map that they're comfortable on for sure.
Does the Chalet pick, though, from the Chiefs, not exactly well known for their Chalet explicitly, but it is something that they're going to take against Roffle. Again, I can't help but feel maybe it could be even an opportunity for Roffle to bring that sort of firepower, that fragging power onto a map like Chalet, get involved a little bit, make it closer than generally we would think in a series like this.
I mean, like I said before, right, Chiefs have got a really good map pool, so I'm not really too concerned in that regard. They have decent results, 4-1 record this year, so I'm not looking at that and, you know, it's not really standing out as being awful. In fact, it's quite strong. In terms of the decider as well, Coastline, it's going to be another very frag-heavy map, so it's kind of weird, right? We start with probably alongside Clubhouse, the most structured, slow, methodical map, and then we go into 2 like random chaos balls. So it's kind of hard to know how it's going to play out. But if Chiefs are activated, right, Worthy's awake, Ethan's awake, even Gold Legion as well, Ruffle are going to really struggle.
I guess final thoughts before we do get into the game prediction. I guess maybe do we want to go map prediction or series prediction? What would you prefer, Vinny?
I'll go series prediction.
All
I think 2-1 Ruffle. I think
right.
Chiefs
Wow.
out of practice. This is either going to pay off or be really bad. But
so who's winning Cafe then for you?
I think Ruffle will win Cafe. I think Chiefs will win Chalet, and I think Ruffle will win the decider.
Oh, interesting. Coastline. Yeah, Guz?
I don't know if I want to contest the analyst here. I will go 2-0 Chiefs though. Again, maybe they're a little bit compromised at the moment, but I still think they're too good.
Yeah, I'm going to probably go 2-0 as well in favor of the Chiefs, but I definitely think it's not going to be an easy 2-0. I think Ruffle more than capable to take it to the back-to-back-to-back champions of OCN. That's going to be us done here on the couch. We're going to throw it over to your casters, which will be the ever lovable Dev Mata, Manic Monday.
Thanks very much, Rob. We couldn't get you in, but we do have you here in spirit. How you feeling, mate?
Yeah.
I know that it's not the same, but we are so glad to still have you.
Yeah, look, bit devastated I can't be there, obviously. It sounds like the boys have had a good time last night. But nevertheless, I'm excited to be here. You know, OCN stage finals, or whatever you want to call it, season finals, I think is probably the word that I should be using there. I do have this feeling I would actually kind of agree with Vinny with what he was saying in terms of Chiefs. I reckon they're going to come into this a little bit more wounded. Now, whether that's a wounded animal and they turn into a vicious beast, I don't know. But I do think that it's going to be a little bit more complicated than just, you know, a Ruffle clean 2-1. I think that it's certainly going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about it. The stakes of this tournament are very high. 25 grand. That's the same prize pool that we've had for every stage so far, and that's just for the 4 teams in the finals. Obviously, Chiefs, they've gone back to back to back. If they win 4 in a row, that is the most dominant any team has ever been in Rainbow Six history within the Oceanic region. No one has done that before, and the Chiefs has certainly started to carve their name into the annals of history for Rainbow Six. Here we are in our opening semi-final of the OCN season finals for 2021. It is the back-to-back-to-back stage champions Chiefs going up against Rufflecopter.
You make that one sound a little bit less hype.
I was trying to think of something to preface Rufflecopter with, but I mean, what can we say? They've got spirit, we'll give them that.
Yeah, look, the ever high, ever low Rufflecopter. We don't really know what roster's going to be turning up today. We've seen a mixed results over the year. I think Guz prefaced that really well. Ruffle have consistently been a team that, you know, has punched with the best teams in the region. You've got to remember, Rufflecopter actually beat Chiefs in stage 2. However, whether this is one of those cases where we are seeing a bit more of a downward trend from Ruffle, I mean, I think really it's going to take to 2022 to find out, but this is certainly a good benchmark for us.
It certainly has been an interesting year for Rufflecopter. You know, it was about a year ago that they qualified for OCN, came through the open qualifiers, played in those relegations, and, well, they came out of the gate swinging in stage 1. They made playoffs. They, you know, beat Wildcard. They beat Order. They beat Bliss. But like you said, it just hasn't quite been the same since then. That said, you know, while they did lose Bouncin, one of their star players, they've got Wettables. They've got Cakein, who's from the former Fury roster, way back in OCL stage 2. And there's a lot of firepower on these players. So I have no doubt we're going to see Rufflecopter give everything they've got.
Gonna have to. That's pretty much plain and simple, isn't it? It's as simple as it gets. It's a do or die, single elimination. Best of 3 format. We really do see the best of the best here, getting the Valk and the Mirror ban. Neither of those really raising eyebrows. However, Yana, I think is probably one that I would want to mention as a bit of a peculiar ban from Rufflecopter. Now, we do know that Chiefs have run it in the past, whether it's going to hinder them to a dramatic degree or not, I'm not going to comment on that until we kind of get halfway through this match, but it's certainly one that sticks out to me as a bit of a left of field, if you will.
Yeah, look, very strange one, but she's such a prevalent operator these days. That said, you can kind of just mix and match Thinker for Yana in terms of the utility she's bringing for the nades and the Gun 6, but it's that info gathering that I think Yana's going to be like left wanting for. We're seeing Flores though. The OSA also teased out, Rob, this is something we haven't talked about. OSA is in. That terrifying operator with the shield who also has a fully automatic rifle. She is in and playable. You can see those shields go up on windows. You can see them wherever. It's going to be crazy.
It is, and I'm kind of curious to see whether teams actually adapt to it and decide to bring it in. Obviously, OCN Finals know what is going on there. Already, the shenanigans have taken part. Dev, are we going to see a different Chiefs today? Is that what we're expecting?
The community doesn't seem to think so. That's a 91% community poll for Chiefs. That is quite something, the HP Omen community vote. You can get your votes in on R6 Esports OCE on Twitter for the upcoming games, but oof, that's what you call dominant.
Yeah, I think maybe trying to mark his territory a little bit there. Digital I mean, look, Digital being Digital, probably not the kind of operator I would want on low HP. Would really want to see that Pulse kind of being a little bit more comfortable, sitting in more aggressive places to get the information early on. So whether that's going to hinder anything that Digital decides to do, obviously being Cafe with all, I mean, you can really sit anywhere and get information on Cafe. So he'll have a great impact this game, at least this round. Now, whether that does come back to haunt him being taken down early on, I'm just going to take a stab in the dark and say, yeah, this is not exactly the way they would have wanted to start. But regardless, an extension above here for Chiefs. They'll be trying to face as much as possible.
Yeah, I love that. Oh,
there we go.
You said it, mate. That LMG will absolutely shred through the low HP Pulse, and that's already an early 5v4. That said, did do a little bit of damage to Boydie before going down, so Boydie's going to be low HP. Rufflecopter have made great headway, though, so far. We've already had OJ on the floor start to tear through some of the bars, but Worthy.
Good trade.
Oh, I mean, it's always going to be Worthy, right? We're going to be talking about him all weekend long, there is no doubt.
Certainly been probably the most talked about player in Australia for the past year. He has really been quite phenomenal and continued to show his own perseverance in terms of, like what he can really achieve as an individual player, but also with the side of the Chiefs, they've just been really, it's kind of gone together like peanut butter and jelly, you know what I mean?
That's a very American thing to say. I'm just putting it out there.
Who
calls it jelly in Australia?
Maybe,
Nobody does.
Maybe butter and Vegemite.
Oh, honestly, I'd be down for some butter and Vegemite, but this is a very unusual cafe, and then it's back and forth.
Yeah.
You can see that Rufflecopter constantly trying to contest, and here it comes. They got to start clearing out God Legion, but surely he's good for one.
And I mean, this is where it's really about timing for Ruffle. They can't allow them to sit back in this corner and continue to fight, Div.
And that's God Legion managing to trade back. Wedable's the last one left. Ethan's been downed. Not such a big deal, though. Thing is, Wedables can isolate these gunfights. He can certainly make this a 1v1 before long. There's Ethan going down, some utility. There's actually a decent amount of time to play with as well, Rob.
And that's just it. You want to use as much of it as you can if you're Wedables, but still a 1 versus 2, as that starts to tick lower and lower, the likelihood becomes vastly diminished. Now, one thing, Fisho no longer with that C4 cannot go for a long denial. They will have to try and face with that time ticking down. Wedables have really got to pick the pace up.
Use that sledgehammer to try and get through, walking right into the Banshee. I mean, this is just very, very difficult. An unenviable position, caught in 4K on the camera. Oh my God! That was a gnarly shot, but well played by Fisho Guy, using the timer to his advantage. The fact that went down to a 1v1, I mean, it certainly didn't feel like the round was that close, but it ended up so.
How many times have we seen that, though? Players just getting a little bit overzealous, peaking probably where they maybe shouldn't. We can probably be completely forward in saying that. As well, Digital, going down so early in the round. I think it was the first couple of seconds he ended up going down. It's those kind of small factors that do allow Ruffle back into that. But still, look, a 2 versus 3, well, technically it's kind of like a 1 versus 3 from Wedables. That is a valiant effort. The fact that he's been able to bring it back so close. If you look at the... Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was going to hold on for a second there. He actually looked in the right direction. So maybe if someone's peeking, there's an opportunity. However, we move to the top floor now, Dev. And I'll be curious to see with the lineup that Ruffle are taking, that Flores can be quite menacing in terms of that util clear. We saw it before with the deployable shields. It's quite impactful. So I dare say keep your eye on the Roteros.
Absolutely. Rufflecopter, though, of course, this is their map pick, and while Cafe has been a defender-sided map, 75% in Stage 3, albeit not a large sample size to work from there. And Rufflecopter do need to get a wriggle on, even though they're on their attack. Fun fact, though, last time Chiefs played Cafe, it was in the 6 Sweden Major against, guess who? FaZe Clan, the eventual major champions, and Chiefs did not win a single round in that match. They've already got more rounds than they got in Cafe at the entire major.
You had to do them that dirty.
I had to.
You really had to do them that dirty. That's not on, mate. That's not on. Now, look, one thing that I do find quite curious is the fact that Worthy... look, all right, I'm going to make a comment on Worthy's operator pick, only on the back of what I've heard Guz say a million times. I am the pretend color caster today, and I know that Guz has always talked about the SMG, the UMP, just being absolutely god-awful, and yet Worthy, probably the most prominent fragger on the team, is currently sitting on it. So make of that what you will, and take away from whatever point you want to make there. Worthy will still pop off, I have no doubt about it.
See if this aggression does pan out for Chiefs, though. I don't know, it's hard to place Ruffle at the minute. A team that we haven't seen a lot of, and we're expecting to see a lot of in the coming months come those APAC promotion relegations. There's a lot on their plate as they try and fight for a spot in that league, as well as retain their position here in OCN and try to do as much damage as they can. But Slow and Steady wins the race. Almost half the round done, believe it or not. And Fisho Guy is such a pain to deal with. Playing this smoke, there's no better operator to try and delay time. He actually falls back, though.
And I mean, now the question gets asked from Rufflecopter, what kind of information do they have? There you go. You're going to see the Rotero being sent in, so they'll have a little bit of information that Cigar is now clear. However, they've still got to deal with Piano and ensure that Pixel is not being contested, which it looks like Chiefs have actually fallen back from completely. Look at the time as well.
Yes.
I actually think Chiefs have done an incredible job at maintaining this.
That's no doubt, and it's why you can see Chiefs just falling back and back and back. It's like, all right, mate, it's been 2 minutes, and what really have Rufflecopter achieved? They have, in theory, cleared out some positions. You can see that Flores drone is a bit confused by the setup. 2 reinforcements in washrooms, no shield. Where am I meant to put this Rotero?
Yeah, and there just goes one wasted by the wayside. Now, whether that does come back, I dare say it's not going to. You've got to be careful there, Boydie. Come on. Rotero was already placed down. Now it's about poking and prodding. God Legion with a nice opening. And now it really gets a little bit dangerous here for Rufflecopter as that time ticks deeper and deeper into red.
And Chiefs still have Fisho Guy, still retaining those gas babes. 1 left in the pocket. Under 30 seconds left. Some power positions from Digital as well. You've got players from Chiefs below. It's going to be so difficult here. Rufflecopter have to go large. They're 1 player down as well. We need to see some insane shots. We need to see some hot shots. But Kagan goes down. They all fall.
Oh, God.
There is nothing for Rufflecopter. A flawless round for the Chiefs.
And, you know, look, as much as that is one on, you know, killing the entire team, it's also one on the time wasted from Chiefs earlier on in the round. The fact that they've got the foresight for Fisho Guy on the smoke to drop back early as well as keep 2 smoke babes in the pocket. It took Ruffle over 1.5 minutes to clear him out. And then they weren't able to capitalize on it. They were still unsure of what was in Washroom, what was over at Pixel. Really like that from the Chiefs, showing a different kind of play style as well, you know, kind of getting aggressive early on and then backing away. I'm impressed. I'm going to say it. Vinny obviously made the comment that Chiefs would be coming back into this probably the most ill-prepared team. That's probably the worst way I could have phrased that. But at the end of the day, they are looking pretty good right now.
There's no doubt, but I think it's fairly fair to say what you just said. Like, Chiefs have been in Sweden. We've got Worthy, who's a New Zealander, which makes his home quarantine return home process so much more complicated. You have God Legion, who's in WA, Western Australia, which has some of the strictest border restrictions, even domestically. And so we have so many players still in quarantine, still fighting through all of that. I think a lot of them are actually playing from their hotel quarantine still. Not the easiest position. You know, hotel Wi-Fi is what it is sometimes. And that's why these guys didn't actually sign up for the 6 Invitational Open qualifier. Yeah, they're kicking themselves now after how that panned out with the bracket. But like,
wow.
They were lacking in confidence so much in their current setup that it's better to just rest up. And they're having to play on that right now. So it's a challenge. There is no doubt.
I guess this is where we start to see teams you know, we can really start to decipher what teams are really going to have an impact in 2022. I know, yes, maybe you can take this with a grain of salt. It's the season finals, but you got to remember how much coin is on the line for these individual teams. 25K in total for the entire tournament. And that doesn't even, you know, we're not even talking about the fact that it's top heavy. So if you win, you are actually taking the largest chunk out of it. And Chiefs will be a team that, you know, they'll want to try and take as much of that coin as they possibly can, while still trying to maintain a statement. And that's something that I don't know whether we've really been able to talk enough about, is just the statement that they have made throughout the entirety of the Oceanic Nationals season, is the fact that they have consistently been that team that has just been the boogeyman for literally everyone. Apart from oh no, LFO, who are no longer with us.
Yeah, is it a coincidence that as soon as LFO disband, the only team that somehow manages to have a 100% win rate against Chiefs, now suddenly Chiefs are just goated. They are the boogeyman, yeah, indeed. Look, it's pretty impressive to think what Chiefs has accomplished this year. And yes, I mean, despite us having teams as dominant as Wildcard, as Fnatic of the past, Chiefs will be the most dominant team ever in Oceanic Rainbow Six history if they win this event. And there's an argument that they already have just by winning the last 3 stages. But I mean, there's no doubt if they win literally everything in 2021, no one can argue that they're the best team. And that's not so much something they're trying to prove to other people, but at the moment, it's just gassing themselves up. They said that in their interviews. Kind of, they did the Sweden major, and they're like, okay, we kind of consider ourselves no toxic, but better than the rest of OS at the moment. And so it's just honest, to be honest. Like, that's it.
Yeah, it's honest to be honest, is it? Got to be careful here in Bakery, Dev, because if God Legion can't get away, they're going to be traded out really quickly. That's nicely done from Roffle.
Yeah, that said, Kakin a little bit baited there, and God Legion's still in Bakery. So, yeah, we've got Wettables above, and he's doing a lot of good work from that vertical play. But OJ does catch off Ethan. God Legion's still able to trade it back. It is ridiculous that Chiefs are so consistently able to trade it back. Plus, Wettables wasn't watching the right angle at the right moment, which allowed God Legion to rotate back. So we're at a 3v3. And oh my god, there's literally 20 seconds left on the clock, and Wettables is still struggling to find God Legion, who's prone in the corner. I mean, this is it. This is surely the round. Rufflecopter are gonna have to explode. There's Worthy upstairs. Boydie and OJ, and insult is added to injury. OJ desperate. There's nothing. It's not gonna happen. God Legion might try swing. It's not gonna matter. Chiefs, another round.
Oh, you love to see it. I've really thought that Roffle had done quite a decent job, all things considered, clearing out a Bakery, finding the opening kill onto Digital, though it was traded. One thing I was really looking at was the time. 1:30 in, and they were opening up mining, they were opening up Fireplace, getting those vertical lines, which we talk about and are so important. But once again, Chiefs' ability to try and dodge that maneuver around that vertical play, find the trades quickly, is something that we really do highlight as, I mean, a huge part of what Chiefs have really been achieving throughout 2021. Continuing to highlight here in this match, even though Roffle looked like they were in a decent position, the call from Worthy to go back upstairs and flank that, I mean, that single-handedly just demolished what Rufflecopter were trying to achieve after that. You got no vertical pressure, you got a player trying to jump through prep window. It's just, it goes from bad to worse. Again, hats off to Chiefs, man.
Yeah, they're just having fun at the moment. That's what they've said. They're chilling out. God Legion himself told Ducky in the Snowball interview, he said that there's so much confidence that him and Worthy had a chat after the Sweden major, and they said going back to OS is going to be so much easier. The confidence is just surging, and they just consider themselves better. Like, they've got that experience. Getting slapped by FaZe Clan in Sweden is great experience. There's no way about it. Like, when you're getting slapped by the best team in the world, you're learning a hell of a lot. You really are. And you're getting exposed to a very different kind of siege. And once you get eliminated from an event as well, you can scrim other teams. So they're over in Europe, so competitive during that major. So, yeah. Had a bit of a break while they try and get back. But look, it's going to be fantastic for them to flex their muscles here, and they've been doing it so far. Realistically, what is Rufflecopter's goal, or at least what do they need to achieve here on this half row? Because it's their map pick, they're on attack, and they haven't found a single round.
And that's a huge issue. The fact of the matter is, Chiefs, this is probably a map where I mean, if you look at the stats, I would dare say they're probably least comfortable in terms of, you know, what they can really achieve on Cafe. It's kind of, I think, their only map where they're down in the red zone in terms of the percentages won and lost. So the fact they've started out 3-0 here is a devastating sign for Roffle. We then move over. Oh, now I'm going to forget. Never mind. I'm going to shut up because Wedables is going to find a nade onto God Legion. And look, opening kills. You move everything aside. Roffle are doing well in the opening kills department, but it's that late round where they're really faltering.
And we're seeing so many trades though, aren't we? Like, it feels like every time Rufflecopter gets an opening pick, before too long, it's a 4v4, 3v3, and Chiefs are well and truly happy to take an even man count because they know on the defense that's going to advantage them, especially with the kinds of setups they're playing, where it's like, we've got so much planted R, we've got so much like late round potential.
Yep.
Speaking of C4, oh, we've been here before, haven't we, Rob? Oh, no!
Oh my God, Wedables.
Just doesn't do enough damage. Wedables definitely heated up a little bit. Oh, here's this. How about that? Oh, okay. Never mind. I hyped him up. It got stuck on the rail.
It's a little bit unfortunate. So too is the drone economy for Roffle. Obviously only with 3 left. Look, 4 Roteros. You know, you've still got that ability to try and far out.
I know. He's just so good, isn't he?
Boy's sharp. But yeah, look, I guess that's kind of my talking point right now is the information game for Roffle is incredibly crucial in terms of clearing out this top floor, and I don't know whether they're going to be able to utilize it.
All right, but here he comes. Hotshot rounding that corner, and he does take down Ethan. Very cautious of the repeak as well. Worthy, he wants it. Does he realize that Kakin's swinging onto him? Kakin does do a lot of damage. Worthy's got to be careful, and it might be that Rufflecopter have it in now. There's 30 seconds left.
Digital's in a good position. He could get some really critical information, but with Fisho Guy going down, a 1 versus 4 is
it's
unfathomable.
Yeah, surely not. They're going to hunt him down, and OJ finds that Rufflecopter finally are on the scoreboard. And if we're honest, a pretty dominant round as well. 4 versus 1 at the end of it. And they have broken that momentum.
Yep, broken the deadlock, broken the momentum of Chiefs, which is just so critically important. We know what Chiefs are like when they really get on a bit of a roll. We've talked about it multiple times. The mentality of Chiefs is something that is devastatingly... Devastating? But when Chiefs are on a roll, there's just no stopping them. So the fact that Roffle have stopped the bleeding is incredible. It's probably more so slowed the bleeding than stopped the bleeding. 2 rounds left in this half. They have to confirm these. They cannot allow Chiefs to go 4-2, 5-1. Even though I would probably consider Cafe to be more of a defender-sided map, it would just be devastating to kind of try and fight back from a 5-1 against what we all consider the best team in Oceania.
No doubt, and even though a lot of the time we expect Cafe to be defender-sided, and so you don't want to, you know, be too stressed out for Roffle if they only win, let's say, 1 more attack.
Yeah.
Chiefs are also going to be going into their attack with Osa in their arsenal, and there is no doubt Osa is a very potent attacker, and so we should expect that coming into the next 3 months of competition before Thorn is added, right, that Osa should really swing that balance more in favor of the attackers. And so, if anything, like I'm pretty confident that Chiefs will utilize her. Rufflecopter maybe aren't. There's all kinds of reasons. Maybe they know that they've got APAC relegation, so they want to save some of their OSA strategies for that. But Chiefs, like, they're not playing anything soon, are they? You know, they're not playing SI qualifiers. I think that Chiefs, like, obviously haven't qualified for SI, so they're essentially on an extended break until stage 1 of next year. So why not play OSA? Like, it's going to be old news by the time you're playing your next game. Just bring out everything you've got.
Well, that's the scary part about Chiefs right now is they really have they've got no pressure.
Yep.
And we know what it's like when they've got no pressure. And, you know, just to talk about that, Digital has spoken multiple times about the fact that when they play with no pressure, the fact that they take the weight off their shoulders, they play so much more dangerously. They're so hard to contain. And I think that we're going to see that throughout today and tomorrow. If Roffle really can't get a hold on them, Chiefs may start to run away with this series. But I'm going to hold my breath for now and look more so to the setup that Chiefs have, seeing the Vulcan shields being brought out from Ethan, which is going to be for that extension up above, or also across to Pixel, I should say. But look at the positioning of him. This could be devastating for Boydie.
Oh, it may come down to timing, though. That's the thing. Because Boydie's holding flank, and Ethan, like, he's got the whole round. He can stay down there with this C4. It's really on Rufflecopter to get the ball rolling here, though, of course, and they are rolling out the Roteros. Oh, the mute jammer. That's so good.
That's unreal.
And finished off by Fisho as well. So already we're seeing adaptations mid-game. Ruffle really leaning into the Flores, so Chiefs counter it.
Oh, there's another Rotero shot off the board as well. Chiefs are playing this masterfully, punishing Ruffle for any kind of slight misstep. Like you said, things like the mute jammers, things like facing those Rotero drones as they're coming in. Vital. We now still have both shields up, one in Pixel and one in back free. This is devastating for Rufflecopter's attack with a minute left on the board. They are still yet to take down the critical pieces of utility on site. If they don't get a move on, they're really going to be running short for time.
Yeah, and Boydie's feeling that pressure. He was dedicated flank watcher. Now we know that he needs to come and help, right? Like, he's got his breaching. Actually, he's used all his breaching rounds vertically. They just need him for pure manpower. That's going to give Ethan so much more freedom.
This is really at a point where if Ruffle can't find the opening kill, they have not been able to. Worthy finds Wettables, and now the trade comes back. Is it enough to really kickstart something here for Ruffle? Again, look at that time. It's still so much on the board for Chiefs.
I mean, you just can't see a plan happening here. There's no smoke on the board, but again, all of the engagements going to Chiefs. And Rufflecopter once again just have OJ to look at and say, mate, give it your best. You know, we haven't had the greatest rounds so far. You've got 4 to find. There's 1, there's 2, hello. All right, here's something for OJ, got to reload. But the AR-33 is going to have to do a hell of a lot more work. God Legion's there, ready and waiting. The Chiefs once again absolutely railing Rufflecopter. That's 4-1 on the scoreline.
And look at them. They're having a laugh. They're enjoying themselves. And again, that kind of comes back to that no pressure mentality, Dev. There really is nothing in front of them that would kind of hinder them in terms of their own mentality. The only thing I could foresee is something like Rufflecopter coming back from here and taking map 1. I think that would be the only thing that could potentially derail the kind of smiles and the jokes that you can see them having on camera. I mean, we couldn't even see 2 of their players either. So I've got no doubt Chiefs are in high spirit. Not only that, they're clearly clicked in. They know what's going on. Worthy hitting some really gnarly shots. God Legion stepping up when he needs to. And even further than that, further than the mechanics of individual players, it's just the whole strategic view from the team. They have changed up their setup every single time. They have not gone back to what they did in the previous round once, which Ruffle are just having an absolute day with. They are really struggling to try and take down what the Chiefs are holding.
So with that said, you know, what can Ruffle do, really? I mean, they've been leaning into this Flores. Like you said, Chiefs aren't, they're not going to be a still target. They're going to keep moving. So Rufflecopter, they've got to make it a 2-4-1/2. This is their map pick. We had Vinny be pretty optimistic for Ruffle and say he actually is going to back them in 2-1. He reckons that they'll win this map. I think they kind of need to. You know, obviously Chiefs picked Chalet, so that'll be a challenge. What have Ruffle got to do to get back in the game here?
That's the age-old question. And
I mean, why don't you just get in their voice comms, eh?
Yeah, well, my fresh day is my first time color casting Rainbow Six.
I'm enjoying it.
The question is far beyond my greater knowledge. But look, one thing you are kind of taking away from what Rufflecopter are bringing, we've seen the Jackal being brought out twice. That has been for both times that Chiefs have been on that kitchen site. So clearly, Rufflecopter are reading it well. They're struggling immensely when it comes to that middle portion of the round. And I think that that's something that's been highlighted. If they can keep that momentum from taking control, early control that they have been doing, and convert it into a kill which is untradeable, if it's an opening kill untraded, I think they're in with a good shout. And already you're seeing the control that they're being able to take.
Yeah, and isn't this so similar to what happened previously from Ruffle? We remember Wettables was just really confidently clearing out all the vertical angles, but the problem was Rufflecopter struggled with Bakery. So there are a lot of silver linings to what we've seen from Ruffle, but that's not great, is it?
God, no. This is terrible. This is just devastating. And that too is those Roteros gone. They're completely done and dusted. We've already seen that Ruffle have had a bit of a hard time keeping their drone economy up and running. So, you know, make of that. The problem for me now is all of their util clear that they would generally have for on-site utility. You've got, you know, you think about what Digital's bringing. He's got the 2 Evil Eyes. You've got the bulletproof camera. You've got a deployable shield. There's so much utility that they're going to have to try and get through. They're going to have to hope that maybe the breaching charges of Boydie might be able to do something. But with 1 left, I don't know if they've got enough. None left. So you've got to hope that they've done enough here on the back of 2 nades on Wettables. That's all they've got here.
And this is where the question comes in for Roffle, right? Like, we've got vertical control. That's fantastic, but you need some lateral pressure as well. So it's either Bakery or VIP. And Fisho is hard-holding Bakery, and Digital and Ethan are hard-holding VIP. So, like, what's the play here? Which one do you go for? They're both going to be tough.
And that's just it. You know, decisions that are being made here are really starting to, I don't know, just kind of compound the issues for Rafflecopter, but in the same time, the interest that Chiefs have been able to accrue over the past 5 rounds are really starting to show off. They're more than confident enough to take these fights. They're hard-holding lines. They're making life impossible for Raffle, but it does look like they've got a good idea here.
Oh, but Worthy has an aggressive position. He does get a tiny bit of damage onto Hotshot, gets flashed. He's got to be very careful. And Fisho Guy's also exposed. In comes for the execute, but Worthy is there, and there is no trade whatsoever. That Gas Babe, the perfect cover as well. Fisho Guy lands his own fight. Finally, Worthy traded back, but it's just not enough. And Rafflecopter go down in the half with the Chiefs up 5-1.
The Chiefs really showing why they are the best team in Oceania right now. They have, I mean, you think about the whole season, they've just been absolutely phenomenal. And Dev, I think there might be like one critical piece that has just kind of topped off why the Chiefs are so damn good.
Absolutely, but of course, every now and then we need to take a moment to talk about our fantastic sponsors. It simply would not be possible without them, and the OCN is so privileged to have so many fantastic sponsors. Samsung, our presenting partner, they do so much for us. You can check out their latest range of NVMe SSDs by simply typing !SSD in the Twitch chat. We've done some fantastic stuff with them. Remember the speedrun challenge we did?
That was good fun. That was good fun. I really enjoyed that.
I was so salty that Xenox did better than me. I was so salty.
You know what? Out of everything that's happened this year, honestly, it's just that Xenox won, or didn't win, bested us.
Yeah,
I feel like we really should have been sweating and grinding that one out. I mean, look, Guz ended up winning that, but damn Xenox to hell.
Yeah, it's like that thing where you don't necessarily want to be the best, you just want to be better than your mate. And look, it's a bit generous calling Xenox my mate, but, you know, we move. Back to the game, though. Hey, Rafflecopter, they've got the favored side, right? In theory, right? Right?
Question mark?
Not necessarily the case. Chiefs on their attack, and I have no doubt that they will keep that momentum. They establish 5-1. They only need 2 of these. It's not going to take much.
No, I feel like this is going to be done and dusted within the first 10 rounds. I don't really see, I mean, even though Rafflecopter are on the favored side in terms of, you know, defender attacker, I just do not see this being achievable. Chiefs are kind of highlighting really why we are looking to them as the best team, undoubtedly. I mean, if they go 7-1 here, look, if they end up taking this map, this is arguably one of their worst maps. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and say this is the worst map statistically for them, so I'm just going to call it their worst map.
Yeah.
And they're 5-1 up against Raffle. Granted, they were defender first, so...
Yeah, but 5 rounds is 5 rounds. You know, that's a lot.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, very good start here for Chiefs. But hey, you know, they've got to take the initiative now that they're on the attack. And Rafflecopter have some curious setup. We've got the Wamai, protected by those magnets and the ADSs, but Chiefs are more than happy to just clear out all that util.
This is really hard for Roffle to hold at the moment. They've been able to take the early control of Piano with still a minute left. And they've still got nades in hand on Ethan. They've still got the adrenal surges. They've got pretty much everything that they need to continue to move forward here. And if Roffle don't start meeting them with some sort of resistance, I think Chiefs are going to have a little bit too much room to move.
That said, like, Chiefs actually haven't cleared the Pixel Shield yet. Oh, they just took the position, so Rufflecop decided to forfeit it. A bit of a gamble, but hey, look, it does make things a little bit awkward now for Chiefs. They have to start getting to work. It's on them to take that next step.
Not gonna lie, I don't know how you do the stat tracker so quickly. I'm still putting in
Mate,
the
that's fine. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. But there is 25 seconds left, so if there's anything that Chiefs has to think about right now, it's getting a heckin' move on because it's 5v5. Bisho's gonna desperately try and plant Ethan. My God, he's covering. The plant position is exposed, but it doesn't seem to matter when Chiefs just go in. How is this working? It is ridiculous to see Chiefs pull off that execute and Rufflecop to have just about no response. Caking down, hot shot against 4 players. He finds one, but it doesn't matter. Ethan, that was monstrous.
Ethan things, man. Ethan things. Talked about it before. We'll talk about it a million times again. What a pickup he's been for the Chiefs. Not only after a year that he was, he just didn't play. He just didn't play for a year. I mean, clearly he was still playing the goddamn game, but like, what? I don't even understand how you can walk away from a game for that long and come back and still be this damn good and still lead a team like this.
Isn't it crazy to think that Ethan, like you said, has a hiatus of a year and he comes back and Chiefs are still saying, oh yeah, we brought on Ethan because of his experience. What experience? That he's been not playing the game for a year? No, that's how big of a deal he was back in the day. Not to pump his ego because, you know, it's already pretty big, but... It's
big enough.
it's about to get a hell of a lot bigger because they are 6-1 up against Rufflecopter. On Rufflecopter's map pick, match point 1 round away from sending us to Chalet, and you'd think that Chalet would be even more dominant if that's possible for Chiefs. So look, if there's anything that's looking silly right now, it is Vinny, because him on the desk saying that this is going to be a Rufflecopter game, starting to have some question marks about why we're paying him to be an analyst.
Look, I felt bad for him, so I threw my my prediction in the midst of it as well, trying to, you know, maybe
what did you say?
Up a bit. I think I ended up saying it was going to be a close game and Ruffle were going to push him to the lead. I think I said Ruffle. Just
for the series or for the map?
For the map, I think I can't even remember.
Yeah,
I was just trying to gas up Vinny, honestly. I didn't want him to be the lone soldier there because I think Guz went 2-0 to Chiefs. And I mean, look, what I find really interesting is our wonderful host, Zenox, saying that Chiefs are no good on Chalet. I'm calling you out, Zenox. I'm going to call you out here.
Honestly, there's a reason he's a host, all right? He doesn't have to know what he's talking about.
Very true. And there's a reason why I'm the hard color. You know, there's a reason why I bring the hard analysis.
And you've been absolutely nailing it, hey? Just like Chiefs have been all game long. Can't believe it. Match point. Rufflecopter, this is a retry, and to be honest, looking at these ops, it looks like they're doing the same thing once again.
Yeah.
What is the strat? It's like, okay, well, let's do the same thing. It was good, except that we just don't let Ethan walk onto site and kill everyone while Fisher's planting. Is that the problem?
And I think that was what I don't know whether I said it or whether I was trying to get at that, but I don't think that Ruffle can afford to play so defensively. I don't think you can really allow Chiefs to just contest with all their utility and not really try and face them at a certain point. Sure, you're going to give yourself that opening where you may eventually fall down, but the thing is, Chiefs are so proficient with their util clear that they will just do it within a dime. And you saw how quickly they were able to take Piano once they actually took control of Piano. Pixel was theirs, Washroom was theirs. They were able to push White Stairs. They were able to push on site. And Ruffle were really left trying to split their own defense to deal with what Chiefs had brought. So this round, I think, honestly, in my heart, Ruffle have to step up and face them. OJ trying to do so at the moment. Not really paying off, though.
Yeah, and there's good info, right? Because Chiefs knew exactly where he was, and in fact, they just cut him off. Like, that is so well played by Chiefs. They're also playing very patiently. Like, you see Ethan was just inside, kind of holding angles. They've got the boost to try and heal up Didge as well, and it feels slow and steady for Ethan, and for Chiefs, it feels inevitable.
And that's just it. OJ really just... I mean, that's a tough spot to be in. Again, you want to peek them. They're going to go ahead and double trade. That's interesting, Dev. Things now get a little bit spicy here. Maybe we're not done with this series just yet. Or the map yet. Jeez, I'm jumping ahead there.
Yeah, well, a lot of work, a long trail in front of Rufflecopter, but we're starting to see them get some confidence and start peaking.
Oh, no.
And that's what we need to see from them.
Oh, no.
But unfortunately, yeah, this might not work out for Kakin.
Do it. Do him dirty, Ethan. Do him dirty.
Just wait. Just wait.
I want it to happen so badly, but the time is really starting to dwindle here. Chiefs need to get a move on now. They haven't been able to flush the players out behind bar, and nor have they been able to deal with anyone else. Nice nade, and now things get a little bit hectic for Ethan, a 1 versus 3.
I mean, he's found one. Does he have info? Is this sound? There's a drone somewhere. He's going to try and get this vertical nade, but now Ruffle knows where he is. Not a lot of time. I mean, he could get really lucky here. Nah, doesn't read it correctly. 1v3. I mean, this is just too difficult. Hello, Hotshot. What are you doing laying there on the ground, mate? He takes down Ethan. Rufflecopter are not out yet. It's 6-2 at the moment to the Chiefs.
And I'm not going to lie, I don't really know 100% where those kills kind of eventuated from. I know one came from Washroom for Ruffle, another one off camera, wherever that was. One thing, again, we're just seeing Ruffle kind of test the limits of Chiefs a little bit, get up in their face, ensure that Chiefs are making a decision. And I think that ultimately, that is the biggest thing for Ruffle in my eyes. And again, my eyes are not that colourful. I do think that if Ruffle are able to try and force Chiefs into a position where they're forced to make a different decision, where they're forced to divert from their original plan, that's when things get a little bit chaotic. That's when Ruffle can kind of take advantage. Whether it happened in that round, I'm not going to go ahead and say it did, but it certainly helped that they're not just giving up Pixel. They're staying, they're fighting for it, they're ensuring that Piano is contested through and through. So we do move down to that basement. I always say basement.
It feels like a basement, even though it's just the ground floor, doesn't it?
Does. It kills me. It's all the concrete in the kitchen itself. But yeah, look, I do think that right now Ruffle, their backs are well and truly up against the wall, and I think it's just about gaining momentum for the next map that will be Chalet.
I think, was that already a couple of drones taken down? 2 drones taken out already? And because Twitch doesn't actually have any action phase drones aside from her shock drones, so it's already a decent amount of intel taken out.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Now, we'll take a small little breather here. The information gained for Rufflecopter, I mean, it could be quite crucial. Really looking to Boydie. Where is he playing? What is he trying to do? Is the objective to burn time on that top floor?
No,
it won't
you
make a
cursed him.
difference.
You just straight up cursed him, mate. That is absolutely gutting for Ruffle.
Look at the control as well, Dev.
Yeah, well, I think that right now Rufflecopter are glad that they fully reinforced these bottom red walls straight into kitchen, because God Legion with that control of the closet just means that he has so much maneuverability, and Rufflecopter are going to start feeling very claustrophobic.
And I mean, really, this is where the suffocation just becomes so crucial for Chiefs. They're taking the control of one side of the map on the first floor, and they need to ensure that they keep Rufflecopter on site. And if they don't, they have to cut off the rotations. They have to make sure anywhere that Ruffle steps, they're being met with a crosshair, met with firepower. Wettables tries to go for a peek. He's not going to be given anything, and I don't mind that call. Try and get aggressive. See what you can find, because you never know. One of Chiefs might be slipping. One of them might be sleeping. In fact, it's OJ that's going to be sleeping for the rest of this round, and potentially that may well be the map booked in for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Worthy's cracked double digits now as well. Him and God Legion already having done so. 2 standout players. Chiefs have made some fantastic progress so far. I think they must have cleared out the electric claw that was on this wall. I don't know whether it was the Flores, whether it was the Twitch, but that is fantastic, and now Chiefs are going to have an in.
Look at that Banshee. Just on the other side of that double wall. I mean, if Chiefs don't really spot that early, I think that drone might have just spotted it. Could have been devastating. Oh,
Get turned
God.
on! That is unreal from God Legion!
God Legion.
He literally just walks into sight and closes the map with 3 kills. I can't believe it, Rob. It's done. That was map 1 in the books.
God Legion? Question mark? What do you say to that? What do you say to a man that is as sharp as God Legion. Look at the deadpan faces on Chiefs right now. I'm speechless. God Legion with a monstrous final round, 4K. Closing it out with style.
I'm pretty sure at the very start of the round, he just walks straight into reception and sits in that walk-in closet. I'm pretty sure he stayed there the entire round, finds one pick on site, and then the trade attempts to come through. He just turns around, walks inside, kills the last one as well. Utterly insane from God Legion. A player that certainly has proven to be the MVP of the tournament so far. Not that we're very deep into it, but I think 14 kills or something, I'll give it to him.
Yeah, look, he could be the MVP. I mean, we haven't seen, more than one map or more than 2 teams play, but you never know, he could well come out the MVP, and I think that's something that we've talked about through and through, Dev. God Legion has just been such a consistent factor for the Chiefs. Time and time again, he has just been an absolute beast for them, really becoming kind of an icon of OCG in himself, even with the likes of Worthy on his team, even with the likes of Digital in the character that he brings. God Legion standing above and really highlighting what he can do. So, yeah, man, what a performance from the Chiefs. They're absolutely just dismantled Ruffle.
Yeah, well, if there's one thing for certain, it's that we have a couple of people whose predictions were incorrect. So we're going to toss it back so they can explain themselves. Xenox, over to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure why exactly you said a couple of people incorrect. Me and Guz both said 2-0 to the Chiefs. Vinny, now you were very much incorrect. It still could happen. Ruffle could still make the 2-1, but what an absolute performance from the Chiefs. In the end, they looked like the team we expected.
Yeah, I mean, they came back from Sweden. God was talking about, the confidence they're bringing back, and they just showed that. Especially God Legion himself. He showed that he was the big daddy in the server today.
Guz, utterly dominant performance. Honestly, could have even probably been like a 7-1 kind of scoreline. 7-2 though, just as good.
Yeah, and I think that probably puts the whole quarantine setup storyline just straight down the drain, right? Because both Worthy and Ethan, they popped off alongside God Legion as well, and they're probably the two that have had the roughest situation when it comes to that whole quarantine saga. So they've come out of the gates really, really strong. Chiefs, they're playing for keeps. I really do think they're going hard for that 4P.
Remembering though, Vinny, of course, this was Ruffle's map pick. They elected to go to Cafe, and then they just get dumpstered 7-2. They must be kicking themselves maybe for even going here in the first place.
I think in theory, Cafe was a good pick for them. They Chiefs haven't shown many good performances on Cafe. They got 7-0'd by FaZe in Sweden. Obviously, that is FaZe, and that was the eventual major winners. But I don't think the map pick was much of an issue. I think they just didn't play at their best today.
FaZe and Ruffle, a little bit different, guys. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit. I think for me, the one thing that was also really impressive for the Chiefs was probably 2 things. Firstly, they got almost every single opening kill. There was only 2 rounds where they didn't, and for the most part, they were able to convert those advantages. In fact, there were 3 rounds where they didn't, and 2 of those, Ruffle actually didn't even go on to win the round, and that sort of leans into the storyline as well, particularly on their attacks. The Chiefs often leaving things down to the latter stages of said rounds, but able to still get results across the line, and that's a sign that they're looking confident.
Generally, one of the signs of Ruffle, even when they do lose, Vinny, is someone pops off. Generally, it's like Wettables or Kaken, but in this instance, as we can kind of see here on the match stats, is no one really got going at all.
No, I think Cafe especially is a map where methodical attacks kind of shine through, and Chiefs did a really good job of shutting down the aggression of Ruffle late. I think Ruffle gave up map control way too easy in a lot of the rounds, which meant that Chiefs could kind of do whatever they wanted to do, and God Legion could take the map control he wanted.
Guys, usually Worthy is, of course, the standout MVP from the Chiefs, but God Legion today, 14-4, plus 2 multi-kills as well. Utterly dominant performance. If he continues to play like that throughout the season finals, it's almost just like an extra threat on the side of the Chiefs.
That's the thing, right? You look at the Chiefs, and every single player, outside maybe Fisho, who of course does a fantastic role outside of purely stats. Everyone can pop off. Everyone can have their day. Even Digital. I know we give him a lot of shit, but he can play all right at times. But obviously the big 3, right? God Legion, Worthy, and Ethan. 1, 2, and 3 literally in the standings, in the stat line. So they're already starting off strong, seemingly not needing too much of a warm-up, and they're probably only going to actually improve over the next couple of days.
Is Chalet going to be the resting place of Ruffle? Are you going to change your prediction here?
I'm not going to change my prediction because I'm not that guy, but Chalet is probably a map where I think Chiefs will really shine in what they do. I think Chalet plays out a lot like Consulate does, and I think Chiefs are very good at that methodical kind of approach, so they can shut down Ruffle, and I think, yeah, they'll definitely take this 2-0.
I'll go back to you on this one though, Vinny. If you are Ruffle in this instance, you've just been absolutely wiped out on your map pick. What do you change going into Chalet? Do you change anything?
I'm not sure about changing kind of the way they play. I think if they really wanted, they could throw the kitchen sink at it and go real aggro. But I think in general, they're just going to play their game. Obviously, we said that this is good practice for them to go into that APAC South relegations, and they'll just want to put the kind of the best CG out. So I think they'll play their best.
Guz, do you want to add anything to Vince here?
I just want to double down on the APAC storyline as well, right? OJ himself said heading into the weekend, this was their opportunity to gain form, gain experience in best of threes because they haven't had too much exposure as of recent. Pretty bad start, and it's only going to get harder. That part of me was their map pick. So now they need to go against Chiefs, who have shown phenomenal form here on Chalet. The odds are voluntarily stacked against them.
Well, utterly great start for the Chiefs. 7-2 on Cafe. They're looking like the back-to-back-to-back champs that they are here for Oceanic Nationals. We'll go to a short break. When we do come back, of course, Chalet on the other side. Well, the Chiefs definitely not leaving anything to be desired here for season finals. Very much looking like the three-time champions that they have been throughout 2021. A dominant 7-2 performance over Rufflecopter on Cafe. Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, guys, we've got Chalet coming up very shortly. This is the map pick as well for the Chiefs, so not great news, Vinny, for Rufflecopter. You've just been completely wiped by the Chiefs on their own map pick. Now, of course, going over to the map pick of the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think we could see probably a worse scoreline on Chalet. I think this is definitely the map that Chiefs want to take to a team like Ruffle, where they can really control their aggression and play their own game.
Guys, this is surely 2-0 territory, just like we predicted. I don't know what Dev and Matic were talking about, the desk and how we predicted Ruffle. We both said 2-0 to the Chiefs, and it's shaping up like that.
And just to double down on Vinny's comments as well, that the scoreline might be worse. Chiefs are starting on the attack as well on Chalet, and they're looking red hot at the moment. Again, their execute time, if they can just even speed that up, maybe 10 or 20 seconds, it's only going to be stronger for them. So things are looking pretty dire for Ruffle. It's not unprecedented for a team to, make the reverse run and take their opponent's map pick, right? But I think just the way in which the Chiefs have played today and the season as a whole is just really, really strong.
Well, it was a 7-2 scoreline on Cafe. Chalet, what are we thinking? 7-1? 7-0?
7-1, I'm going to say. to Chiefs, but at the same time, I want to give Ruffle some credit. We played Ruffle during the season on Chalet, and they put up a good fight. I think we ended up winning in overtime. So I think like they can definitely play the map. They're not as aggressive and unpredictable as we make them out.
You guys beat Ruffle.
We did beat them during the season.
We talked before about Ruffle and FaZe being on a bit of a different level. I'd say Chiefs and Wildcard maybe.
Well, I mean, I think it says a lot though, guys. If Wildcard were able to beat Ruffle and Chalet, it should be easy breezy for the Chiefs.
Yeah, okay, we'll run with that. Sure.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Win conditions, though. We're not filling here. We're on time. But I very much want your thoughts, Vinny, about the win conditions for Rufflecopter going on to this now as well, knowing they're on the defense first. How would you approach this situation?
Well, I think, I've been talking about Chiefs structure, and I think that's really important for them, but definitely, like, kind of interrupting their kind of the way they play. Like, we saw on Cafe that Ruffle were giving up map control very easily. And that's something that Chiefs really like to kind of play against because it means they can do whatever they want, especially with that map control.
Serious faces on, boys. Score lines for this game, Vinny?
7-1.
7-1, Gus?
Yeah, 7-1 Chiefs.
7-1. I'll go 7-1 as well. Why not? We'll just go for the trifecta here, of course. And we'll even be going back to our lovely, lovely casters, as always. Dev Mata, Matic, take it away.
7-1, you reckon? 7-1. Well, this is not going to be a very long semi-final, it seems. We've already had Ruffle's map, and, well, they got taken to the farm. Manic now for map number 2. Chiefs, are they just going to continue the rampage?
They've got to. I mean, I don't really see a world in which Ruffle claims Chalet. I think maybe there could be a world, I'm really stretching here, where they get close. I just think as well, Guz has already mentioned, Chiefs are starting out on the attack. Man, like, just wipe your hands clean of it, because this one's going to be quick. I can already feel it. Chiefs on the back of their last map just looked phenomenal, and Ruffle, I think they'll be reeling the fact that they have to go to Chalet now and try and fight it out there. This does not bode favorably.
Well, we have seen Ruffle beat Chiefs on Chalet before. I believe it was way back in stage 1. I think it was an overtime game, came down to the last round. Ruffle went for a rush, and it works. Yeah, but hey, like, that was a long time ago. This is a very different Chiefs, and hey, this is also quite a different Rufflecopter that we're working with as well. A Rufflecopter that we haven't seen at full potential today. We're hoping for it. We're wanting a 3-mapper, but we're not expecting it. Chiefs here on Chalet. They could get into the grand final. All they got to do is win their own map pick. Rufflecopter going to try and fly high because they have not been flying high yet so far.
Well, we said it, like a helicopter, they've got ups and downs, and really, right now, probably not the greatest point for them. They do have a long way to claw back. Whether they're going to be able to do so, that is going to be the big question. What can they get done on this defense? How do they give themselves the room to maneuver, the room to try and breathe, so that when they go to their attack, they can afford to make a mistake? Because we know, and we've talked about it multiple times, in Oceania, in APAC South, Chalet has just been so attacker-sided. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the world.
It's the most attacker-sided map in the pool, let's be honest. Like, it just is. It just is. So
and you know what? What's funny is Coast is a close second, or not a close second, but it's I would call it a second to Chalet, and that's where we head if we go to a third map. All of which I think are favouring the Chiefs in this circumstance. This is a dire one nonetheless.
Well,
Thatcher and Maverick band, that's all I'm going to say.
For sure, and look, I mean, before we dig into the bands, I'm going to say what's going to be fun from this series onwards. Like, Cafe, probably the most like static, strategic, methodical map in the pool right now. Chalet and Cosine are the absolute polar opposite. That is the frag fest. That is where you just go out, you swing, you make plays. The roaming potential is huge. There's a lot of setups, but a lot of ways to deal with those setups. So it gets really, really aggressive, really, really good. And like you said, that Thatcher Maverick ban, Walden Isle is going to be a bit of a pain to get rid of.
Yeah, and intel for the defender side. I mean, the fact you've got the Valk and you've also got the mirror being banned out, you're really going to be quite hindered in terms of the plays that you can try to make later in the round. I mean, I'm just going to make that bold statement. However, whether that does come back to impact, I really think at this point in the year, we're all used to the mirror, we're all used to the Valk being banned out, so you should be well and truly prepared for that. The problem I'm going to have for Rufflecopter right now is how do they keep a hold on the Chiefs? How do they stay within touching distance? As much as I'm a bit of an optimist sometimes, I just can't see a world in which they're able to keep this close, especially with Chiefs starting on that attack.
It's going to be a toughie for them. I think that it's going to have to come down to aggression. Like, surely with a map like Chalet, if you give... Oh my god. Hello, sorry, what? Wedables was doing a little bit of breakdancing there for a second. Thanks for catching that, our observer, Mandy. But yeah, look, it's going to be a tough one for Roffle. They're going to have to come out of the gate swinging. The Omen community vote speaks volumes. 91% of you guys thought that Chiefs was going to take the series. It looks like so far that is a pretty easy bet to get you back on.
Yep, and I think it would be probably the safest bet you're going to have this entire playoff stage. I don't think that, you know, coming into the finals, even though we were trying to sell the storyline that maybe Chiefs are coming into this unprepared, ill-prepared for it, the fire that is burning underneath this roster is just far too immense. The heat that it is radiating is absolutely outrageous, and you're seeing it once again. Just the kind of prowess that they're going to have. Look at the confidence. Look at the timing from Digital. Really, I love to see it. I love to see it. A team that gets in early into the building with precision and with confidence is something that I am just so scared of.
And he's just going to cut off a rotation for a lot of the round while the rest of the Chiefs start to shape up and figure out what the overall macro strategy is for this round. But the thing is that Chiefs are very... Oh, there it is. Oh, we just switched over, but you saw it. Digital, at the very start of the round, he gets in and he cuts off that rotation. Give it 30 seconds, and a hotshot says, yeah, I'll walk straight past your line of sight. That's cool.
And that's just, you know, I think right off the bat, this is the worst statement that could have been made. If you're a Rafflecopter fan, if you're a Rafflecopter player, knowing full well that Digital would have had control of that for some time, the fact that it's 2 minutes, you're already a player down there, starting to take control of Solarium across. Things are like, it just goes from bad to worse here for Raffle. However, they do have to stand tall. They can't let that affect them. And as of right now, with Digital kind of once again being the spearhead, once again creating the space for Chiefs, Rafflecopter are yet to contest this. Now, you don't generally see a heavy contest across to Solarium, but I do think that Raffle have to start being in the faces of Chiefs a little bit more.
Yeah, because the entire Chiefs just have so much control here. Like, the map is theirs, basically. Everything on the, what is it, the north side of the map, they control. Yeah. Whether it's on the top floor here in Office, where Fisher Guy has now made some holes, whether it's down in Dining, where we saw God Legion already push that control. Now, Kakin's on for a flank. This could be big. I'd be very surprised if Chiefs unaware of it. Kakin just shot a drone. God Legion's watching his flank. So, I mean, there's a chance here, but surely Kakin dies.
Got to imagine so. Tick boxes really for Chiefs here have been phenomenal. Has he gone undetected, Dev?
He has.
I think he's kind of snuck past without them really knowing. This could completely dismantle them. It's just about the timing and who Kakin can find. He's got the information.
It's also a question of how many. If it's just one and then traded, that's maybe not ideal. But that said, Worthy starts to make a move. Oh no, the timing, no. Kakin! Surely the call has come out, but Worthy's gone down. Yep, absolutely no clue. Chiefs have been caught off guard with their pants down, but still a 3v2. They found the opening, which means they have the advantage, and now Fish Show Guy's going to try and make an entry. He's got God Legion there to support, but Kakin from above. Him and Boydie can get the job done. It's just Ethan, 1v1 now, but that diffuser is not going to get planted. Rafflecopter, thanks to Kakin's flank, managed to steal the first round.
That's a massive oversight from the Chiefs there. Whether it's just the placement of their flank drones, whether it was the timing that kind of allowed Kakin to get there, that's devastating for what was such a dangerous attack. I mean, they'd found the first 2 opening kills. They'd already taken all of Solarium. They'd taken across the bedroom, Piano. Next up on the agenda was Library, and from there it's pretty much done and dusted. But the second that their attention is diverted, it just allowed for Kakin to really play massively. I mean, what a flank that is. What a call in the later parts of the round. If he doesn't do that, Chiefs just continue to suffocate you on site. So all props to Kakin and the rest of Rafflecopter to play patiently to allow him to get into that position.
You know what's so funny is God Legion was the guy watching flanks as well, and he was flicking all of the drones that Chiefs had. We saw that on the obs, and there was a drone in West Main, which is exactly where Kakin walked past. Kakin shot that drone, and Chiefs just didn't think, oh, we're missing a drone on this flank. We need to check if there's someone there. We need to go and put another drone there. Little bit of a mishap. I don't know exactly where the blame goes there for Chiefs, but the credit goes to Kaken for looking for that opportunity and exploiting it.
Without a doubt. Now we're having a look at the setup for Rafflecopter. They've got the Mozzie, they've also got the Mute, so this is going to be testing nonetheless for Chiefs. They've got a fair bit of intel denial. They've also got Kaken with the Electric Claws, can place it on all 4 walls on the outside of kitchen or dining, sorry, in the upstairs bedroom. So this will really test the Chiefs in terms of how they go about their util. One thing I do like is that Twitch being brought. You don't have the Thatcher. You have to bring something. You have to be able to get that information. And once again, look how early Chiefs are in the building. It's not even 20 seconds in and God Legion's taking gaming. Sure, it's not really like a huge part of the puzzle, but it's a piece and another piece that's taken away from Ruffle. What is going on?
Yeah, that's a rough one for Wettables, but Chiefs, once again, they just get in so early, like you said. They cut off these rotations, and Rafflecopter's not quite respecting that. They're not quite realizing that. And it means that already so much map control for Chiefs, and they're going to slowly drone out and take more of it.
I just don't think that Rafflecopter are going to be allowed to do what they did in the last round. I think Chiefs have got that under lock and key. If something was to happen again, I think really you're putting a bookmark in that one to talk about it later. However, for now, Chiefs have got an incredible amount of control.
Yeah.
It's all about the timing. They've got to be careful there.
Oh, no. I was going to say this is actually going to be difficult, right? Thatcher's banned, Maverick's banned. It's actually quite difficult to clear out any wall denial. But the nade actually destroyed the Electroclaw that was protecting that wall from being breached. An easy nade for Chiefs, and now an easy breach on as well. More map control taken. That said, opening kill for Rafflecopter. They managed to trade it back to a 4-on-4.
Took them some time, and in that time, I don't know how many nades God Legion was able to use. I don't think he's been able to use any of them, in fact, so all the util was still intact. What I was going to say for Chiefs is they've looked really good. They've looked really impressive in clearing this util. They're still doing so. They're doing so with a fair bit of pace, which, again, you talk about the importance of timing, especially on a map like Chalet. You don't want to be getting down to 30 seconds without control of either the vertical or that dining wall, which it looks like they're still struggling to get open.
Yeah, so that Twitch drone was looking for where that Electroclaw was. Finally, Digital found it on his drone, and now it has been cleared thanks to Dig's own nade. But Boydie actually goes for such an ambitious run out. Look at that.
This is devastating. The time as well ticking down. Chiefs need to get a move on. They've got to try and find an opening pick or else they're going to be in serious trouble.
And there it is from Worthy upstairs. Takes down Boydie. That's a lot of vertical control now. Hotshot in the pivotal position. That gas is deep though. And that means Chiefs can send it right past. They flood in and they flood the site with blue. Chiefs, a fantastic execute. They just hit the button and said go.
Oh my God. What a round. How did Chiefs bring that back? How on earth have they been allowed to do that? That was a 4 versus 3. They did not have dining wall open. They did not have vertical control. It's all with the muster, the will that they have, the brawn of the players on Chiefs. I mean, I really thought when we saw Boydie run out and find that kill, I thought, oh no, this is gonna be a replica of the last round. This is gonna be where Chiefs fall apart. And they don't. They do not. They simply stand tall. And once again, you see the mechanics from an individual player. And this time it was from multiple individual players that really get them across the line. Ruffle will be really upset missing that mark.
Yeah, and you know what's rough as well? Like, the things that slowed down Chiefs, aside from the aggression from Boydie who ran out upstairs, it was that Ruffle had some pretty good strats, right? Like, Thatcher and Mav are banned, which means it's quite hard to breach those walls, and that stalled out Chiefs while they droned it out and figured out where these Electroclaws were. But eventually they got it, and now Chiefs attacking that same bomb site again. They know the strat. Like, they know exactly what Ruffle are going to be doing more or less, and they're going to be much faster to counter it.
Yeah. And I necessarily don't think they had poor timing either from Chiefs last round. It was really where, making small little mistakes that just missing the mark on the Twitch laser and things like that really started to hurt them. But I felt like they were doing such a great job at taking dining control. One thing for me was obviously the vertical control just was not there at all, and it allowed Roffle to more or less hold that control, which is a large majority of the early parts of this round, is that vertical control and how much you can hold on to it. We've seen it pay dividends just time and time again, especially on the defense, being able to deny late with the confidence of course, the vertical control is something that's really played a huge part in some of these defenses. Once again, it is just so early. The Chiefs are in the building again, man. What?
Sweatables is not having a good one. I'm telling you that right now. The second time in a row he has been caught off guard by Digital. That's 3 opening kills for Dig, by the way. Like, what?
Man, Digital just turns up sometimes. He just turns up, and I think that what's happening right now is you're seeing what happens when a team is confident on their own map pick. You're seeing what happens when Chiefs are getting drones in good places in the prep, because there is no way that you just send it into a site like that. There's no way that Digital just sends it straight through Garage without that information. And it's showing once again what the Chiefs are able to do when they're feeling confident, when there's no pressure on them. They're flying right now. I don't know whether Roffle, with all their might, are going to be able to catch up. They need to ensure... Oh, God, that was gorgeous. I'm going to shut up. That was gorgeous.
I mean, you don't have to shut up, mate. You can point it out. That is a fantastic impact trick, was it? Or was it... Wait. There's no one who's going to impact trick. It must have been a nade from Chiefs.
Oh,
that must have been an accident.
Digital. Not again. It's Digital. It's always
We
Digital.
sang his praises a moment ago, and now he loses the hard breach for Chiefs.
It's always Digital, man. It's always Digital with these nades that they've derailed this attack now. They've got no way to get into dining. They have to take this vertical control, and look at what they've done. They've gone out, they've taken Mez, they're going to continue to push in here, but they have to find the kills, and they've got to find them quick.
It's going to make it so much more difficult. They've got some lines of sight in the master wall and in that dining wall, but like you said, they have to get in the building. They have to start taking down players like Boydie, because if they don't, it's going to be so difficult. That said, opening now for Ethan, and consider that Chiefs have such a numbers advantage. Wow. Might not matter that they can't get a breach. 30 seconds.
Akin and Hotshot, they need to play for these ones. They can't allow Chiefs to swarm them. They've got to try and take the fights. It's not going to work, Dev.
Kakin in a 1 versus 5, 20 seconds still to go. And Chiefs have got the plan down. They're putting the pressure on. A flawless round for Chiefs. And it's really just too easy. Doesn't matter if they can nade their own hard breach, because they can just flawless the round anyway.
Look, that right there, that highlights the capability of the Chiefs. Something goes horribly wrong. Something doesn't go right. Digital denies all of that intel, all of that hard breach going into dining, and they pivot instantly. They don't hesitate. They immediately go to that top floor. Some teams, you know, you see them, a small mistake happens and they sit there trying to figure out what's next. Chiefs know if it's not this, it's that. If it's this, then it's that. They have a procedure in place. They know what is important, what is vital in this kind of engagement. You saw it instantly. They just ran straight to the top floor. They flushed out the players that were sitting back in Master and Piano, and from there, it was all too easy. And, I mean, Roffle just had no choice. 2 versus 5, what are you going to do? You have to hit the nuttiest shots of your life. Again, highlighting what Chiefs are able to do on a dime. It's getting a little bit weary here. Roffle, with the 1 round in hand, need to see them convert at least 1 more, if not 2.
It's kind of the opposite to what we were saying on oh, no, it's the same what we were saying on Cafe, right? Like, Chiefs started on the favored side, so despite them starting strong, we were like, look, you can't be too upset for Roffle. But we saw how that ended up on map 1, right? 5-1 half, ended up with a 7-2 win for Chiefs. And credit to Roffle for finding around the first round. But keep in mind, like, that was just because of that crazy flank from Kakin. And we're giving a lot of respect to Chiefs here, which is, I think, warranted. But we are giving a lot of respect to them, and there's a chance that maybe they will struggle once Rufflecopter start to really find their groove. But are Rufflecopter going to find their groove? It's hard to say so.
And that's just it. You know, if Chiefs continue down this path, I just don't see a world in which they find that level of comfort that they're afforded. I honestly think right now it's this round or else. I really think Chiefs start to run away with this. They've got to keep that finger on the pulse. They've got to ensure they slow that bleeding. They really try to force Chiefs into an uncomfortable position where they've got to make calls. They've got to make plays. As of right now, it's my belief that Chiefs have dictated every single round. Even that first round that Rafflecopter were able to take, they dictated the pace, they dictated the momentum, and that really has just been to Rafflecopter's demise time and time again.
Oh no, this is so tough for Didge. And Wettables is really looking for it, but once again, Wettables goes down. Worthy. A double kill to open. My God. It just always goes right for Chiefs.
Honestly, it has. And I mean, I'm not going to go ahead and continue to beat a dead horse here, but just how early Chiefs are in the building, how early they're putting pressure on Rafflecopter. Again, it was 20 seconds and you saw a player taking games control and forcing the fight onto Library Stairs. That allowed all of the attention to be diverted, and Worthy capitalizes again, man.
Oh my God.
Ruffle are really struggling.
And look at how good the Twitch has been as well. Easy as you like. Ethan takes down the two ADSs that protect Kakin. And very, very soon, God Legion's going to have some nades coming his way. In comes the first one. Surely that is the deployable shield gone. And Rafflecopter very exposed. Okay, so the deployable shield missed. And aggressive smoke holds God Legion at bay. But for how long?
Does he have the gun? That's the question.
Wait,
is he going to be able to deny? Oh, Fisho's already in. Fisho's sending it in for the plant. Dev Worthy's holding. Ruffle can't deny.
They just plant the diffuser. And Rafflecopter have been forced back so much. A great shot from Boydie on the run out. 3 versus 4 on for the retake now. Going to be difficult for Rafflecopter, but they've got to work together one step at a time as they start to mount. A retake off the hallway. Ethan holds on for 2. And it's only OJ left. In a 1 versus 4, he's got some gas he's got to wait for, and he's low HP finished off. A fantastic round from Worthy. Him and Ethan together carry Chiefs through another round, and that is 3-1 on the scoreline.
Jeez. What a round. Just, yeah.
It does feel like we're beating a dead horse, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, how many times can you really say it, Dev? You know what I mean? How many times can we talk about it before it really just becomes a broken record? And I think we're well past that point now. Raffle are not winning their opening engagements. They are struggling to the point of no return. Got to remember, Cathay, Chiefs came out with a +3 opening kill ratio, plus it was a 66% conversion rate, so 66% of the rounds whoever found the opening kill ended up taking the round, and it's kind of coming to fruition again. 4 rounds. The opening kill has been digital, 3 of which, sorry, have been digital. 1 has been Worthy, and they've converted 3 rounds. Raffle are just having such a rough day on this track right now, and they haven't been able to trade. That's the other thing, Dev. It's just been unattended to, which is impossible to try and claw back.
And you want to know one of the guys in this match who's been having a really rough one? It is Wettables, one of the nominees for the Rookie of the Year award that we're going to be doing as part of OCN Awards tomorrow. And Wettables has been phenomenal this year. Like, he was a bit of a ranked star. He's the first one to admit it. He loves to run around. He loves to frag out. He's come on, played for a bit on LFO, now on Rafflecopter, and he's died first 3 rounds in a row.
I have no comment for that. It's
tilting.
It is tilting. Now,
Gets
this
in
is
your
a big
head.
question. Is OJ going to go undetected down here? Have Chiefs done enough of their due diligence? It
Digital's
doesn't make a
inside.
difference.
Digital is literally just in the goddamn sight. He might get traded back, but he took down Kakin. I mean, that's something. Digital once again gets an opening pick. This man is just ridiculous. Like, remember when he was the support for this roster, and now he's like the, oh, I'm just gonna walk into sight kind of player. What? What's that?
Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much watching what's going on right now, because we know what Rafflecopter can achieve, but they're just not being given the opportunities here. The fact that Digital can just walk straight on site again is just showing the work that Chiefs are putting in that prep phase. We've talked about it before, and I'll talk about it again. They have been phenomenal in the opening parts of this round, and it's really costing Rufflecopter. Honestly, I think it's just to their own demise.
That said, a good counter of the Twitch drone there. Ethan caught with a little bit less info than he'd like. Worthy, though, is very, very close. He could easily tank this gate. It's not a lot of damage, especially because he's Finker, and he can always boost up afterwards. God Legion's now in this same position we saw Digital earlier on, and we know how easy it is to walk onto site. Of course, Rufflecopter's going to be a little bit more aware in the 4v4 now. What is the idea on the execute here? Surely God Legion's going to find one. He may even find two. Doesn't realize the second one's coming. Boyd,
This is dangerous.
Oh no, but he whiffs. He whiffs hard. That is so rough. The God Legion's like, sorry, did someone say something?
Well, now they know that there
He's
can only be
trapped.
2 on site. Yeah. And there's the information. God Legion's seen him cross, Dev, so the alarm bells are starting to ring. I am honestly surprised that Chiefs haven't taken advantage of the fact that maybe there's only 2 on site, but regardless, they're doing their due diligence. They're taking their time here. Ethan's going to be able to cut that rotate off as well because Fisho's holding the line of mud. This is just really dangerous territory for all.
Yeah, that said, Winnible's was above. Traded now by Worthy, and Fisho goes in for Boydie. An attempt at trading him. It's not going to happen. Once again, Worthy loves this goddamn spot. He's on fire. The Chiefs are on fire. 4 attack rounds in a row. And inching closer piece by piece to that grand final.
Holy moly. And this is, I mean, this is a huge talking point for us, Dev. How do you let Chiefs start on their attack? How do you allow them the comfort of comfort? How do you allow them to kick their feet up like this? I mean, that sounds really brutal. I'm not meaning it to be that way. But honestly, they are just sitting back, enjoying every single second of this, and Ruffle have not had an answer. You got to remember the one round they won, they still lost the opening kill. In fact, they lost the opening 2 kills. And what's worse than that is how it ended up coming about, because it was literally a flank that ended up winning it from Kakin. This is just unreal. By the way, Digital, 4 opening kills.
He's nuts.
What is going on? What kind of universe are we in right now?
It's funny. I reckon it's something about Digital and Chalet, because it feels like, you know, all those grand finals Chiefs have played in during the year with Stage 3, Stage 2, Stage 1, they seem to always end on Chalet, and it seems to always be Digital who's popping off. And so maybe it's just something about this map. Rufflecopter are going to try something, though. It's been a long time since they found a round. It was the opening round of the game, and that was when they played Bar Games. They're going to go back there, finally, and a bit of an aggressive lineup as well to boot. You know, no more of that Wamai, the shields. No, let's go Vigil. Let's go Rook. Let's just really try and play aggressively, take fights. And I appreciate the sentiment, and I hope it works, but Chiefs have had so much info, so it's going to be rough.
Look, if it ends up being 4-2, I don't think it's a lost half from Ruffle. If they can manage to find this final round, all honesty, I think that they've been able to damage control this unbelievably. Digital, I don't know whether he knows. OJ, once again, is in a position where he could devastate.
This is a very risky run out, though, and it does come down to reaction time. Ethan was on the rappel. He's still there, but he loses. OJ! Ethan gets it straight away. The finger boost is there. Ethan almost lost that fight, though. That was very tough. An angle very difficult for OJ to contest so high up. But hey, Chiefs, another opening kill.
6 from 6 right now. And it really does just come back to highlight what we've talked about time and time again. Chiefs are feeling it. They're feeling confident on Chalet. And boy, are they showing it. K can do it. You wouldn't.
Well, this is exactly where Kakin flanked last time, right? On the Frost, and this time there's a Claymore. So, hey, at least there's something from Chiefs to keep an eye on. And we've got God Legion hard watching it. They're like, okay, we know exactly why we are not 5 up right now. And that is because of this one flank. So we're going to hard watch it.
And that's just it at the end of the day, Dev. It was literally because of that flank. I cannot try to sell that it was anything other than that flank that just completely ripped apart Chiefs. And Kakin's still kind of lurking around there. I'm sure that they've got the information here from Chiefs, but I mean, to be honest, go ahead, stay there. will continue to chip away at the site, will continue to suffocate the rest of the players that are in around Mez and over toward Library Stairs. And really, this is where Kakin is going to need to either make a decision. Does he back away or does he go for it?
Oh, no.
God.
At least the trade comes through. Confirmed now by Hotshot there at the top of the Library Stairs, but Worthy's going to take the loose ground. They've done some quick maths and they figured out, well, okay, I guess this is all free then. Worthy's going to take it. Kakin's rotated back, fortunately for Rufflecopter, but the Chiefs have taken a lot of map control for it.
Kakin now in mud. I mean, that's a do or die position. You are stuck there. You don't have a way out, but it could also completely catch Chiefs off guard. So keep your eye on that. Kill feed. Oh, Dev, this is not good.
4v2 now for the Chiefs, 20 seconds, and it looks like this may be the execute. They've got the numbers, they can brute force this. Kakin and Wettables. Kakin's in a great position, but if they're aware of him, he is trapped and he is gone. It's just Wet Tables, the opening kill for just about every round this game, and he may well be the closing one. Ethan hunts him down and takes his scalp. That is the half, another dominant 5-1 for the Chiefs.
Another devastating 5-1 half that Rufflecopter have been on the receiving end of. They cannot catch a break right now. We head to the defense, which may give them a reprieve. It may give them some space, but we talk about it so often, Dev. One round is simply not enough to work with. Rufflecopter have to be flawless here.
Absolutely do. It's going to be a roughie. It's a hell of a half that they're going to have. Even pushing overtime, right? For Rufflecopter to go 5-1 in their half, that'd be insane. For them to win this in regulation, they have to win literally all 6. And Chiefs, they'll be on match point before long. All they've got to do is win a single defense round. They're going to start it here on Master Office. Keeping in mind, the only bomb site Rufflecopter had even the slightest amount of success on was Baron Games, and that couldn't even get that on the second try. So Chiefs, while this is an attacker-sided map, we're going to have to see if their defensive setups have any merit. But most importantly, I'm looking at Ruffle here, right? Like, we know what Chiefs are capable of, but it's Ruffle. Can they bounce back? It's been a really rough game so far. Sometimes that gets into your head. It certainly would if I was in the server. I can tell you that, for damn sure.
Guz as well.
Oh, mate, don't get me started on Guz. He doesn't take much to tilt him. Oh, come on, here we go.
Oh, Kakin, find something. Give yourself an opportunity. Worthy has made it back. By the way,
10-1?
10-1!
What?
Double-digit first half with 1 death. He only died in the first round. What?
That is ridiculous. Oh my god. Yeah, legit, the only round Worthy has died is when his entire team died because they lost the round. So that is just nuts. That is ridiculous. That doesn't happen very often at all. But hey, let's give something to Rufflecopter here because Chiefs they've given up a lot of map control. No contest on the library side. A lot of teams these days try and put at least a little bit of aggression, but no, Rufflecopter, they've lapped it up. Chiefs have been forced back. Of course, Worthy, the roamer, was lit up as well. So hey, let's see if Ruffle can start getting an execute going.
This is going to be somewhat of an issue if they can't really start to test the Chiefs. Again, timing was not their friend on Cafe. It may well not be here either. You can see Kakin trying to get rid of whatever utility is on the other side. I would dare say it's mute jammers that were stopping that kind of momentum. Now that they've been able to do so, they will have an opportunity to make their way toward a half wall. But from there, it's really about can Chiefs hold on? Can Chiefs weather the storm of Rufflecopter's attack, which right now, they still have not been tested.
Yeah, and on Master, plant denial is often a big point of contention. So what are Chiefs going to do about that? Well, of course, you've got the gas canisters from Ethan, 1 C4 from Fisho. But OJ's looking pretty ambitious here. They're going to try and clear out this shield. That nade actually gets a kill for their trouble. And is that the first time in this match so far, in this map, that Roffle's found the opener and it's starting to spiral?
Yep, that certainly is the first time. At the very least, Fisho Guy finds something for his travels.
No.
Ethan's doubled down as well. This is where things start to fall apart for Rufflecopter. They need to be incredibly careful here because they've still got that ability to deny with Ethan in an aggressive position. Ruffle need to start to move here.
Match point lays on the horizon for the Chiefs. All they got to do is close out this round. Wettables has got himself an option to get into side, but Digital's found a double. There's only one left. The trade comes through, but there's absolutely no way that that is enough to stop the Chiefs. Match point, and they are one round away from that grand final.
Can I yell sheesh yet? Or?
I think it's about time, mate. I think it's about time.
Sheesh! Tell you what.
In contrast to map 1, where we're roasting the analyst desk for saying that it's going to be a Rufflecopter win, they're actually bang on this time. They all guessed 7-1, and it's looking like it might be the case.
I feel so bad.
I feel so bad for Ruffle, man.
Yeah. It's just Ruffle I feel bad for. I mean, you know, try you may. You are not cracking this shell. Chiefs on match point have been near flawless. Again, I am just going to highlight the fact that only one round is what really had separated them, and that was Kakin's double kill in the first. By the way, Kakin has only found 3 kills, 2 of which were in the first round. That is absolutely ridiculous. When you do the quick math, the entirety of Rufflecopter are only 3 kills above Worthy's individual score. What? How is that possible?
Yeah, it's crazy. And the Chiefs, I mean, they can just hold on. There's no pressure right now on them. There's such a significant advantage that they've already established for themselves. And add to that, like, yeah, it might be an attacker-sided map, but on your defense, just chill out. You don't have to do too much. Worthy's looking for his 3rd death of the map here, if you keep speaking that one. I bet you they're kicking themselves. There's no Thunderbird in the lineup because Worthy is very, very close to death. But once again, is that the 7th time? Is that the 8th time? 7th time. Chiefs have found opening pick. I don't know what to say at this point, Rob. It's grim.
As the penguins from Madagascar say, smile and wave. Smile and wave. Because we're waving goodbye to Rufflecopter at this point. Chiefs have just been unbelievable. And this is the statement we had all hoped for. Dev, you mentioned it coming into today. No team in Australian history have been this dominant. If they can win the season finals as well as all 3 back-to-back stages of OCN, it would just be... It would be a dynasty to remember.
Let's see if OJ can find fish here. There you go. There's something for Rufflecopter. And there you go. If you just sit back and wait for a little while, they might push into you. Chiefs, though, now numbers disadvantage, so they might play a little bit more carefully. Don't overcomplicate it and try and do site reconstruction halfway through the round.
They've still, look, they're still holding on to the main positions here. Chiefs have still got control of library. They've still got control of library stairs. Digital is still at the back of bar. Stock and denies hot shot coming in. This is really not good for Rufflecopter now. Chiefs bring it back to a 3-3.
Yeah, and it looked like Rufflecopter kind of identified, this is our opportunity, go in now or never, and Digital just rotated back perfectly in time. Also, with the amount of damage Dig has done, it's getting so difficult for OJ now. They need to formulate a plan B.
This is what we were just looking at. The fact that Chiefs still have the pivotal positions. They still control the vast majority of POIs here. And this is just not looking good at all. Kakin tries to throw up a nade, and I tell you what, Chiefs have dwindled this time down unbelievably so, to the point that Ruffle are going to be scrambling.
The Lion roars, but what is the execute? Chiefs have so much map control. Ethan onto OJ. Wettables desperate. Hold down left click because Kaken has found a double. Digital. 1 versus 2. But this could still be the end of it for Rufflecopter. Kaken and Wettables, the 2 newbies on the roster, have got to step up. Kaken finds the last 3, and it is not a 7-1. That is for damn sure. Rufflecopter, keep on flying.
For now, they're running out of fuel, though. They're certainly running out of mileage. They've got to go 4 straight just to push this to overtime. What is absolutely absurd about this score right now is the fact that Chiefs have 3 players on 10 kills. They have 3 players on double digits in the 8th round. I mean, does it get much better than that if you're a Chiefs fan? Does it get much better than that if you're a Chiefs player in the server right now? It would have if Digital had to close that out. But of course, it's Digital, so what can you expect?
I thought he was going to do it, but I mean, Kaken just decided to turn it on. Kaken, who's spent most of his year playing in OCL, believe it or not.
Yep.
So credit to him. Stage 3 was his OCN debut, and he's been... I don't want to say, like, he's not a highlight player for Rufflecopter. He was certainly a highlight player back on Fury. He's just slotting in nicely, and he certainly was a highlight of that round just past for Rufflecopter. These boys have got a bit of work to do, though. I will say, Wettables, I don't think it's physically possible to remove that smile from his face.
Nah.
He is the most easygoing, happy-go-lucky guy I've ever met.
And again, like, you know, something we have spoken about for Roffle is the fact that, you know, their 22 season is booked in. They'll be feeling pretty happy, pretty comfortable with where they're at in terms of their own campaign, in terms of their own progress as a team. And I think that they can hold their heads high, finishing top 4. Again, you think about the teams, the names that we've had. You got Wildcard and Order that are sitting below them. And Roffle, what's crazy is I believe firmly Roffle deserve to be there. There's no question about it. They've played some unbelievable games throughout the year. Haven't been the best when it comes to, you know, best of 3s either, but they certainly have shown us. I think it was in stage 1. They went 2 best of 3s back to back.
It was Order and then Bliss. Believe it or not, beating Bliss. Like, surely that's a career highlight for Roffle.
Would have to be. And I think that when we look at their season and we looked at what we expected from them coming into 2021, it would have been really hard to say anything outside of really the top 4. I genuinely would have expected like 6th place or something, but they've shone. They really have shone in all stages, showing that they can compete with the very best in Australia, and it's just about doing it consistently, right? So right now, look, you know, you can probably write this one off thinking that OCN finals are just not their day, but also they are coming up against, as we've said multiple times, the very best Australia has to offer. And I do not use that phrase lightly. Chiefs have really just been the team for me throughout 2021. And once again, they show it when it matters.
That's it. It has been the Chiefs' year. Back to back to back. And I feel like, what do we call it when it's back to back to back to back? I feel like there's a point where we can't keep saying that. We need to just call it a dynasty.
Well, there's the three-peat, right? You got the three-peat on 3 back to back to back.
Yeah, what's 4 then? What's 4 in a row? What's when they win literally everything there is to win in the whole year? What do you call that? We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but hey.
I don't even know.
And look, let's be honest. In the finals right now, we've got Chiefs, Ruffle, Bliss, and Knights. Bliss and Knights going to be playing up next. There is one team that is the odd one out in that list, and that's Rufflecopter. Like, there's no two ways about it. Chiefs, Bliss, and Knights are undisputably the top 3 teams at the moment in OCN and in the Oceanic region as a whole. But we'll see. Like, I think Chiefs are going to have a tougher time in that grand final than they are having here. You know, you'd hope so for the sake of their opponent, considering that Rufflecopter's found 4 rounds across the series so far. But hey, look, credit to Ruffle, right? They're sticking it out, and it's not over till it's over. There's a real chance we go to map 3. I'm certainly not expecting it. The analysts are already sitting down in the couches ready for us to throw to them. But Rufflecopter aren't going to leave any stone unturned. And Boydie says, look, guys, match point against us. May as well bring the Amaro.
Oh, one of the most Boydie things I think I've ever seen.
Here
one
he
of
is.
the most
Oh, I
Boydie
thought
things.
that was into the window.
Oh, I got baited. So, he was actually, I think he was going to go and 6 that and send it in.
He's in.
He's still going to.
I love it.
Boydie. Why not? Why not? Now Chiefs are on the back foot. Whether they continue to be so or not, that's a different thing altogether.
Is he going to get a sneak one, though? That's the question. Oh, no, the timing. It is not it. Can you believe that Boydie just lost that? Wettables is going to go take his position and say, look, I definitely won't run out of bullets. I got 150 in this belt-fed LMG. And I'd like to find a couple more kills because I've spent most of this game spectating my teammates.
Did Boydie just throw that then? Like, is that, what do we call that? What do you, like, honestly, what do you call that from Boydie? You know, like...
It's like, mate, I'm done. Let's just get in there, get it done with.
I mean, I never use the word throw, you know, like it's more like just a bit of a laugh. He kind of sent it hoping something would happen, but like that is literally the definition of a throw. He's just sent it in with no support, no information.
There's a very fine line between bravery and stupidity, and I'm pretty sure that I know which side of the line that was on.
We do have fun with the teams here, especially.
We do have fun here.
We do, and look, Boydie has always been a bit of an entertainer, if to say. So it doesn't surprise me that he's the one trying to send it in there. Now, look, we kind of get to the blunt end of the stick in terms of Roffle just have not been up to the mark here. Chiefs heads and shoulders above in terms of pretty much any facet of this game. They've still got the vertical control in this. Fisho's going to be sitting back with the C4 in hand, waiting for the... Oh, it's actually a bulletproof camera. I do apologise. Thought maybe we might see a denial come over the top, but regardless, if Chiefs hold that vertical control, it's not good news for Roffle.
Digital still holding an aggressive angle. Rufflecopter, one man down, bit of HP down. But hey, on this dining attack, they've got a lot of the ingredients that they need. They've got a lot of lines of sight to get in there. Oh, we saw the bulletproof camera there Fisho's using. Actually a recent buff. The EMP burst can now disable drones. And you can also rotate the camera, so that's something, but there's just 20 seconds left. And there's 4 players from Rufflecopter who've got to step up here. The Chiefs. They will hold on. The plant going down. Fisho guy, he can surely deny this. Maybe not. They come to life. It's Rufflecopter getting that plant down and taking the site control, worthy in a 1v3.
Oh, what has just gone on? I don't understand it. How have Ruffle been able to do that? They've taken vertical control, they've taken horizontal control. Worthy is, I mean, pretty much done and dusted at this point. You could try your damn hardest, but in a 1 versus 3, vertical control still there, Dev. It's in for the books. And Rufflecopter aren't done with this match yet somehow.
Oh, that's why Boydie sent it in. He knew that he had to send it in with the Amaru, die in the first 5 seconds, and spectate Wettables for the rest of the round, because that is the strat. That's how you win. You can't question the results, can ya? Rufflecopter not getting 7-1, not getting 7-2'd. They have another chance at bringing it back. You know, ironically, if Fish had the C4, he probably could have denied the plant.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, that's what I thought they were playing for.
Yeah.
I honestly thought the way Chiefs was set up, I thought they were going to sit back on that top floor and just not allow Roffle to push further than just like the opening of piano or take control of half wall, where, you know, you're not really under threat as a defensive side. And I thought they were going to wait for Fisho just to try and deny that plant, get that information, and then maybe they might have kind of swarmed back over Roffle. But yeah, it's a strange one nonetheless. But good on him. Good on Roffle for fighting back now. And they've been given an opportunity. If Chiefs aren't careful, I'm not going to say it, but if Chiefs are not careful here, this could come back to bite them.
Yeah, look, 6-3 looks a hell of a lot better than a 6-1. I will say that.
Yep.
And hey, 3 rounds doesn't feel like much, especially on Chalet attack. And that's the only thing that separates these two teams at the moment. To think that Rufflecopter would have gone 5-1 on their attack, though, because that's what they're going to need to do in order to push OT. Yeah, it seems like a bit of a stretch. I won't put it past them, though.
No. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past them at this point. You know, it's... We've heard of crazy stories on Chalet, haven't we?
We have. And also you can see that Rufflecopter is starting to play a lot more like they just are taking chances, and I really like that from them. Also seems to be pretty well read here from Worthy, like he's made that extra line of sight into Bar. He's also playing one of the perfect operators to aggressively hold this position in the safest way possible while denying that info, thanks to the Vigil.
I kind of expected that to come from Rufflecopter's side on their defense. You know, I expected them to be a lot more aggressive, playing operators like the Vigil, trying to deny that intel, trying to deny that progression forward to a site. And I mean, regardless, it didn't really turn out to be of any impact because Chiefs were just consistently, absolutely shutting them down. However, I really do like that. I really do like Worthy, you know, being in their face and kind of slowing them down. However, Worthy hasn't had the greatest trot so far in this second half. Only 2 additional kills to his first half performance. So this is where he could really be of huge impact and of massive value for the Chiefs roster. Just got to stay alive. That's half the task now.
I mean, he is being a massive nuisance at the moment, isn't he? He is distracting Rufflecopter, who have made some headway here. You can see finally taking control of Library. Does feel a little bit slow, I will say, because it is going to be difficult to actually execute. They're going to need to make sure they've got as much time still left, and they're going to have to ideally clear out some of these players below, because like Fish, he actually has switched onto the C4 now, and he's playing down in Dining in a great position to deny the plant with C4. There's a lot of aspects of this hold that Rufflecopter still need to address.
A bomb has been located.
Nice from Worthy. Really just, again, like you said, being a nuisance. And it's crazy how much that can impact an attacking side. They've really got to make sure that they dot their I's. They've got to be careful of every which way you can see. There's no information whatsoever on where he actually is. And Worthy, for all intents and purposes, can do this for the rest of the game. He can continue to get into positions where Ruffle are going to have to check over their shoulders. 40 seconds left now. And it looks like Hotshot's going to send it in.
Oh, but there's the denial. Oh, the C4 as well, just misses out. The Gas Babe keeping them at bay. Digital goes for a run out, mate. Look behind you. Hotshot is there. And after a little bit of chaos, back and forth, Rufflecopter have another chance. But, of course, Fisho Guy is there from below. The vertical line is enough to deny that plant and shut down that Hibana player. 3-on-3 once again. Boydie sends it in. He has to have an impact here with the nuke, but Worthy takes down Wettables. It's back and forth, but the Chiefs, a 7-3 victory on Chalet means that they take this semi-final 2-0. Rufflecopter are not flying high any longer.
Do you think they know they just won?
Honestly, can't tell.
I mean, that's probably the least animated I've seen any of them. No worries, guys. You're just off to the grand final.
I think they knew that match was done a very long time ago. Rufflecopter did not put up as much of a fight as perhaps we expected, and the Chiefs have shown that, look, coming back from Sweden, they exude confidence, and they will be taking that into the grand final, which will be playing out tomorrow. Not sure who they're going to play against yet, but if we're honest, Knights or Bliss, Chiefs, happy to accept whatever challenge is presented to them.
Yeah, and I don't really know what to say in terms of the Chiefs. I'll say this for Ruffle. I think that there were many points where they potentially could have turned their own game around. I think that, you know, things like not giving themselves that little buffer in terms of time when Chiefs were attacking, things like on their defense, just not really, I don't know, looking for a fight when you're coming up against what is the best squad in terms of Oceania. I do think that you've got to take those risks. We saw what happened when they started to pay off, Dev. We saw Rufflecopter, you know, the Amaru, whatever you want to make of that. Look, you take risks. You take risks, and whatever it is, it is. I think that at the very least, they showed us a little bit on Chalet, but man, Chiefs, once again, just dominant when they need to be. They need to be shutting down teams lower than them, and anyone that's even near them, they need to be completely squandering any thought, any hope in hell of them doing something, and it looks like they're going to. So I'm looking forward to that Knights and Bliss matchup, because whoever wins that, geez, they've got a tall task ahead of them.
Yeah, but let's be honest, it would not be an OCN Grand Final if Chiefs were not in it. Now, they have had a fantastic, dominant game. We're going to toss it back to the analyst desk to break down whatever that was.
Yes, Chiefs into yet another grand final. Chiefs and grand finals, name a more iconic duo. They are looking really good, as always, as we expected. Sure, maybe we thought it was going to be 7-1. 7-3 is not too bad, though obviously they get the job done in the end. Vinny, we actually sat back down at 6-1. Thought that was it. It's going to be 7-1. Game's over. Ruffle did throw a little bit back, but ultimately Chiefs too good.
Yeah, a few consolation rounds in the end. I think they got away with a few late round executes that they probably shouldn't have won anyway. But yeah, Chiefs were just way too strong. Ruffle didn't look on the ball today at all.
We expected this result, Guz. We both said 2-0. We both were correct. No surprises there.
No, not really. But what was the biggest surprise for me? It's the fashion in which Ruffle got pretty stomped at the end of the day. I don't want to, go around it too much. Just at the end of the day, they didn't really show up. I think we probably expected them to maybe play a little bit quote-unquote default, but at the end of the day, they were not switched on.
You say that. If Cafe had been a little bit better, say like a 7-4, 7-5, and then 7-3 on Chalet, would have that been a bit more of an expected result, Gus?
Maybe, but
I feel like the Cafe performance was the one that I mean, you're nodding your head there, Vinny.
Yeah.
Clearly in agreement.
Yeah, I mean, from the get-go, they looked really passive, and that's something that, Chiefs really like to prey on, and, they carried that into Chalet. They gave up a lot of map control early on their defenses. Obviously, attacking on Chalet is the preferred side, but you got to make problems for the attackers.
Guys, Ruffle won the first round though. You got a little bit surprised by that one in the green room.
Well, I thought our 7-1 prediction was going to be down the drain really quickly. Obviously, it wasn't at the end, but Ruffle did get off to an okay start. But just from that point onwards, Chiefs are playing clinically. And much like Ruffle, honestly, they're playing quite default, but it just seemed like their game sense was great. I mean, Gold Legion on the replay, they're a really good example. They always had a pretty good read as to where Ruffle were playing. They had the systems in place to shut those plays down. And there were just a couple of mistakes being made here or there, even with defensive setup. I know you're highlighting it, Vinny, just from Ruffle, that isn't up to scratch at the end of the day.
Well, funny you mentioned his name, Gold Legion. 1-8 after his beautiful 14-4 on Cafe.
He was tired after the first map.
But Vinny, that goes to show, this is what makes them such a good team. You can have Gold Legion one game go 14-4, then you can go 1-8. But it's fine because Worthy's just gone, 11-3.
Yeah, I mean, we're always going to see Worthy at the top, but like first map, Digital was probably the quietest one there. Didn't have to do too much, but then in this map, you see him getting his 11-6 plus 5 on the entry.
What?
Not his job, but definitely.
That's got to be a mistake.
That's got to be a mistake. Surely Digital on the plus 5 entry. Don't see that too often. But yeah, guys, to sort of reiterate that, it really is the highlight of this team is that, as we mentioned really on Cafe, any of them can stand up, any of them can frag. I mean, even Fisher there, 8-4.
Yeah, not bad for the hard support, and obviously offering a lot more outside of that role. So I mean, yeah, a very dominant stat line there for Chiefs, very much reflecting the first map, and I think bodes really well for them. Heading into the grand final, we saw that they weren't particularly animated after the victory, maybe expecting to get the result, and it was kind of sealed before it officially was, in that sense, a bit of a formality to get it across the line. But again, heading into tomorrow, they're looking good as always.
Vinny, I know it's season finals, there's a lot on the line, $25,000 is it overall, that's quite a decent amount of money, but do Ruffle have one eye on other things maybe in the future?
I definitely think that their focus now is shifted onto something that's coming up for them, which is the APAC promo relegations. And I think this was a good opportunity for them to get some practice in. I think they've kind of shown that their focus might be somewhere else right at the moment. But I don't know, they should be really proud of the way they played all year. They got to this point, and it wasn't the day they wanted today, but it was a good year for them.
Well, that's the thing, right, guys? Really, season finals is about the year as a whole. They had a pretty decent year, Ruffle Copter. There were some expectations, nothing too crazy. Do you think now with the final result that they met their expectations, technically 4th best in the region, if we go off season finals results?
I mean, yeah, but it's very difficult to sort of sit here and say, wow, they're doomed for APAC because they lost to Chiefs. Chiefs are such a damn good team, right? So comparing apples to apples, they're probably going to be versing easier teams in relegations. I mean,
yeah, maybe wildcard or something.
But it was more so the fashion in which they lost, right? Yes, people are going to say they were saving strats, whatever, but they got smashed.
Yep.
So now it's a bit of a recovery effort for them to pick themselves up. And Vinny's, had a bit of an opportunity to scout them. Maybe not as many rounds as you would have liked, but at least something to work off.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting paid to scout them here, so it's good for me.
Win-win. All right, let's go and have a chat with the ever-lovable Digital. Of course, he is. He's money. He is honestly money. He's always winning. He's always smiling. Pretty easy one though, mate. In the end.
Yeah, very easy. In fact, I think we weren't even playing good, so the scoreline says it was easy, but no, that wasn't really our best siege even. So, yeah, on to the next, lads.
Yeah, Rain, congratulations on a good day from you, especially. We've been kind of talking about the problems that you guys had coming back to the country, and now that might have affected your prep. How do you think that affected you guys today?
Yeah, it did. But I mean, the getting back to the country has been, a nightmare for some of the individuals. Me personally, it was so easy. But no, I feel bad for the other boys because, yeah, it was just, it was the nightmare that they went through was, they had to do so much quarantine and all this like other stuff that they got to go through. I don't even know, to be honest, because it's them going through it. But of course, it affects your prep. I haven't really been scrimming much. We've been scrimming as much as we can, possibly. But until we sort of, after this sort of OCN finals is done, until we can sort of take a break, everyone's home on their regular setups, we can sort of get our practice back underway and focus on next year.
Now later today, of course, we have Knights and Bliss. Digital, you take on the winner in the best of 5 tomorrow. Who do you think is going to make it through? Who do you think are going to be beating tomorrow?
Don't know, don't care, guys. That's the thing. Going into this, this is just whoever we verse. We'll try and bring our best sort of siege, and if we can win, we can win, and if we don't, we don't. That's just how it is. I think that's how I see it.
What kind of answer is that?
You've absolutely stolen my question too. I was going to even say to you, Didge, I was going to say, is it the Bliss curse of best of 3s, or is it Knights with Picnic? Surely one of those teams will be disappointed, but I guess I'll have to come up with something else on the spot. Moving forward to beyond maybe even the OCN season finals, going into next year, do you guys as a team have any plans to adjust certain things, go over what worked, what didn't work from 2021?
Yeah, we have a little changes within our team, I think, but I won't reveal anything.
Jeez.
It's nothing major, but we've talked. So, no, I'm just excited to sort of prep for another year. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be good fun, I think.
All right. Well, before I do the usual, I just want to know. Surely one day we'll see you and Vinny on the desk here, right? We get rid of Guz.
I reckon maybe not even Guz, maybe someone else. So we'll see. Wait, the setup looks nice though. The setup actually does look kind of cool. So
it's looking clean, mate.
Yeah, it is looking clean. So I rate what you guys have got going on, and yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll be up there with you soon, boys.
Give us your final shout outs as always.
Thank you, Chiefs. Thank you to my teammates as per usual, and thank you guys for the cast.
Mate, it's like clockwork. You know exactly what to say every time we have you on here. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, mate.
He's a pro at these interviews when you do them so often. Vinny, you're a little bit behind on those, but you're getting some practice here.
Yeah, I'm haven't done many this year. If the loser interviews were still in, I might have done a few of those, but no, it's I got a few to do at the end of the year when it mattered. So yeah.
I don't think that we'll be seeing Digital on the desk anytime soon, guys. Going into next year.
What was that kid? He's looking like Elton John. That was awesome.
He's looking money. They're looking good. The Chiefs, as always.
25k. I mean, you could probably buy a few more of those sets of glasses.
Well, I think it's what 15k for first.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And then whatever his split is, which hopefully isn't too much, because honestly, most of it should go to Worthy.
It's based on your contribution to the team, right? So what, 3-4%?
Worthy gets half of it, surely. Now, look, in the end, emphatic victory over Rufflecopter. We expected them to win. You went for the 2-1. Obviously, you wanted to just be a little bit difficult, a little bit different. That's okay.
Yeah.
Filling in for Manic on the desk.
Back in my boys, but no, they let me down a little bit. But yeah, it was not their day.
Guys, any final thoughts?
No. Very good from Chase. I think they're probably versing a wounded team maybe in that grand final, right? We have question marks over Bliss's form, Knights with Picnic. I think you framed it pretty well in the interview, right? So Chase are in the box seat to maybe get another title under the belt.
Yeah, definitely an intriguing matchup to come after the break, which is where we are heading. After that, it will be Bliss versus Knights.
Hi, I'm Juicy from Knights.
Hello, my name's Dino. I'm a player from the Knights.
Hi, I'm Jack Daddy from Order. I'm Spurker from Order, and today I'll be playing Quick as a Flashbang.
Under pressure, I cope fairly well, I think.
I kind of thrive in chaos. I find a melody relatively boring.
If I was to compare my eyes to an animal's eyes, I have owl's eyes, I think.
Maybe a little cat, you know?
My eyesight sucks. I'm wearing glasses. I can't see more than 20 centimeters in front of me.
I do have glasses here, but actually not for me. I just got them for the looks if I ever want to look smart. Does it work? No, Knight's never really a challenge, you know? I like to give them a bit of charity every so often, make them feel like they're in control.
Clearly just not as good as me and Dino.
I think they're better than Order. In Siege, out of Siege, even in appearance.
Watch yourselves, boys. I'm coming for you. I think Specker's going to do horrible. I'll leave it at that.
Throwing flashbang!
What, is that it? The flashbang?
Nothing yet. I just see completely white for me at the moment.
At least it lights up my face. It's like getting flashed in game. You see the people's screens are just full white.
I see something like a person, I think.
Time's ticking. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I see I think it's a logo sledge.
It's starting to come into picture now. I see, it looks like a person, an outline of a person maybe. Looks like Finker, I'd say.
I think I see Line right there already. Yeah, Operator Line.
Alright, it's Line then.
That's Line, okay. My boy.
That's Lion. Oh, I suck.
I told you I got good eyes.
I see, completely white still.
I'm just gonna start guessing stuff. Lion, Siege.
I'm blind.
Sledge.
I mean, I'll wait for 30 seconds to pass. We'll see what happens. Something's starting to form, but I literally have no idea what.
Is this a troll? What's happening? It's still white, 30 seconds in.
What is this?
It's actually really confusing.
Is Chachenko, maybe? Kapkan? Is that a person? A drone? What is that?
I can see a half circle and it's a flashbang.
Oh, flashbang.
Oh, it's a flashbang itself. That's a flashbang. Alright, there we go. I've been flashed. No. 46 seconds again. Oh gosh.
Something's coming in. Mirror?
Is that Carly? That's Carly. No. Gridlock. Gridlock, yeah it is. I think? No. Gridlock standing on a brick wall of sort.
Brick wall behind Gridlock.
It is Gridlock? Oh, there's more. Okay. Alright.
I'm gonna guess it's Mozzie or something on the left side.
She's got a fly spot in her hand.
Oh, is that someone wearing butterfly wings?
Oh, she's swatting a fly. Swatting Mozzie.
She's swatting Mozzie. Oh my god.
Oh, she's killing Mozzie on the window.
And look, he's just been absolutely squished out there, so poor man.
actually got it. I actually said Mozzie early.
What a horrendous joke. I love it.
I felt I went pretty well in this game for most of them, except the last few. Obviously, I think my vision isn't apparently as good as I once thought it was.
I think I went okay in that game. I think Donna might have struggled with the second one.
I don't think I did too well, because especially the last one. It took me 50 seconds or something like that.
Maybe I should have just bumped up the contrast on my monitor a little bit. This has to be the highest accolade that I've received in years.
Wasn't surprised. My teammate sucked.
It's so bad.
Absolutely fun to play, and thank you so much for having me on. Do I get anything at the end? A pride? Oh, shit.
My name is Marty Koshnam, and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly two sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Captel because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
My name is Mark Angelo. I'm a flex player and I play for Pittsburgh Knights. But what you don't know about me is I love to cook, but I suck at it. I learned cooking from my mom. My mom used to cook more dessert type of stuff, so pancakes, waffles, cakes, whatever. If I want to impress someone, I make sushi. It takes a long time to make it, with the sushi rice, the salmon or tuna. It shows that you're caring about the person. You just put love in the food. But if they don't like sushi, it's not gonna work out. My worst cooking disaster that I've ever had is I was trying to make Italian sausages and I was keeping them warm for the family. I put a glass plate on the grill itself. I went to grab the plate to serve it to them and it just popped everywhere and my hands were all full of blood. My parents ended up getting fast food, but I got stitches. If I had to pick one siege operator to be a cook, it would be Maestro because he's Italian and he would make the best Italian food. My best cooking tip is patience. When I'm trying to impress someone or go quick, I cut myself, literally, with a knife. So that's why slow down, take your time. And also don't put a glass plate on the stove.
Welcome back to the OCN season finals for 2021. We are here for the second semi. We've already had one, and we know that the Chiefs will be going to that grand final. I will admit it was a lot quicker than we expected. A fantastic game from the Chiefs. Rufflecopter not quite flying as high as we expected. We have had a changing of the guard, as we love to say. I'm enjoying the couches. I'm really having a relaxing time. And with me, we have a special analyst, Dex. We really had to scrape the bottom of the barrel, I will say. Vinny back again, but Raven, it has been a hell of a long time since you've been here.
Yeah, I haven't been on an OCN cast for quite a while, but I'm super excited. You know, this is a really exciting weekend. There's a lot of buzz around celebrating the year, and look, really excited to be side by side with Vinny as well on the cast. I think it's a long time coming in a way.
Well, I mean, you of course were teammates once upon a time, right?
Yeah.
He's your old coach.
This is my coach, yeah.
Yeah, so how have you found it so far, Vinny?
It's been good. I've been really enjoying my time. It was a little bit shaky, as I said at the start, getting rid of the jitters. But yeah, it's been really good, and it's getting a lot easier now.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, let's start getting on to our match that we have coming up. Bliss and Knights, obviously. It's going to be an exciting game. Bit of a heavy rivalry between these two teams. It's funny, these are always seem to be the bridesmaids to Chiefs, but what do we really have to say about Bliss, the team that doesn't even play in APAC South? Raven, we've been following them the whole year long. Their story in OCN has been pretty incredible.
It has. Look, they've really risen to a power, and in particular, ever since they've picked up Jigsaw, he really was that missing piece for them. They've added Spruce into that coach role as well, and it feels like it has solidified their position as a top team in the Oceanic region. But it is definitely a big storyline. You know, we are still yet to see them prevail in a best-of-3 situation, and that is where we are right now in a best-of-3 situation.
Yeah, that's it. But Vinny, Bliss in the OCN being one of the teams that doesn't play in APAC South, there's always like a little bit of stigma, right, around them, but they have kind of really proved themselves over the course of the year. How do you rate Bliss?
Really highly, honestly. Like they have 2 veterans in Todd and Shade who really carry that ship and bring a lot of experience, but then they've got 3 really impressive young gunners in Oda, Repix and Jigsaw. Specifically Jigsaw this year has had an unbelievable year.
Yeah, certainly one of the contenders for the Rookie of the Year in the OCN Awards that we're going to be doing tomorrow. But Bliss, while they have been the BO1 Kings, like you said, Raven, BO3s and playoffs as a whole have really been a struggle for them. And coming into the rest of the year, they've got the OCN Finals now. They've got the APAC relegations where they're going to hope to take a spot in that league off of order. We're still waiting for them to prove themselves, right?
We really are, and look, I think there's quite a bit of a spotlight onto that storyline. This is a pretty good opportunity for them because the Knights, in particular, their opponents, have kind of flailed a little bit towards the end of the year as a whole. So I feel like if there is ever going to be a best-of-3 for them to break through, it really could be their opportunity to do it today against the Knights.
Yeah, we're kind of in a situation, we've got Bliss, Rising Stars, Knights potentially going through a rough patch. It feels like this is as good a chance as any for Bliss to get a win.
Yeah, if there was ever a time for them to win a BO3, it's today. I think in regards to Bliss, they're probably more of a momentum-based team, so I think the Vetoes will play into it a bit more than other teams will. If they can get on top early, they'll be really dominant in this series.
Yeah, and it's hard to look past players like Jigsaw, like Oda, like Repix. Are we expecting them to just frag out, or is there any other particular ingredient we're hoping for Bliss, for the stars to align for them to go to the grand final?
Oh, look, I think you know, you're going to always look to the stars to frag out, and it's always going to be a really important part of the game for them. But at the same time, you know, they've got some really solid foundations. You talk about players like Todd and Shade, been around the scene for such a long time, carry with them a lot of experience. You know, they're really there to help steady that ship and kind of, you know, bring together those young gunners. So it's always going to be about the team effort. You know, it's not just the frags. It's about really a well-rounded situation.
Yeah, look, Vinny, you have played this team countless times throughout the year. They're a hard team to beat. What is it that makes Bliss scary?
Well, like I was saying earlier, I think it's that combination of their experience as well as their frag power. I think players like Jigsaw are really kind of tough to come up against in the server. You don't really know where he is most of the time. He's lurking around and getting good kills, and you have like really reliable players like Oda. Shout out to him, it's his birthday today as well. So he's going to be looking for a good game. But yeah, I just think they're very reliable in what they do. Todd's got, you know, some good structure in this team, and they're doing the right things.
Fantastic. But of course, they've got a tough game up against the Knights, one of the most famous teams from the Oceanic region. These guys have hit some serious highs, of course. First place in Stage 2 of APAC South, Stage 1 and 3. They made the grand final here in OCN, but it just has not been their game recently, has it?
No, they really have had some struggles, and you know, we talked a lot to Juicy in interviews, in particular on APAC, about some of the difficulties they've been facing, and he's just described it as a general rough patch for them, something to really figure out and move through, and teams will naturally go through that, right? Like the Knights are really up at the top for a lot of the year, and that's not a small feat, you know, that's actually really hard to do, and to stay on top of your game, sometimes you'll have these rough patches and things to figure out, and yeah, look, it's just unfortunate that has happened for them at this tail end of the year.
Look, Vinny, an expert on rough patches. What can we say about Knights? So they've been trying to get past it for a while. We saw from that roster lineup, there's actually something a little bit different. What do you think's going on with, they've got Picnic subbing in, obviously Hayward won't be playing today. Is that what Knights need to do to try and find some form back?
It's sometimes hard to say whether the roster moves are the way forward, because it can sometimes, I don't know, be more of a team chemistry thing. It could be how everyone's playing as a team rather than just individuals. But we've seen Picnic play throughout the year as well. He's subbed in probably more than any other coach, and he's always shown that he's good enough to play and fulfill his role.
So overall, Knights, we know that they're a good team, but what can we really say for them coming into this weekend, right? Hasn't been a fantastic last couple months, but this is the culmination of the year, right? So we're expecting them to, I don't know, are they favorites in this game against Bliss?
I mean, I feel like you would still count them as favorites, but it's kind of hard to... I'd honestly say it's hard to even call a favorite either way. Like, this definitely feels like a very even series right here. Talk about the Bliss storyline, difficulties of best of threes, but at the same time, you know, the Knights have had their struggles. I think it probably is going to favor them having Picnic in, because every time he is subbed in, they've played a much kind of looser structure, and that has seemed to work out quite well for them. They have a lot of skilled fraggers on their team, like they really do. So having that looseness to it when Picnic's in, there's something about it. Like, it just seems to elevate them a little bit, which sounds funny, right? Having a coach sub in, it doesn't sound like that would be the case, but it often has been for the Knights this year.
He can certainly hang with the rest. Look, you described Bliss as a team with the 3 star players and the 2 veterans. How do you see the Knights, Vinny? Like, what is that team comp?
Well, in regard to if when Hayward was in the team, it was fairly similar. You had Juicy, Hayward, and Dino have been around for a long time, a lot of experience with young gunners, Sage and Josh, who they've picked up either this season or late last year, and you know, they've had good success with those players, but it just kind of turned into one of those deals where they were going through a rough patch and they might have needed a change.
I'm not gonna lie, sometimes as a caster, as a fan, I have favorites, and I've got to say, Sage is a god. Like, he is built absolutely differently. We were chatting to him during the regular season after he got MVP. He went like 12-1 or something, and he's insane. Like, I don't know how he does it. He's helping with the leadership of the team, but he's also like fragging out. Like, what is it like going up against a player like Sage, against a team like Knights? It's almost like clockwork sometimes.
Yeah, and I think Sage is somebody that really relies on his confidence as well. He's one of those players that if you can get on top of early for your opening deaths or something like that, and you really destroy his confidence, then he finds it harder to get back into it. But in saying that, when he's on his game, he's very scary.
It sounds like very much the case for both of these teams. In fact, now, Brandon, I want to get you in. Oh, Brandon, Raven, which one are we going for today? It's so weird.
We can spice it up, Dan.
You're not my boss right now, so I'll call you Raven. We got the map vetoes coming on up, so let's find out where we're actually going to be doing battle in this BO3. Coastline and Cafe banned out Villa. Oh, good thing that old mate Xenox is on the cast today. Hey, it's his favorite map. Bliss have picked that one up. It feels like only a couple of months ago in that Stage 2 grand final, we were saying Bliss can't play Villa. How the turns have tabled.
Yeah, no, look, really excited to see Villa come up as the first one. I agree, it's definitely a good map for Bliss. We've seen Knights be competitive in Villa as well in the past, so I think it should be a pretty even affair. Even looking through to Oregon, you know, I feel like I've seen really tough battles from both teams on both of those first 2 maps. So I think it's going to be really hard to call which way it will go. I mean, looking at it first impression, I'm feeling like this is going to favor Bliss, to be honest with you. But it's always hard to tell what Bliss we're going to get in this series. And even Knights, again, there's a bit of that unknown factor with them coming into this match.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was these 2 teams that actually played on Villa during Stage 3, and Knights came out on top. Bit of balls from Bliss to take that.
Yeah, well, it either means they've done a lot of prep, or they're just kind of throwing it at the wall and seeing or it might have been the ban before that they were focusing on more. So they're trying to go to their best map. Oregon as well is a good map for both teams, so I think it'll be a really good game.
All I'm hearing is tight series. Are we going to get one? Because we certainly did not get one earlier tonight.
I feel like we are. I feel like this is going to go to the 3rd map as well. And being Bank, I mean, Bank has been a pretty welcome addition to the map pool, and I feel like we've actually seen a lot of really exciting games on it, not even locally, you know, internationally as well. Sweden Major certainly featured a lot of Bank games, and I think it's going to be a very fitting decider map. So I do hope we get there, and if we do, I feel like this might be the time for Bliss 2-1 their side.
Really? You reckon they can break the curse? Not having won a BO3 all year long right now? Is this the time?
This is the time. I don't know. They really need this win. I think if they can show that they can, you know, match the top teams in the country in BO3s, then APAC South relegation promo should be piece of cake.
Absolutely. There are a lot of people who are going to be eagerly awaiting the result of this match, but it will start on Villa. Bliss, can they finally break the curse and win a BO3? Knights coming back from a spit of bad form. Let's toss it over to Xenox and Guz. Have a fantastic cast, guys.
Yeah, it feels like it does come down to that discussion as always, Bliss and best of 3s, but there is also the sub for the Knights, right? So it does feel like it is a winnable series for both teams, Guz.
Super sub. I think you got to frame it right. You know, Picnic obviously has
not
something
bad.
Basically more than anyone else in the entire league and can do a bit of damage, but I think the main storyline is neither team really at full strength, I would say. So Should be a close game.
What do you mean? Bliss are at full strength. They're completely ready to go. Just because it's a best of 3, not a best of 1.
Best of 3.
Oh, yeah, don't tell Todd that.
Yeah, don't.
No, look, I think I agree with the desk. I'm actually sensing Bliss to get the job done and to put to bed this whole discussion around best of 3. It's getting tiring. It's annoying. I'm sure they're sick of it as well, hearing it on and on and on. And look, honestly, as has been spoken about in the past, they've gone up against a lot of solid teams, right, in their best of 3. Remember, this is a team that made the grand final in Stage 2 based on their regular season performance. So, yes, they have indeed played a lot of really top teams in these best of 3s as we head into our first map of Villa. Once again, though, for Bliss, it is another top team that they are facing in this best of 3 in the Knights who, you know, probably also want to turn around their own fortunes as a team because it hasn't quite been a good finish to the year for them.
It's almost easy to forget that they actually did qualify for the Mexico major, right? Of course, they unfortunately couldn't attend due to travel restrictions, but it's almost like since that point, they've had a bit of a downward, I wouldn't say maybe spiral, but it's been a lull in form. And I think
a little bit.
The big storyline as well, Hayward, right? What's the go? Is he gone? Or is it just one of those things?
Oh, maybe it's, if they win, maybe it's something the desk or the couch in this instance can ask them.
The caster couch?
The caster
We
couch.
love a good caster couch.
I love it. Yeah, obviously that in itself is a bit of a storyline. I will mention, and I know you said the super sub of Picnic, and he has actually come in many times before for the Knights and generally actually done a very, very good job for them. So I don't sense there's that excuse where you can say, oh, you know, we've got the sub in, we've got the coach in. In this instance, Picnic's a pretty decent player. He's done it a couple of times throughout the year, so it's not like he hasn't been playing even at this level. And obviously then for Bliss, there is that whole best of 3 stigma, which I'm really hoping in some ways they actually just break through it completely, 2-0 the Knights, and say, there you go, there's your best of 3. Because at the end of the day, this is sort of that next step for them. We've seen them in best of 1s, but we've also seen them do really, really well in terms of regulation, in terms of the domestic competition. But if you're wanting to make APAC, if you're wanting to go to that next level, you literally need to win these best of 3s, and now's the time to do it.
Intriguing attacking ban from Bliss, taking the OSA off the board, of course, in play here for the Oceanic Nationals finals. I haven't really seen her dabbled in too much in the competitive scene just yet because she really hasn't had the playtime, only recently out of quarantine, but Bliss not wanting to take any chances, and I think that's probably rightly so if you're not completely comfortable not only playing with said operator, but mainly playing against it. May also force defensive teams to play heavy into impact grenades as well. So Bliss just not wanting to deal with that.
Bliss, obviously, this is their map pick here on Villa. They're going to be on the attack first, Knights on the defense. So this is going to be, I guess, a bit of an opportunity in the first half to see what Bliss have got for us here. And already, interestingly enough, Todd onto the Glaz is a very interesting choice here for Villa. Of course, reminder about the HP Omen community vote. If you guys want to get involved, you can head to HP Omen on Twitter, along with R6 Esports OCE. But a significant portion of the community on the side of Team Bliss, 82% to 18%. And I think more than anything, that just signifies that little dip of the Knights. You know, probably a couple of months ago, this would have been maybe in Knights' favor.
Bliss, they're running the Glaz, they're also running Nook Shotgun and Twitch Shotgun. So make of that what you would, but bit of an intriguing lineup, definitely not on meta. I don't know what the game plan is here from Bliss, maybe a first round rush, something a little bit spicy to kick things off, but very intriguing.
I don't like having these conversations, guys. But there is an aspect of the saving strats. Well, what if Bliss say, let's go the opposite. Let's bring things out that maybe we haven't shown before, right? And just go against the grain. They get the opening pick onto Sage. Oda goes down over towards Brown Stairs. So it looks like that will be a quick trade, 1-for-1. Juicy finding that kill. A very fast start, though, to the game.
Repix follows up on a Picnic, trying to make that flank over towards Piano. Seeks a second over towards Brown, but misses that shot. Hasn't been the worst of starts here for Bliss, but unfortunately Shade falls. Jigsaw looking to make a play up red.
It's 3 versus 3, and we have not even cracked inside of the final 2 minutes. Jigsaw now also has red stairs control. Might get one here. No, never mind. Just going to barricade up. But that's also audible information for Jigsaw. He knows he can probably just push up top red and has been barricaded off. But a quick fire start here on Villa, which I'm not sure who probably that favors right now. The fact that it is down to 3 versus 3 guys does mean this defense for the Knights, of course, a little bit weakened in terms of how many angles they can hold. We'll see if Todd can maybe still find another, but the Glaz already has one.
Jigsaw could get a free, and does. That's Dino off the board. The Wamai dealt with. Todd now can make his presence known in towards Study. Spots one through the deployable shield. That's top Brown. Bliss in a good position, and they have plenty of time to work with.
Yeah, a minute and a half remaining still. They've basically got 90 control They've got red stairs control. I think brown stairs might be in their favor as well, although haven't quite penned over there in a while. Josh on site. I think Juicy actually might still have brown stairs control for the Knights. Indeed does. In fact, shield's still up. But with 90 control, red stairs control, and vert control for the 3 players of Bliss, as you said, they're in the better spot right now.
Yeah, 100%. 70 seconds left, and Jigsaw makes the first move, enters, sees the punch hole, hits the shot. That's Josh off the board. Now Juicy left to try and clutch, but Bliss take round 1.
Yeah, back-to-back kills there for Jigsaw to close out the opening round, which was very fast going to start with. I mean, it was 3v3 with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the round. That ended up being in the favor of Bliss. They were then able to kind of slow things down. They set the tempo from the onset of that opening round, and that's good signs coming into Villa.
Question will be, though, is that a one-off? Or I'm also focusing on Bliss here, or are they going to play like this for the remainder of the match, right? Again, they had 2 off-meta shotguns. They were running the Glaz, which did net an opening kill, but...
What is this lineup?
Not really to be expected. Now we're seeing Gridlock in play, not normally favored over the Nomad for the flank watch. Oda 6 picking onto Flores, pretty traditional there, and of course you have nades on Mav and Finka, so... I mean, outside of the Glaz, it's really not too much of an intriguing or interesting lineup in that regard. I am interested to see maybe what primaries they're running, but it looks like it's normalized.
Yeah, I was a little more caught off guard when they had the Dokkaebi and the Glaz as well, but then you bring over the Flores, and that probably is, I think, a much better looking lineup. We saw, of course, Todd, I think, got the opening kill in that first round with the Glaz too, so if he can actually be somewhat of a thorn in the side of Knights with that Glaz, then and that could be the difference maker here on Villa, and really, I think, just bringing something different to the table could also theoretically be the difference maker in itself.
AVG. Once again for Knights, an extension over towards the northern side of the map. That's stat reinforced off. Util being displaced around as well. Picnic with those Muslim pests can look to deny information, particularly again if Bliss go for a more quote-unquote traditional map clear. Was yet to see exactly what they go for, and based on the last round, it might be a little bit more unpredictable. The Glaz has spawned out south, so we may well see another study push.
Well, if you're bringing in the Glaz, I think study push is just pretty much a given at this point. If Bliss go for that brown stairs control again early, of course, a lot of pressure onto Juicy to defend that. He did a very good job, actually, though, of defending it in the first round. So much so then that Bliss sort of turned their attention over towards red stairs and sort of also 90 along with that, and then got control of site from there. So Juicy actually was very successful in holding brown stairs despite that early pressure. Now that shield's gone already, courtesy of the Rotero drones, and right now again for Bliss, you know, utilizing that pressure onto Study to get that down, but it is Knights that get the opening pick from Sage onto Todd.
Yeah, the next thing Bliss needed to do there, particularly from pressure down below, was clear brown. Todd just decided to skip that step, gets punished, so not really too unexpected there. Now Jigsaw's the odd one out, going for the push towards the north. He'll go for a lurk play, see if he can net anything in that regard. He'll just crouch forward and see what he can see. In terms of scouting ahead, over as well, with those Flores drones, the Vateros looking to again establish dominance over towards brown, but again, with the main disadvantage, Bliss kind of all over the shot at the moment. It's not looking great.
Yep, stark contrast to the opening round. I mean, obviously, you're down a player already. Sure, you cleared the shield on top brown stairs, but you haven't really been able to clear the player. And then Sage now finds a second for the round, takes out Oda. There goes the Flores. No more Rotero drones. Minute and a half remaining, so now time also becoming a factor. Yes, you've got Shade over towards 90 looking down the hallway, but I mean, what can he really do? Because if he has one player swing out from sight, and then you've got the player top brown as well, he's outnumbered. He's inside, actually. He's just straight into games.
Maybe a misplay from Knights gets punished. That's Dino down, and now they need to try and retake.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think Dino was aware of that at all. He just peeks inside, almost just looking for some information. And lo and behold, Jigsaw as well into library. Might just catch, I believe, Sage. Is it? No, it's actually Picnic. Gets completely called out. Still just under a minute remaining. 3 versus 3. Bliss bringing this back.
Yeah, a little bit concerning. They've been given an opportunity here. Shade's playing patiently in sight, waiting for his teammates to make a move up brown. He has that diffuser, just waiting to get it on the ground.
Yeah, putting all of the eggs in this basket. Now, Sage does not have a lot of health either, so any grenade that does get thrown here, top brown, he just peeks anyway into the smoke, gets it down onto Repix. That's a big one. Follows it up, 3 for the round. Might make it a quad too if he just swings onto this stairwell. Shade on site, he falls. It's only Jigsaw that's left with 20 seconds. No diffuser in hand. This will be the Knights getting the second round.
15 on the board, and Jigsaw is going to make his move, has to inevitably attempt something, hits a clean shot onto Juicy, now has control top brown, can't quite get the second though, immediately onto Josh, who will punish him, and Bliss looking a little bit disorientated that round.
2 rounds in a row though. Brown Stairs is seemingly an issue here for Bliss. Their inability to clear it properly. Yes, they got rid of the shield super early on with the Rotero drone, but just couldn't quite clear out the player positioning. Whether it was from down below, whether it was from hallway, whether it was from study, they just couldn't get rid of them. And that seemingly is obviously an area that they are wanting to attack, but are just unable to do so successfully.
It was just bad macro all around. You had Shade in sight, and you're still having 2 players push Bot Brown. When you have no info, what's above? Can't clear it. What are you going to do? You have one person stranded who eventually gets taken down, and the round falls apart. So Bliss probably actually maneuvered themselves into a winnable position against all the odds, but they just couldn't capitalize.
So AVG successfully defended second go round for the Knights, and now they'll be heading over to Stat Trophy, which I would imagine for Bliss, they'll be aware of that. Yet they still bring Todd on the Glaz, so clearly something that they want to be employing maybe throughout the majority of their attacks, at least on upstairs, maybe not downstairs. Lion comes into the picture frame as well, same with the Jackal, so a little bit of a different lineup. I think therefore sort of insinuating they're going to want to clear down below first and then push on up, get that vert control established.
Well, we have seen a trend. I don't know if it might be anecdotal, it might just be in my head, I don't know, but over the last couple of months, Villa has become extremely reliant on teams that are good with vertical play, particularly with grenades, because you can clear things like deployable shields and numerous other pieces of utility, on top of the fact that you can find, I wouldn't say easy kills, but obtainable kills, particularly if bottom isn't being held too hard by the defense. So we'll see if Bliss lean into that. They do have 4 nades available, so we'll see if that's the play. Aided with the Jackal for the roam clear, it might be an option.
And so far, I know it's only the first 2 rounds, but a good little indication of what this series might hold for us. Again, it's early days, there's a lot more to be seen, but I think the general consensus from everyone here in the studio is that this is going to be the series that could very much go to all 3 maps. That could basically, as we love to say, go either way.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be close, and I'm going to contradict myself immediately by saying I think it's because I don't have a favorite. I'm finding it very hard to predict, as you know. I mean, I don't want to flex, but you know, I'm not bad.
You're pretty good at predicting. I'll give you that one.
But I'm finding it really difficult because there's a couple of issues with both of these rosters at the moment. So it's sort of trying to pick the one that's least wounded as Oda. Looking to get quick control in bedroom, does do so alongside Jigsaw. Next goal, of course, to try and open up the wall. But wait, no hard breach.
And so far, good news for the Knights as well. You know, Juicy, Sage, they're looking quite switched on. So, and you're going to need that if they're going to find victory in this series. Obviously, as we know, Sage, such an immensely powerful fragger. Juicy, the Don, generally, it's like the glue that holds the team together. Oh! Jigsaw, though, hello, that's an opening pick onto Sage. A little casted curse there, unfortunately. And Bliss will get the opening pick just as they did in round number 1. So again, this sort of back and forth theme is already starting to develop here on Villa. The only thing is, only a minute and a half remaining. So very much since round 1, Bliss have kind of slowed their attacks quite a bit.
And here's the minigame down below. Todd looking to work nades, covered by Repix over towards China. Now there was a lurker down below for the defense, Picnic. Probably not wanting to make a move, instead waiting to make that rotation. Todd uses a second nade, doesn't find anything. So this play from Bliss not quite working out. They'll have to start manufacturing something elsewhere.
Evil Eye gets pinged out, needs to be cleared out above. And yeah, Picnic definitely the wildcard player here in this situation. Could make his way up backstairs and then obviously up towards Astro and maybe catch Bliss as they push in. Yes, you clear it now, but then are you going to be able to deal with that flank later on in the round? In fact, Oda now on site planting that diffuser. Still with 48 seconds remaining on the clock. Josh obviously trying to deny, and he does so successfully. Todd gets one back, makes it a 3 versus 3.
Now they need to recover it. How are they going to pick that diffuser back up? They'll know that it's been dropped over towards Bricks. That's the defense, of course. Hearing that plant, denying it, and now it's up to Knights to adjust, but Shade gets in on the action and Juicy falls.
Yeah, and that now re-establishes the lead for Bliss, but look at Jigsaw. He understands exactly what Picnic wanted to do with the flank. He cuts it out before it even happens. Dino on site, Kit down once again. Now it's still just a 2 versus 1. Winnable scenario, though, with into red time. Todd, Jigsaw, they need to use their numbers, swing together. No, Jigsaw goes alone, and of course he wins.
This close, Jake. It was this close. He just whiffed that final shot. It was a good effort from the Aruni, but not quite enough. And it's really starting to now feel like a true tug of war between these two. Not only just looking at the 2-1 scoreline, but it's the interplay amongst these rounds, right? Where it's very difficult to make an assumption as to who's going to win. That's quite literally my job description, to be able to set those expectations. And it's quite tricky, right? Clean shot from Jigsaw.
Wow.
Nice replay.
And very much just, I would never be able to hit that kind of shot. My goodness, that is an absolutely clean replay. We get the best of the best here.
Oh, we really do.
We really do. Obviously, though, this was a 3 versus 1. I think, honestly, Dino played this pretty well. There's nothing else he really could have done in that situation.
He almost won that final engagement. It was literally this close. I thought he hit it.
For a split second, I actually think, and had he done so, I'm pretty sure that wins the round because I don't think Todd was there for the trade. He was. I think he was over on the other side.
Yeah, time would have been a serious issue, but wasn't meant to be.
Clearly not, but maybe this series is meant to be the series of the season finals. It could very well be, you know, with Chiefs now into the grand final, for those who missed it, 2-0 over Roffelcopter. They'll be favourites, I think, over either of these two teams, but still, you know, this in itself, I think, is probably the closest we'll have for the remainder of the weekend. I'm hoping, fingers crossed.
Hey, what do you mean? We're going to get five maps next OT tomorrow.
Well, I mean, we know that the charity show match tomorrow is not going to be close at all.
Well, of course, because I'm going to win 7-0.
7-0? No, I'm going to win 7-0. Mate, have you seen my roster? Ooh, stacked. Anyway,
yeah,
Bliss.
They've got to carry you, so.
Yeah, but that's, I don't know. To be fair, that's pretty hard. I feel bad. I'll give them all a massage at the end, you know, for the carry. Their backs will be quite sore. Bliss, 2-1. Good signs on Villa, especially on the attack. Obviously, they did pick this map and clearly have got some strategies for it. The Glaz has been impactful successfully. I mean, 2 kills so far for Todd. It's still something. Yeah. You can't knock it.
If you want to call it strategy, I mean, you can go ahead.
What do you call it?
Another S word that I'm not allowed to say on broadcast.
Todd, strange?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Over towards Wine Cellar, lurking down below, and this has been sort of the play for Bliss on a couple of occasions. They'll just randomly, seemingly pick a player out and say, hey, go play on the other side of the map. Crouch around, see what you can find, and apparently it's Todd's turn. He'll make his way up pantry uncontested, and he can actually kind of post up in this spot, so not a bad little play from Bliss.
Yeah, and obviously repeating once again stat trophy for the Knights, as they did with AVG. But still, the lack of defense down below, vertically, from the Knights is a little bit concerning for me.
Well, it's up to Bliss to capitalize, right? Todd has gone down below. Now, last time, he used both nades. I don't know if he found util, he definitely didn't find kills. Repix, though, does find his. That's Josh off the board, the Maestro dealt with. Ken, of course, have already placed down those Evil Eyes, so will have some sort of impact, but again, quite limited.
And obviously we saw Picnic playing the same sort of role in the last round. That lurk down below, went for the flank over towards Astro, but Jigsaw read into it perfectly. And I think this is, again, where Bliss are more than happy with how this is playing out. They know there's probably one down below, flanking around, roaming around. You've already killed 1 player on site, so now you've only really got to deal with like maybe 3 players on site. You've got 5, you can overwhelm site. Minute 20 seconds left, you clear out the last little bit of utility, then you just push straight in. Obviously, Dino, a bit of a factor here over towards landing, but other than that, Bliss again looking very good.
Yeah, Jigsaw has a really good cross here, and Dino's either going to hit a nut shot or probably get shut down on the rotation over towards site when things kick off. So good little placement there from the Thinker, but this is also a key engagement. If Picnic wins this, maybe Nuts can get back in the round.
Todd's going to be very careful here, and he wins it! I thought for a second he was going to lose it. Picnic obviously was winning it, and then a nice little shot back, and well, Bliss basically winning the entire round here. Oda maybe to close out onto Dino, who did get the elimination onto Repix, but it's Jigsaw again who finds yet another kill. Good start here on Villa for Team Bliss, 3-1 up.
I think the concerning thing for Knights is Bliss aren't really even having to commit that much to the vertical play, and you would expect that to have a reasonable impact. As well, Picnic maybe not with too much confidence at the moment, not wanting to get proactive in that particular gunfight that we saw. Also missing a critical shot there that might have been enough to get them back into the round, but it wasn't just Picnic. I'm not going to pin it on him. A lot going down elsewhere. Jigsaw again posted up in that key position to shut down Dino, who seems to be the only player really popping off.
Well, I don't think Picnic should be down there by himself. I think they need that buddy system in play, because if you had that buddy system in play, you probably then get that trade onto Todd.
It's a free kill on Todd. Make your way back to site, and then they can hold on to the rest of the pressure.
That's what I was basically going to say, right? And then you've established that vert control down below.
I get paid for this. Not you.
That's all right. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'll just move on then. I'll just do the play-by-play. You can just, you know what? I'll give it to you. Here you go. Do the rest.
Very good round from Bliss.
Well, it's all about Knights and their ability to adapt, though, and understanding sort of where is it going wrong for them. Yes, they move away from Stat Trophy, back over towards AVG now, or actually the 3rd time in this half. The other thing is, there's only 2 more rounds in this half, right? And you're on the defense on Villa, which you know, it's not that bad, right? It's a pretty decent map for it.
We just say we're into the 5th round, so 4 rounds gone past. Jigsaw 10-1 already.
Yeah, but are we surprised by that, though? Or do we just
I mean, I don't
expect
care
it
who
at
it
this
is.
point?
10 kills, 1 death in 4 rounds. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive from Jigsaw. To be fair, maybe a couple of those were stolen. I think the birthday boy probably should have got the last kill in that last round.
No. 10 perfect kills.
10 perfect clean kills for
All
Jigsaw.
his own work, no droning.
Such a talented player.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's pretty. Yeah,
he's okay.
Yeah, he's all right. He goes all right. So what can Knights do to get back into this one? 2 more rounds on the defense, back over to Aviator Games, which they won successfully in, I think it was round 2. Yep. Don't have the Dev Marta match tracker in front
Actually, I
of me.
do have it.
Oh, you do
over
have
here.
it? Oh, yeah, okay.
I think his name's Manic. I think he might be feeling
Manic?
Yeah.
Oh. Is he the stat
Round 2
man?
AVG was won by the defense, yes.
There you go. Good memory.
What's it?
How would you rate the Glaz, though, on a scale of 1 to 10 so far?
1.
1?
Well, I thought you were going to ask, what do you think about the Glaz and just end it there? 1 out of 10. He's a horrible operator, but the way it's being played, I mean, it's doing a bit of work, I guess.
6 out of 10, 7 out of 10?
We haven't seen enough of Todd's POV to see if he's actually using the utility properly, actually looking through smokes and finding kills. It feels like he's just been finding the odd pick here or there without even needing the Glaz ability.
Just an eye here over towards Repix, just creeping up red stairs, but Picnic in a position to maybe capitalize. Feel like this is the kind of spot where it all just comes down to timing. Picnic, I think, wary that there are multiple angles that he might be susceptible to. Whether it's 90, whether it's through study, whether it is red stairs itself. You're gonna play on the rappel, and then you got Repix just down below. But if he holds this angle watching, and Repix continues to creep up, it's a free kill.
It seems like the entire attack are in really just good positions, solid positions at the moment where they can mount and execute. They're not really feeling too much pressure to rush into anything they don't feel comfortable. Minute 20 on the board. Oh, Picnic, almost the floor inside, but again, misses a critical kill, misses that engagement. Oda elsewhere, doesn't miss his. Josh, 1 and 4, struggling. Jigsaw hits a nade, Dino down, and just like that, Bliss are able to capitalize upon those positions.
And in that situation as well, regardless if Picnic gets that kill, you're still losing 2 players elsewhere around site, right? So he didn't get the kill, but he also didn't die. It's like kind of like that stalemate in the end, but you still lose Dino, you still lose Josh elsewhere. And now you're down 2 players. Now Picnic's in a position where he's probably going to get outnumbered. Repix can push all the way up to the top red stairs because they've got 90 control as well. And now you've pushed him away from site entirely. Like, the Picnic is not where he wants to be now.
Could still maybe have an impact. Oda does have his. That's 2 in round number 5. The Glaz in play now as Juicy drops off the board. And as you mentioned, Picnic now isolated.
Yeah. Nice swing from Jigsaw. How about another kill to add to the tally? And suddenly, we go away from that little tug of war in the first 2-3 rounds, and Bliss have built themselves a pretty established lead, 4-1, with 1 round to go here in the first half.
Yeah, definitely some meaningful momentum being established here for Bliss, who continue to commit to this unorthodox approach to the game, at least in terms of the operators that they're picking. I would say that in the last couple of rounds, they've tightened up on the macro significantly. That last round especially, you could see every single player was in a meaningful position, and they were just waiting. They would have looked at the clock, minute 30, all right, let's just relax. Let's find the information necessary to find picks and or isolate players, and that's exactly what they did. They're clearly quite sharp at the moment and able to play off that game plan.
I think the other thing as well for Blizz right now, to their credit, is they're playing like a team in the way that they're positioning and attacking these sites. It's not just the Jigsaw show. I'm going to be very careful with that one because I always stumble on it. It's not just the even though he does have 12 kills, even though he is obviously being quite impactful, I do feel like a lot of his kills have been set up by his team. The support players probably don't quite get the numbers to back it up, but they have been playing this really well, and I think really just sort of almost strangling Knights on the side. They're really just making it very difficult for them to even play even close to site right now.
And I know we basically say it every map, right? But we just have to taper expectations a little bit. There's no reason why the Knights couldn't come out and their attacker did the exact same thing. Right? So I think it's important to praise Bliss. They're playing pretty well, especially again considering their op composition. But there's nothing stopping the Knights from coming out of the gate strong. So we just need to sort of sit back, let things simmer a little bit.
Well, and the whole grand scale of it as well. This is the map pick of Bliss. So then you've got Oregon to come. So maybe Knights lose this map, but then they win on Oregon, and we end up getting that series. So even if Bliss do run away with this here on Villa, then you go to that second map, and everything that happened on Villa really doesn't matter anymore. Sage with another opening pick.
Knights win the round.
Has
Jigsaw's
been
dead.
a very, very good player for the Knights in this series. And look, yes, you lose Jigsaw first, but now you lose Shade as well. 5 versus 3.
Really good counter, right? They're playing the Warden in response to the smokes on Glaz. So really good counter there. Todd, again, not switching off Glaz. 6 rounds straight playing that particular operator, and Dino playing into that at the moment.
And that's where you give the Knights the credit for being able to adapt on the fly here. It's like, okay, let's switch it up a little bit, but let's bring the Warden, who, unfortunately, as you just bring him up and as we just mentioned him, Dino does go down to Todd as well, of all players. Rapixo falls to Juicy, who honestly I think has been a bit of a standout over towards like Brown Stairs on these AVG sites. It's been very hard to take down. Has been able to hold his position well. So now it's only Todd and Oda. 2 versus 4. Still a minute 50 seconds on the clock though. Still time to work with. Todd got 1, but then Oda falls to Josh. That makes it very unlikely for Todd. That will be the half. A bit of a fight back from the Knights. It's 4-2.
Not a bad job there from the Knights. They sort of steady the tide, the momentum that was building against them there in the final round of the half, and things start to normalize, stabilize a little bit in this matchup. But Bliss, I think, on the balance of things in that first half, yes, the scoreline, obviously in their favor, playing decently well.
Yep.
Considering, again, for me, I keep saying it every time, but the composition was ridiculous.
I will say this though, I think Bliss getting the 4-2 half very much though is still them being in a very, very winnable position here for the map. As you did say, and as we always like to preface going into the second half though, things can change. It might just be a simple case of an attacker-sided Villa. We've seen that before. It's not exactly, you know, ungodly, uncommon. It can happen. Knights are very much proficient. If Sage is on, no pun intended, then they've got themselves that entry player that can find those kills, open things up, open the sights up. But even then, I still think Bliss right now, they're in the driver's seat. And if they continue to play aggressive, if they go for these spawn peaks, they go for these runouts, Shade doesn't find what he's looking for.
That's a Plat 3 strat, that one. I've seen that
you
a few
would know
times.
in Plat 3.
I'm not that good. I think I actually don't even know if I'm ranked this season yet.
You're probably just gold level now, to be fair.
Yeah, probably. Bit washed. Actually, I was never good, so I'll be washed. Anyway. Bit of an interesting start, and Bliss again flexing their muscles a little bit, playing quite strangely, but they're making it work. In terms of Knights though, I'm keen to see what their approach is going to be in this round. Kit in the hands of Picnic, he's spawned out towards the east, so indicating a bedroom push. Oda gets aggressive, he's inside of Pantry, keeping in mind this is a kitchen defense, but Juicy does get the first, taken very, very low though.
Todd does get the trade onto Juicy. Took a little bit of time, but he gets it in the end, 4 versus 4. Obviously, we saw those Kairos get shot off, but it does mean Oda finds himself in a pretty pinchable position. He could get trapped through that player on the rappel for the Knights. There's still a bit of work to do to get Oda out alive from that situation, but you can almost already see the difference between Bliss and Knights in their approach here defensively. Very much trying to deny Knights that easy control above. Oda does eventually fall, as I sort of predicted. Fortunately, Jigsaw gets 1, now makes it 2. He is absolutely fragging out right now in this series. He goes up to 14 and 2 inside of 7 rounds. Sage literally looking to track him down. We'll see if he can find him.
Nitro does a little bit of damage there onto Sage, but able to survive. Still 1 scan in hand. So when that first mark expires, he can follow it up with another. So Knights in an okay position, but at a disadvantage. Todd still up above with vert control means that Picnic is very compromised. And in fact, will be taken down. A strong first defense from Bliss.
15 kills already. He could have a 20 bomb to start the day. It's on the cards, it feels like at this point. It is bound to happen.
It's time to hit you with the bus. What's the record?
You
have a good memory,
for
remember?
OCN?
Yeah.
I want to say 19. Or have we...
I have no idea. It's a rhetorical question.
Ah. So you've busted yourself as well. You've thrown us both under the bus.
I don't have any idea. I'm not going to pretend.
Okay. I'm trying to think.
Ask Dev.
I'm Dev. Without the specific number, I'm trying to think if we have actually cracked 20 in OCN. I would have to say surely, right?
I think it might have been Ethan. I think it was like low 20s on Consulate, right?
Definitely wouldn't be high 20s.
Could have been.
Either way, 5-2 lead now for Bliss has been established. Very solid defense. You can see the aggression in their defense already from the get-go. Little run out, little spawn peek. At least just even the attempt of that kind of sets the tone already there for Bliss defensively. Now they head over to AVG for round number 8, looking to find that match and map point here in this best of 3.
It would be a shame if Jigsaw gets denied the record because Bliss run away with it a little bit here, wouldn't it?
Well, you just throw a couple of rounds.
I'm allowed to say the T word.
Oh, sorry.
Come on.
Strategically lose a couple of rounds.
10 seconds left.
Maybe. I think that was a good example of, you know, we've had this conversation a little bit, right? How many of these kills are being facilitated by the team and how much of it is Jigsaw's prowess. I think that last defense was a good example, right? Where he had to make a play, he was forced into doing something. He had a really confident swing, showed that mechanical skill, and in the space of a couple of seconds, turned a round around. In the sense that he was the one that initiated something and pulled it off.
I definitely feel like on the attack, he was very much set up by his support players around him to execute, get those kills. But defensively, it's a little bit different, right? If you're holding a position, it's generally going to be the Knights coming onto your position and him just sort of defending that area and playing defensively. And as you said, you know, he was kind of forced into finding those kills due to the pressure from the Knights. So that's a little bit different. That's definitely on just Jigsaw alone to get those kills. Todd with the opening pick onto Juicy, and it just all feels like it's flowing in the direction of Bliss here. Fortunately, Sage does get the elimination back onto Shade, but we have had a couple of moments where we're getting these trades come out, but it's that late round execution where Bliss just continue to pull ahead.
Jigsaw again, key in this round, holding back against this northern push. Now, I'd like to see maybe someone from Bliss back him up, go for a trade, hold down both the east and west push from Stat Trophy, respectively. Jigsaw's going to sense a little bit of danger. The spider senses kick in rather, and he pushes back just a little bit over towards Skull. Still in a good position to deny this, however, and it's going to be up to the Knights to either shut him down before he rotates back, well, they've missed that opportunity, or have traded him out. Either way, Jigsaw now over towards Study, can buddy up alongside Repix.
Bit of information gathered through Dino's Gemini. On the Yana, Todd's still down below, having a very good game right now, 9-3.
Blow it. Blow it!
Does he have the information? Oh, inches.
It's actually a little bit further off than where I thought it was. I thought it was right under the window.
Yeah, I agree. Still close. Minute 10 seconds. A lot of damage now onto Josh. Does make it difficult for him. It won't take much. One bullet will get the job done.
And this is where we need to see pressure over towards Study. Someone has dropped the balcony. I think it might be Sage. It's going to be critical that Sage wins this engagement, but it misses. Sage with the PDW hits that shot. Someone needs to try and retake this position for Bliss, but they're in a 2v4.
Massive round to be won now for Knights with a 2-man advantage. Only Oda and Repix to defend the dynamic duo. Josh is down, so technically a 2 versus 3. Gets eliminated. Sage, though, goes big with a headshot onto Repix. Oda trades. That buddy system does come through successfully. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Time still on the side of Knights with 35 seconds. Plenty to deal with Oda, but he gets the 1v1 with Dino. Now it is a 1v1 with Picnic. The sub, the coach, just goes for the plant. Oda should realize this. He'll start to push, or maybe even just allows him to get the plant down. He knows he's behind bar. He stands up, but he couldn't quite hit the shots immediately.
Picnic now composes. 40 seconds he needs to hold on for. Oda's going to push forward. Time against him, but he hits the shot. It's 3 for Oda, and Bliss now with a match point.
The birthday boy comes through big to win the round for Team Bliss, and as you said, guys, match point, map point established now for Bliss. They are up 6-2. They are looking super impressive here in the semi-finals of the Oceanic Nationals. And right now, it's Knights that need to turn things around. Maybe a timeout needs to be called.
I don't think Jigsaw's going to get the record. Also, that background is a little bit sus.
Yes, I see what you mean. Kind of looks like the logo of Rufflecopter.
Okay. Bit of a weird comparison to draw, but sure.
So no timeout called. No timeout established from the Knights. Happy to play on here despite being down 2-6.
Well, it's not their map pick. They just want to get onto map 2.
That is, well, that in itself is obviously a discussion that the caster couch can have, is that it is indeed just, you know, it's Bliss's map pick. They're going to Oregon next, the Knights. They should feel comfortable there. It's not as if it's like series over by any stretch of the imagination, but what a performance so far we have been seeing from Team Bliss. And yes, obviously you can look at the side of the Jigsaw players, the Bliss players, and look at Jigsaw's stats, but Todd's been impressive, 9-4, Oda with a clutch, Repix and Shade, very much were helping enable and support Jigsaw in that opening half as well on the attack, which was so impressive, that 4-2 half. So far, the defense of Bliss, again, they have just been the team throughout this entire match that has been dictating the tempo. Knights are just always kind of playing second fiddle.
5 seconds to go.
Cool little implementation there of the Kona stations from Shade on the Thunderbird, dispersing them around the site. A couple of those strongholds being critical. One over towards Stat, thanks for highlighting that one, Mandy, and I'm assuming he might place one over towards Astro if he hasn't already behind the desk. So that could lean into Bliss here. They can play a little bit more aggressively, extend out to some of these entries, then fall back towards side and get that health boost.
Oh, Dino, that's cheeky. Absolutely. Repix gets sat down, and that's a nice early start here for the Knights on the attack. They very much need to be on the aggression, and they are almost mirroring the opening round where Bliss's attack made that 3v3 statement inside of the first 30 seconds. But in this case for the Knights, it's 5 versus 3. What a way to start the round.
Yeah, Todd and Repix put to bed, and my theory as well, Knights not wanting to let this one slip away too easily. Juicy.
Well, I mean, Jigsaw literally just walked straight into it. You take it, though.
He wants the kill record. He just wants to.
Well, if he wanted the kill record, he would have stayed alive and got a couple more kills to add to it. What are you talking about,
Too
guys?
risky. He could have won the round.
Well, this round's basically over unless the birthday boy and Shade can pull something out of the hat. Maybe not a rabbit, maybe some sort of win. There's a bit of ping, bit of information for Shade inside a bathroom, but he's about to get outnumbered and probably outgunned as well. Minute 40 left into the round, 2 versus 5. This should very much be a round for the Knights, and now it's a 1 versus 4. And that's it. That's the round. Surprise, surprise. 6-3.
Oda in chat, Josh, that was scary. Was a little bit.
That round was scary, actually. To be completely honest.
It was a solid round of Siege at the end of the day. I mean, it was a really good opening pick from Dino. I don't know how he even saw him, but he did.
Do we see the jigs? Look at this. Oh, just literally runs into him.
Bad timing.
Yeah. Well, or is it just all skill?
Siege is all luck.
I think Juicy's just been able to sort of predict the future, what was going to happen. He knew that. Yeah, Juicy knew what he was doing.
Juicy's pretty good.
He has actually been playing really, really well in this series.
And he's not known for his fragging capabilities. I mean, not to say he's a bad player, because he's doing a lot outside of the frag department, but it's not that usual, very typical for him to be right up there. I mean, 7 and 9. Mixing it up with the rest of the team. But I guess...
what you're saying is it's usually...
Do you want to just step it up? We're in studio, right? You can look at me and see that I'm still talking. I mean, that's the whole,
well,
the whole beauty of it.
You were talking, and then you stopped talking, and then you started talking again.
What I was going to say is Picnic coming in. I mean, I don't want to say burden because I feel like that's a little bit too harsh, but it is a disadvantage for the team at the end of the day.
Oh my God, here we go.
And Juicy now next to...
Excuses. No. Picnic's great.
Talk about burdens. Working with you is challenging.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I think what you were trying to establish is Sage and Josh, usually the two-headed players for the Knights that are going to find those kills, that are going to generally be considered the fraggers. Juicy can definitely get up there, though, when it does come to kills, and as I said, had a pretty decent defense holding top brown. Definitely, this round, this map's not over yet. It's only a 6-3 scoreline. If Knights can get a bit of a momentum train going here, make it 6-4, suddenly that scoreline gets that little bit closer. I do have to worry though, you know, you go from that ultra fast round of last round where you get those couple early picks, the round's over, then you slow it back down again, and that probably plays into the favor of Bliss. Never mind, Red Picks goes out early to Dino, and Knights will get the opening pick again.
I don't even know where Red Picks came from. And Jigsaw as well pops up, so gets a trade back. That's Josh. The sledge taken down, so that's going to compromise a bit of the vertical play here for the Knights, alongside 2 nades now in the grave. Dino looking to maybe establish control red hallway to cut off that rotation, but again, no one really with him to actually apply pressure in towards living. So we need to see someone back up that cross with Dino, try and shut down the danger man of Jig.
Clearly has the information as well that Jigsaw is close by, so that's not going to be too much of a surprise for him. Minute 35 still remaining. 4 versus 4, map point for Bliss, but Knights definitely not bowing out of this one without a fight. Couple on site. Obviously, you've got Jigsaw still roaming about. So is Shade over towards Trophy. Bliss are split up well here to defend, and I think for the Knights, it's just about trying to get that next pick to then have the numbers to push on site and win those trades.
Shade is in a very peculiar position. Spotted out there by Sage, able to capitalize and get that pick. Now Knights with the man advantage, looking to try and hold on. Sage gets
Sage.
another.
Yeah, and getting that information so valuable for the Knights here. The Inox scanner coming into play, and that basically then just shuts down that sort of roam game from Bliss, holding these various different angles and positions. And because they're all by themselves, guys, they can't trade. None of that trade comes through. It's not like pushing onto site and you've got 3 different players on site that can just go get that sort of trade happening in the kill feed. But no, that ends up being very clean from the Knights. Really well executed. Slowed it down a little bit, took their time. They knew they had a lot of time on the clock and didn't rush it. Now suddenly it's 6-4. And they're getting pretty close to maybe forcing overtime.
Yeah, there was definitely a point in that round where you're right, they did slow it down, and I thought, what are they actually doing during this downtime? And Sage did eventually make a play, and rightly so, you know, pulled it off, did a good job. A little bit concerning that maybe it was having to be relied on the Jackal to pull that off, but hey, got the job done, and Knights are really now pushing the envelope a little bit here. 2 rounds away from overtime. We thought that a couple of rounds ago it was probably done and dusted, but they really dug deep. And Bliss maybe feeling a little bit of heat now on their map pick.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Still have that 2-round advantage though. So I don't know how much heat they would be feeling. Plus, worst case scenario is it's still overtime that would be on the card. So it's not really end of the world situation for Bliss. They still just need the 1 round to secure the map. Probably would not want to go to OT though against a Knights team that was down, what was it, 6-2? I think was the scoreline. Was that right? You've got the tracker there, mate. Come on.
It's a very heavy tablet. What was your question? I forgot.
Well, you just completely stargazing.
You're very beautiful.
Ah, thank you.
I got lost in your eyes, and I was 6'2".
It was, thank you.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
I was going to say that, you know, they're heading back to a site, AVG, that they won, but it wasn't in the most confident fashions.
Well, it doesn't matter how you do it. If you get the job done, you get the job done. They only need 1 more round. If it's scrappy, it's scrappy. It doesn't matter. I think the biggest thing for Bliss is maybe not falling away from that early round aggression defensively that we saw at the start of the second half, and making sure that they put the pressure on Knights before they even enter. You don't necessarily have to go for those really silly run-out peaks or anything, but...
Well, that's exactly what we're seeing here from Jigsaw, right? Yeah. He did this last time, played aggressive, trying to cut down the drone economy, trying to maybe find a pick, and he does. Dino off the board. The reaction time from Jigsaw, absolutely spot on. Now we can fall back, continue to whittle away these drones, and that's a pretty devastating start for Knights. Yes, it's only 1 pick. Yes, it might only be a couple of drones, but that's a lot.
3 more kills for that 20 bomb for Jigsaw. Inox Scanner has been able to find 1 here. Josh, though, unable to sort of follow up on it. Still just 2 minutes remaining. Bliss with a 1-man advantage. Knights needing to win this round to continue this first map of the semi-finals. Must win. Otherwise, Bliss will be taking their map pick, and then we'll be heading to Oregon after this. Of course, the map pick of the Knights. Can Bliss finish the job that they've started here in this round? 1.5 minutes remaining.
Sage needs to win this. The timing. It's questionable, but Todd wins it out. Juicy elsewhere does get a trade, and Josh tags the back of Todd, but unable to find that pick. Had he have done it, would have been a 3v3, but either way, that will be the outcome.
And that's now 90 established as well for the Knights, so that's still a win. Yes, you don't get the kill onto Todd, but you've taken position. You know you've also tagged him up quite heavily to the point where, you know, 1 bullet basically does the job. Then you get trades elsewhere around site. I think Knights are in the better position at the moment. With a minute left, you know, Todd's low, sitting inside a vault. What can he really do? Jigsaw is still up, though. So is Rapix, both full health, both 2 players you do not want to counter out. But with a minute left, Knights in a winnable position.
Good nade over the top, but it doesn't deal with the electrification that Claw still standing. So they can't apply that pressure over towards Volt. That means that Todd's position, yes, he's low on HP, is still reinforced. That basically means there's only two ways to get in towards side and apply that pressure, right? You have the door over towards landing, and you have bar down long hallway. So this is still very challenging for Knights.
Oh, Jigsaw somehow gets Picnic, and then he takes out Josh. One more kill needed onto Juicy to get the 20 bomb. Give it to him, boys. Oh, he gets it. Of course he does. It is Jigsaw. Team Bliss take the opening map of this semi-final.
Didn't quite get the record, but still a good work from Bliss to get it across the line in the end. We thought that maybe there was a period there where the Knights were given a little bit of a look in, but eventually Bliss shut it down. Clearly a pretty strong map for them, and that's some good, meaningful momentum for them in the series.
It's not job done, though, of course, this being a best of 3, but what a start for Bliss. Yes, it's their map pick, but they looked so confident, so established. 7-4 scoreline, and Jigsaw, of course, is firing a 20 bomb to start the day for Team Bliss, to start this series. That is exactly what you want from your star player. And overall, though, amazing effort from the team, especially in their attacking half, where that basically, I guess, set the tone for them. A 4-2 attacking half on Villa, kind of set the foundations that they were then able to capitalize on in their defensive half as well. So an absolute amazing performance. For the Knights, they weren't awful. It was a pretty close game. They started a little bit of a comeback, and maybe some good signs going into Oregon.
I think the Knights have shown in that map that they are obviously in a weakened form, right? Picnic is going to be a challenge for the Knights to overcome. It's not just on his shoulders. I don't want to, sound like I'm bashing Picnic too hard, right? But there were a couple of occasions where life was made challenging for the Knights. Obviously, it's not their map pick, so we'll have to see what they can produce on the second one.
I think definitely they've got the tools to win on Oregon. This series by no means is over, although we will be heading back over to the Caster Couch.
By no means a slow start for Team Bliss on their map pick, and well, Villa very much is theirs. It looked to be a very, very dominant start.
It really did. It's no way to really talk about it other than it looked really good. Look, the Knights did come back a little bit, obviously, in that second half, but at the end of the day, Bliss just looked really good from the get-go. In particular, Jigsaw, pretty hard to look past his performance. Yep. It was a very solid fragging effort. I can't quite recall his KD at the end of that first half, but it
20
was
kills says it all, right?
Something crazy. Yeah, 20 kills definitely does says it all.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Jigsaw when we were just back watching, enjoying the show. I mean, how does he always manage to find these kills?
I mean, he's just incredibly sharp. And his game sense is off the charts. I think he catches a lot of teams off guard with his aggression, but he can back it up with some good aim, which kind of makes him very dangerous in the lobby.
Yeah, certainly. Knights, no pushovers, but again, we're not quite seeing that form as of yet, since they've been trying to, play with Picnic and fit him into the roster. Is there anything in particular that is missing for Knights? Because honestly, it's hard to put your finger on.
Again, I think it's just that regular cohesion. I mean, like, they have had a fairly disjointed stage 3 and didn't go that great for them at all. They didn't get to make it to APAC playoffs, for example, and OCN, while they did have a decent enough performance to get into playoffs, again, it just didn't net a result that they'd like. And since then, I don't know, it's just, we haven't seen the Knights gel like we had seen them in stage 1 and 2. Is just something there within their team? Talking about what we talked about before with Juicy, like they're working through some issues, and visibly it just feels like it is like, an overall cohesion thing. Like there are essences of things going well, but it's just where it falls apart. Like if you're not cohesive as a team, it's hard to be consistent and kind of keep that going.
Jigsaw, 2 kills per round. That is just insane. 20 bomb at the end of it. Good performances from a couple of players. What was it with Todd picking Glaz, his most picked operator? That is not something you see every day.
I think Todd was just having fun. He knew Jigsaw was going to show up and drop his 20 bombs, so he just thought, I'll play a bit of Glaz for the good old days. Just go back to the old Todd. But yeah, I don't know. Jigsaw, 4 multi-kills. I think almost every round that they won, he had a huge impact. And I think just on the cohesion thing as well, something we don't touch on enough is the fact that Bliss is like the only team at the moment that has been the same roster all year. I think Knights were the only other roster, but now with Hayward God and Picnic subbing in. And I think that's something that's not mentioned enough, is the fact that they're so cohesive because they've been together for such a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bliss are in hot form right now. A 7-4 isn't the most dominant scoreline, not compared to what we saw earlier today, but I think it's still a decisive win. That said, it was Bliss's map, so we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Knights onto Oregon. Surely we're expecting more out of them.
Yeah, look, still feeling like this could go to that third map, but, there was some concerns in that first map. Like on Villa, just felt like there was that really rough start in particular. It felt like it could have been a 7-1 almost to Bliss coming out of that first half. credit to Knights, they did fight back, they did warm up a bit. So I think that's good signs coming into Oregon that maybe we'll see them be a bit more competitive on their map pick.
I mean, we saw a little bit of attacker favored in that game so far. Is that just like the new meta or something? Because I feel like we end up talking about it all the time. It's just so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's I've said it before, it's something that the teams are able to work on more actively, I think, than defenses. Defenses is like, you make your setup, you figure out how you're going to play around it, and then that's kind of it. Whereas the attack is all about being adaptive. You're kind of focusing on the defense and how you're going to push into that. And I think teams are just getting a lot better at being able to adapt.
So are you expecting Knights to push to map 3?
Just based on that, probably not. We saw Picnic playing Habana the whole map as well, which means that I think there's been a few role kind of swaps around. Juicy was on Sophia, he was going up. We'd love to see the Don go off, but yeah, I think Bliss are too coordinated and Jigsaw's in red hot form. So
Yeah, absolutely is. He might not have broken the kill record just yet, but there's certainly a chance that he will in map number 2, which will be coming up very shortly. One map down, and Bliss are hoping that they can win their first best of 3 of 2021. It's Bliss versus Knights, and now Knights are going to have to bounce back. Look, it's been a good showing from Bliss, more specifically from Jigsaw. 20 kills, man is just feeling it.
Really is. He's on fire in the server today, and look, I think when Jigsaw is up and firing like we just saw in the first map, that's what you've come to see with Bliss, with the amount of wins they've had this year, the entire season. Often off the back of some big performances from him. But, you know, shout out to his teammates. It's not always possible just by yourself. You need those support players to back you up.
It's true. And hey, it's not just Bliss that have those crack players. We were just talking off air a couple minutes ago about Juicy the Don. It's crazy. Like you mentioned, he's not playing the Hibana right now. Like he's on those more aggressive roles and he is loving it.
Yeah, I think he's an underrated fragger in the scene. We see him so often on that really supportive role, which means that he probably doesn't get the opportunities kind of to frag out as much as he does. But yeah, as we saw there on the Zofia, getting some nice kills, nice wall bangs and stuff like that. And yeah, I think we'll see that again in this map as well.
Oregon, historically, I feel like Bliss, Oregon, bit of like that. We kind of know them to be a really good Oregon team, right? And now it's Knights, so we're going to have to bounce back on that. I don't know. I'm pretty scared for Knights, to be honest.
Yeah, look, I think that's you're right. You know, it's been a pretty good Bliss map before, but that always can play two ways. You know, sometimes that can mean that there's some really good footage that you can use to really solidly prep. You know, we know the Knights are a pretty decent prep team. They definitely pride themselves in being organized, being fairly structured. That's kind of how they've been in their powers within 2021. So look, maybe leaning into that, feeling like they've got a lot on Bliss for Oregon and they just want to kind of go hard at that kind of game plan.
Sounds like you're trying to be nice tonight. Vinny, are you going to do the same?
No, I'm not actually. I think it's going to be a 2 out of Bliss. One thing about the Jigsaw performance though, getting a 20 bomb and then backing it up, that's another story completely. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays in this map.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll still give it to Bliss.
Well, Jigsaw has actually had a 20 bomb this OCN season on this very map. Let's see if he can go back to back here. Let's see if Bliss can win their first BO3 of OCN. We're going back to the casters to kick off this game. Have a great one.
Thank you very much, boys. General consensus, guys, on the caster couch is Bliss are going to get the job done, find this best of 3 victory, especially after their performance on Villa. 7-4, Jigsaw, 20 bomb. The storylines are all in their favor, but we are heading, of course, to Oregon, which is the map pick of the night. Must-win territory for them as well.
Yeah, the stakes are pretty high in this matchup. Of course, the winner will join the Chiefs tomorrow in the best of 5 grand final. Both of these teams with a lot to prove, as the desk and ourselves have mentioned for Bliss. They haven't won a best of 3. This is the ultimate goal for them to finally get one across the line.
Surely now is the time. Surely now is where Team Bliss will find that best of 3 victory that has been eluding them for some time. Guys, are you on the Bliss hype train?
What is it? Hashtag Bliss up.
Hashtag Bliss up.
Yeah.
Not sure yet. You want to see a little bit?
If they sent me a jersey, I could be convinced.
The sellout. Let's head over to Oregon. It is the second map of the semi-final here for the OCN season finals. This is the map pick of the Knights. They must now win here on Oregon to then send us to Bank, which of course they must find victory there as well. They need the next 2 for Bliss. 1 more will do the job, and then they can book themselves a spot in the grand final against the Chiefs.
Thatcher Maverick, probably the most expected bans, and as the stats reflect, that is not okay. That's not going to be the case. Apparently, Jackal's going to be banned. I guess last game, right? Sage was running right on the Jackal, so Bliss wanted to take him off. So interesting little counter ban there. I would anticipate that Thatcher's going to be followed up here as the second, but we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. Do the Knights want that Thatcher available? Lean into the MMPs, aid
what
in
about
those
the Flores?
clears.
Don't count out that Flores ban. Thatcher sometimes does get left up, but not this time. I tried.
You doubted me.
No, I didn't doubt you at all. I mean, the 39% ban rate on Thatcher obviously kind of speaks volume, but obviously Flores is also one that usually does have such a strong impact on Oregon. Makes it through. Mirror taken off the board here by the Knights. Heading into this as well, to sort of touch on, Knights are going to be attacking first here in Oregon, right? Which, you know, statistically we have seen defenders generally have a better time. So Bliss have an opportunity maybe in the first half to establish a decent lead. So for the Knights, even though it is their map pick, they are down 1-0 in the series as we see Mute get taken off the board. They are also kind of up against the hill here in the first half on the attack. They need a pretty decent half to at least establish like a 3-3 or a 2-4 even kind of scoreline.
Yeah, I think that leans into the mental aspect of Siege, right? And I think Knights, at least historically would kind of pride themselves in a team that just goes about their business. They're quite methodical. They don't let the emotions of the game get to them too much. And we'll have to see if that's the case, because starting out on attack probably going to be a little bit challenging. It is their map pick though, so there are some expectations.
Yeah, definitely some expectations. I think even, you know, you've liked to sort of mention it a couple of times with Picnic, etc. But I think, again, as I said sort of in our pre-match discussion, is that I don't sense that is an entire excuse. He's a very valuable player. He's a good player when he does come in, provides to the team. There's been times where he's actually subbed in and been one of their better performing players, right? So I don't look at that. And yeah, maybe his Villa wasn't the greatest, but still, I think coming over to Oregon here, there's a good chance for the Knights. Of course, the HP Omen community vote, this is for the entirety of the series, not the map itself. 82% in favor of Team Bliss. Of course, if you want to get involved for our next match, which I guess will be the grand final itself, you can go and follow at R6 Esports OCN and at Omen by HP_ANZ on Twitter to vote on the next series. Get involved, let us know how you think it's going to play out.
10 seconds.
I'm sensing Bliss probably get the job done here. I think it's time. It's been a long time coming, but I think that they're ready.
I'll have to wait and see. Todd prepping a BPC.
Defender is exposed.
Bulletproof cameras recently adjusted. You can now swivel them. They also have an EMP charge as well, so could also be used to deny an early drone. Todd just sitting and waiting at the moment, but utility will be used. The bulletproof camera will absorb that, but neither of these players backing down. In fact, they are literally on top of one another. And Repix, he's droning.
Do you think we could do that later?
Not on stream.
We can have Dev be like Repix, sort of getting involved as well. There's no Matic though, that's why they've only got the 3 rather than the 4. Yeah, this is...
What is this?
Well, this is one I've never seen before, but I think generally speaking, attackers will eventually send someone over towards blue, and in this case, I guess they're ready for that. I do need to be mindful, of course, of other sites. This also means, really, from Bliss, no sort of roam game. This is going to be an easy clear for the Knights.
I've just realized as well, double shotgun as well on a Rook dock. Bliss, yeah, they won the last map with some peculiar selections, but it seems like their taste isn't that bad. We'll have to see how it serves them here in the first round of map number 2, the Knights. Map pick in this best of 3 veto. None of the wacky stuff has really come into play yet though. Knights have been given free reign up above, able to work that first floor. Hatches will be opened pretty soon as well with that Habana.
Minute and a half remaining in the round, of course, for the Knights. They haven't had to really do anything just about because Bliss are all just down on site. Positioned, ready for the attack, as you generally are for base bit here on Oregon, which at times can be opened up pretty nicely by attackers, especially if they get pretty decent freedom to do so. Repix over towards Freezer. He's got Oda behind him as well, holding the hallway. Jigsaw in sight. Sage, we'll see if he can find anything. For the fact that there was literally no roamers, I'm somewhat surprised by the time remaining here. Only 50 seconds left. Not a whole lot necessarily established on site by the Knights.
Classic Oregon Basin, right? They're going to try and suffocate all of these points of interest, but Jigsaw looking to disrupt that flow of momentum. Juicy slain as he pushes forward. Oda's going to get aggressive as well. He shoots to the left, but there's a player to his right. Oda has just walked straight past the sledge. In fact, Josh was down, able to eventually collect that one. Jigsaw with 3 in the round, going absolutely massive. Now Sage and Picnic left with 20 seconds on the board.
Into red time we go. Todd catches Picnic, and then Jigsaw follows up as well for Bliss to get the opening round in the end. Some weird shenanigans to start with, but back to formality, back to winning ways for Team Bliss.
I'm a little bit upset that the blue strat for Bliss didn't come into effect at all, but nonetheless, able to get that round across the line. Once more, it was Jigsaw showing that initiation. Knights, yes, it's Oregon Baseman. You can get away with that sort of playstyle, but maybe leaving it a little bit too late. They were forced, they were rushed, they looked a little bit uncoordinated, and those players on the defense not really under too much pressure.
Only the opening round though. Long way to go. And again, remember, Knights are on the attack here on Oregon, so we don't have expectations in terms of them having an amazing half. Basically just hold on and live, and hopefully you get a couple of rounds. Speaking of living, of course, one of our very much proud sponsors here for the Oceanic Nationals. If you're not sure who Living is as an organization, well, they are an organization that focuses on mental health, dedicated to breaking that stigma. And of course, you can support them by following them on social media, maybe wearing some of the merchandise. I got my shirt on today. Don't know if any of the other boys did, but even the production crew's got some of it on. It's lovely stuff. Get it, get involved. You can get that discount, of course, OCN 15 at the checkout. Get involved. If you want to know more, of course, ! Livin in the chat, and you can get yourself that 15% off.
8 out of 10.
Oh, honestly, anything over 7 out of 10.
It was good, but it wasn't amazing. You can step it up
good.
tomorrow. You can step it up tomorrow.
We'll go one better tomorrow. That's all right.
Talking about going one better, the Knights now. They're the ones that need to step up. Get a map in response, and the first round didn't quite go their way. In fact, looking a little bit disjointed there on the basement attack. Jigsaw, 4 kills in the opening round. This man has confidence flowing through his veins, not feeling any pressure whatsoever, playing his game to a T.
And this goes back to that sort of discussion you said earlier about like the mental side of things. It's probably not something that Knights would have liked coming into Oregon, being down maybe early on the attack. If they can't find even just 1 round, 2 rounds somewhat early on in the first half of this first half, then you maybe not panic, but then you start to question a few things. You're already down 1-0 in terms of the overall series. You don't really want to go too far down here on Oregon either. Yes, you'll be able to then have that defensive half in the second half, but if you're chasing like a 5-1 scoreline, not ideal. Getting around early here, so important. Ooh, for the Knights, and Picnic just gets a little spot there.
It is good info, but can it be played off? Shade down.
Not out yet, though. Just down. Might be able to get brought back up, and then that's still 5 for Team Bliss. In fact, yeah, Oda going for this. Odd watching down below, top of Freeze's stairs, can look in towards security if needed. Just like that, only a minute remaining. Still 5 versus 5. Still nothing really established here by the Knights. That nade could be interesting, but there's still plenty of ADSs. Never mind, they're gone now, taken off the board. Repic still can hold that position. Dino low on health, but still just trying to open up this game's wall, which with 45 seconds remaining, not generally a good time to maybe be doing this quite late into the round. Jigsaw taken down, though. That could be an entryway for the Knights.
No entry point over towards games, though. That wall's been butchered, line of sight that Oda needs to monitor, but those attackers won't be able to filter in. Repic's over towards Pit, and the key position is to try and hold that down. Sage drops Shade, Knights with the advantage.
Oh, Rapic's down as well. Knights have actually done a pretty decent job in at least just sort of wounding Bliss here on site. These nades have been absolutely on point. Oda, though, inside of games. Nice swing from Dino. Does not let him catch him off guard at all. He knew exactly what was happening. Jigsaw by himself at the back of Kids, and that's it. Picnic finds the final kill of the round, and the Knights get that all-important first round on the board here in their attacking half.
Pretty textbook there from the Knights, but an important round nonetheless. A bit of a confidence builder for them. They're able to dislodge that defense with relative ease.
The nades, though, on point.
Pretty good.
Lots of damage. They had multiple downs. Actually, though, for Bliss, they had the dock as well. So they actually got some use out of that. So even then, still, you know, by the time that we saw Jigsaw get taken down late into the round, then by the time he gets brought back up, there's not enough time to try and heal him up. Still, there was one more use in the old pistol, but still, big round from Knights, and just generally putting so much pressure on Team Bliss. And as we know, guys, Kid Storms, it's so important. That's one on the board for Knights. That's a big sign. And Bliss have to go back here. Well, they don't have to, but they choose to. Tell you what, if Knights win back-to-back Kid Storms, I'm starting to think that at that 2-1 scoreline that would be in play, really, really good signs early on. So this now 3rd round, so important for both teams.
I think if you say back-to-back one more time on this broadcast, I might retire.
Could be back-to-back round wins for the Knights here. Or could be back-to-back map wins for Bliss.
Oh, God.
It's happening either way, whether you like it or not.
Shouldn't have said anything.
Because like, if you think about it, if Bliss win this map, well, that's back-to-back.
Okay, we get it.
Okay.
Chat's smart. They caught on.
Did they?
I think so.
We'll
find out in 3 minutes when the delay catches up.
I was going to say, how do you know?
I can read into the future. Knights are going to win this round.
Ooh.
I have nothing to actually back that up with, but
well,
I think the last round was pretty solid.
I was going to say, yeah, round 2, really good indication as to the way that Knights are playing here in Oregon.
I'm liking this from Bliss though, right? They're a little bit more aggressive down below, so I think they're adapting to that grenade play. Will the Knights double down? Will they try and clear this out and then set themselves up to do damage from down below? Or instead do they rotate over towards games, focus more on that wall, maybe even attic, pop that open as well?
Good start from Picnic so far as well, 3-1, even though you've doubted him multiple times today. At least he can prove you wrong.
Yep. Oh, nade, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Sounded like it.
Josh onto Todd. Throws in the second one. Gets the confirmation that he was so hoping to see. So that's another early kill here for the Knights. Advantage here in the third round. They get rid of Todd. Get the opening pick that they would like. A little bit of yellow bus play here. There was an opportunity and still taken anyway by Josh. I think Shay just lingered there too long.
Yeah. Way too aggressive there. Bliss could have reconsolidated their position and tried to force maybe some time leakage elsewhere, but instead Shay gets aggressive, tries to get it back in the 4 versus 4, but just make things worse.
God.
Sage goes big over towards Pit, but shut down eventually by Repix. Things stabilize a little bit, but unfortunately his teammates will fall. 1 HP in the bank. A single bullet will get the job done, but he gets it down onto Josh. Maybe. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of it?
I have not heard of the clutch of Repix, but I have heard of the return of Picnic. And maybe the rise of the Knights here on Oregon. 2-1 lead, back-to-back wins on kids' dorms.
Jake.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, Michael.
I don't know who Michael is. We have fun here.
Honestly, right now we are having fun here. And this series could be a whole lot of fun if we continue in this direction. That direction, though, right now will be Laundry Supply, where Bliss definitely need to respond with a round win. Because if they lose this map, you full well know what is going to be spoken about on the desk. I already know. Dev Marta's going to write it down. He's going to best of 3s. Bliss's inability to win best of 3s. I can hear it from here.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Can you hear it?
I was just listening out. I couldn't hear it.
Ah, you couldn't hear it. Okay.
I don't have very good hearing though.
That's okay.
Has to go to 3 though, right?
I hope so.
So do I. So do I.
It's been a good showing though from the Knights here on Oregon. Picnic very much standing up. Sage, so important again, as always. Josh is very much someone that needs to be getting involved. He opened it up with that kill onto Todd with the nades. Just gave them that sort of entry point. That one-man advantage, and then they just basically surged onto site, and it was all too easy for the Knights in the end.
5 seconds left.
Down to Laundry Supply we go here for the 4th round. And Bliss, of course, in that opening round had that very interesting tactic, Guz, one that I've never seen before.
The 3-man pyramid, I think, is the official strat name.
3-man triangle.
Yep.
Not sure if they'll be repeating that one. I'd like to see some sort of pressure above here rather than just a 5-man hold down below. At least even maybe some sort of like backstairs peek. That's something. Don't have to go on like the hard roam, but I just felt like in the opening round it was all too easy for the Knights. Yet still Bliss won the round anyway.
The Knights, of course, with 9 drones still remaining, so they're not going to take any chances, able to drone ahead. Yana as well. Sage can use those clones to scout ahead and ensure that above is indeed clear, which by most accounts is. That said, Big Tower, I'm seeing some outlines, I'm seeing some action. Todd and Jigsaw working together, but I don't think Todd's really going to find much unless Picnic makes an ill-advised rappel in, but I don't think that's going to be the play, and Todd falls off anyway.
Nothing from Sage there, but again, this is what you want to see from Bliss. At least, even though Oda does go down, I don't mind it. Right, you just need to be providing something that at least buys time, and yeah, Oda does die there, and he doesn't really get anything for it, except time. I mean, there's a minute and a half remaining, and at least you've just kind of stalled him out slightly. It's not the worst result for Team Bliss. In the end, the goal would have been at least get 1 for 1. And deny the time, and that would have been technically a win for Bliss, but really well played from the Knights to flush out Oda, have that man advantage, now pushing down into basement. That is so important on a site like this.
Knights did get stalled out. Last time they attempted to attack this side, it was Jigsaw, who's been a little bit quiet in the last couple of rounds. That was the one to step up in that particular round.
5-2!
Before that, he got the kills before that. Anyway, stop interrupting my point. Juicy and Josh now journeying forward and looking to correct their wrongs from that earlier push. That's critical information that they can use in the remainder of this round. 40 seconds still remaining. Juicy with that diffuser in hand. So expect him to try and get in deep over towards Laundry, get that plant down. Now we might see a back push as well over towards the stairs, but Todd's monitoring that too. So yes, Bliss are at the main disadvantage, but it's up to the Knights to really kickstart things quickly here.
Bit of a Laundry and Freezer push here from the Knights. With that man advantage, this is the perfect way to sort of just find at least one more kill. Talk about forcing Jigsaw away. Has the Doc to heal him back up, which is so important, because I think he would have actually gone down there. And because of the Doc, he stays up, he stays alive, he gets the kill onto Josh. Suddenly now just turns into a bit of a brawl fest down below here in basement. 1-for-1 trades literally everywhere on the map. Now Todd in 1 versus 2. Still playable towards Freezer, but time, of course, has beaten the Knights here. Well played defensively by Bliss. Despite the one-man disadvantage, they were still able to do exceptionally well in the trade game there. But time was again just such an issue for Knights attacking basement. And it goes back to Oda as well. That's a part of it. Yes, Oda died upstairs, but still, that time became a factor.
It was a very similar story, I think, to Knights' last attack. Now, different outcome, as it was time that definitively was the result of that round. But much like the previous attempt, it was just left a little bit too late, I think. They did find really good information. I think the Knights had a good read. They had the man advantage, but you sort of mix in the chaos of all those trades and Bliss clearly having pretty good, sharp communication as well to hit those trades despite being at the disadvantage. I think the Knights, part of me, were the ones that were outclassed in that particular push. I can't even get my words out at the moment. I think
Sorry, mate.
I'm already trying to get into fill mode, but we can relax a little bit now.
Yeah, Knights relaxing a little bit here as well. Just a bit of a technical issue here in the moments of this second map. Knights not stressing there. They're not worrying. They're looking much better here on Oregon than first map. Very winnable, honestly, for them so far from what we've seen. I mean, if we generally would look at an attacking half on Oregon, 3-3 would be, I think, a good result. 2-4 would be that sort of par for the course.
It's the Don!
There is the Don. He is good.
He's actually been quite good today.
He has actually been very good, yeah.
Beard's looking as strong as ever.
He's such a consistent player as well. The Knights as a team, obviously they need everyone clicking on all cylinders, and Sage, while he's been his usual fragging self,
doesn't have as strong of a Beard game. It's a bit like Dev Mara.
I don't think he's got a Beard game at all.
Yeah.
Actually, Dev's got a little bit of stubble going on at the moment.
Does he?
You haven't noticed it?
No.
Bit of 5 o'clock shadow. It's there.
Does it make him look a little bit older?
Yeah. So in some ways, yeah.
He is an old soul.
He looks a little bit more established as a gentleman. I like it. It suits him. So 2-2 here, of course, on a second map of this best of 3 series. Bliss were far too good on Villa. Here on Oregon, it is the map pick of the Knights. So they've already got 2 attacking rounds. I think that in itself is already at least a tick on the board. Anything from here is probably a bonus. You would have been hoping, maybe even in some ways expecting 2 rounds here on the attack. You've got that already. 2 more rounds to go. Go back up to Kids Storms, which they have won twice. This is the only site they've actually won, but Bliss really sending it back here again. Clearly not wanting to play Kitchen Mid.
Yeah, aggressive lineup. Again here from the defense. Warden in play, Thunderbird for heals. We also have Shade playing Ala Shotgun with deployable shield on top of that. So a couple of positions he might be able to hold. You've got the pit chop, for example, double window. You can play top white. I mean, the list is pretty lengthy in terms of where that shotgun could be effective. Jigsaw as well, prepping himself over towards the main door. Maybe looking for something sneaky. If he can take a hard breach off the board, that'd be huge.
I mean, I think any player here would be huge, just getting that sort of lead established early on into the round.
I thought that was a player. It was a drone.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Actually, no. It was a player.
There is a player.
It was Dino. It was Dino. Okay. I got double tripped out.
We think back to sort of the last round here for Kids. Oh! Nitrocell from Jigsaw, never mind. I was going to actually say, you know, the opening pick with the nade was sort of what opened things up for the Knights, but in this case, it's the Nitrocell that opens things up for Bliss.
Josh.
They get the early man advantage. What is going on there? Todd and Josh. I don't think Josh even won that. He just kind of tripped over and his opponent was dead.
You can't lose that. You can't lose that, Todd. Come on. What was that?
They both almost lost it. And
They both should have died.
Probably would have been a more fair result. Still makes it 4 versus 4, despite Josh being low. Still, that's the sledge on the board. He's still got another nade. He can have an impact on the round. Shade, does he get a little bit overzealous here in games? No, he'll hold there for now. Minute and a half remaining.
Flash out.
Dino with a flash.
It's full white as well.
Dino doesn't get the kill though. Follows it up with a second. That might do the job, but well positioned there from Shade, I was going to say. But then he does a 180 and gets taken down.
I don't think he needs to repick that. Got out of that position. Peeks it anyway. Fortunately, Rat picks over towards Showers and Picnic there to trade. Just quietly 7-1 for Picnic.
Yeah, jeez. Maybe he was watching the stream. I'm really sorry, Pick. I made him angry.
You doubted him, and he's been able to rise to the occasion as the Knights are here on Oregon. Just under 1 minute remaining. And I think their time management as well for Kid Storm's been a lot better than Basement.
Jigsaw, this is where he needs to go big. Bolton finds one, but he doesn't get the second. Juicy 2 sharp. Now Oda in the 1v2.
The birthday boy find a clutch here. Juicy, just go for the point. He's got the information on the player at top white. Picnic does not lose those. 8-1 for Picnic. The super sub going big here on Oregon. Little sidestep and then just catches Oda. Knights get their third round here in the first half. An attacking half here on Oregon. They've got one more round to maybe establish a very dominant 4-2 attacking half. They're looking very good on their map pick.
Started off well for Bliss. Bit of a blip on the radar there, unfortunately, for Todd, as the Knights began to suffocate side. They did a pretty traditional push, able to, establish those angles. Jigsaw once again disrupting the flow, but Picnic, for the Knights, having such a strong map so far and hits a critical kill on the swing there. Honestly, Oda on the balance of everything probably should have won that. But Picnic just looking really, really strong at the moment. I think he may have seen the elbow first. That probably helped a little bit, but 8-1, you can't argue with that.
And also, I think at this point, this is... I'm surprised Bliss didn't actually go kitchen meeting a little earlier after Knights already won the first 2 rounds. But in this case, this is finally something that they're going to shift over to now after losing 3 rounds of Kids Dorms. So finally, Bliss will switch it up. We'll see if it does find success for them. But I guess if they avoided it this long, maybe they themselves not too comfortable with this site. This can be another opportunity for the Knights to maybe find yet another round.
Pretty intrigued to see how this round plays out, the final of the half. So, what are Bliss going to throw at their opponents this time? They've been a little bit experimental with what they've been willing to try. Cheeky little Vault Cam out towards the south, can watch front door. Gen Repel over towards bus as well. So, a lot of information potential there. If the Knights do not find that particular camera, they probably won't. Josh! He missed the first bullet, but follows it up nicely onto Todd.
And again, this has been now a bit of a theme, a common theme for the Knights on their attack, is the ability to get these opening picks. So important on a map like Oregon as well, where generally at times it can actually go the other way around and get those early picks as defenders and then sort of go back to site. Knights have been able to establish these early round advantages, and have done a very good job, of course, of executing that in the late round as well. Now it feels like the onus is on Bliss. Get something back here over the next minute or so. And of course, who do you go to? It's Jigsaw. He's up to 10. He cracks double digit. The next best player has 2. Such
Sage
a difference. Jigsaw, Sage just walks straight past him. And now Bliss all of a sudden find themselves with the man advantage.
You see over towards rear stage working the wall. He'll be able to open that up. So the Knights still have an opportunity to get back in towards this round, but this breach being watched very, very carefully from Bliss. They know where this push is coming from. All 3 attackers in the tower. The C4 clips the reinforcement, doesn't go through. Now Juicy and Dino can re-establish themselves with that information.
Well, I was going to say Shade still has a Nitrocell as well, but he's down below at the moment. So unless he can somehow rotate back over towards this meeting position, I'm not sure if he's going to want to throw it up backstairs when most likely
to the hatch.
maybe late round. Yeah,
could be a play.
Could definitely be a play. You could just sort of watch down below and then keep that hatch control in the favor of Bliss, especially with that extra player advantage. Even better for Bliss at the moment. They know that they're basically all just sort of huddled around here at Big Tower. Drone goes in for a bit of info. Actually got quite a lot of information. Oda struggling a little bit with that drone, but yeah, I think Shade being down below is so vital. And Picnic now 9-1. He's looking for double digits. It's the Picnic versus Jigsaw show at the moment.
Who's going to reign supreme though, round number 6? Things looking good for Bliss.
Oh, the ping.
Information could be a big nade.
We follow it. It's just gone a little bit over the back of Jigsaw. He can hold that position for a little bit longer. Only 25 seconds remaining. And at this point, time now a factor as well to be considered. Remember, at any moment, Shade can just push up backstairs and flank him behind. Picnic, there is 10-1, but as he does push up behind, no one is watching. Juicy gets taken down. Nitrosol shouldn't even really be needed here. Shade clutches up, gets the double to close it. Great positioning, great play, and a great first half.
Good ending there for Bliss. Shade had a quiet match up until that point. I think that may have actually been his first 2 kills of the map in its entirety, but 2 critical ones on the flank, able to secure that round for Bliss. A 3-3 half. We thought that Knights, they got 2 attacks, maybe that was the pass mark, but I think things probably could have been even better if they tied it up a little bit there in that first half.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you on that one, Cuz. And you know, at times I do disagree with you.
You like to disagree with me.
Yeah, but in this case, I will agree with you.
Thank you.
3-3 half as well. It's not impossible to see and to envision Bliss playing 3 attacking rounds either. So I would honestly at this point not be surprised to be seeing overtime on the cards in our second map here of this semi-final. On the flip side though, Knights have been very good, and we probably need to see a little bit more here in the second half. Is maybe there's somewhat of a not attacker-sided Orchid, but maybe that kind of 50-50 nature of it, where basement's going to be very difficult to sort of take the attackers, but then the other sites maybe are going to be opened up for them.
And now we're going to see Ocean play. Banned in the first map by Bliss, but instead opting for the counterban onto Sage with the Jackal in map number 2. So we're going to have to see whether or not the Knights can deal with that. Of course, it's, Bliss allowing it through on this occasion, now leading into it, which is an interesting storyline within itself.
Definitely one as well, I think, for Kid Storms more than any of the other sites, where I think you could probably see it having a strong impact. Just my first time really seeing it in a competitive play since it's been able to sort of be available. So I'm intrigued as well to see how it does play out here through Shade. Of course, all eyes on Jigsaw, up to 12-5-1 now, again following his 20 bomb on Villa in the first map. But Picnic as well been so immense for the Knights. And it's sort of why I was referencing his ability to really stand up and even be considered one of the better players for the Knights when he does sub in. Well, Shade basically playing like a Monty here.
Talon shield up. Very, very challenging for the defense to counter this unless they hit the feet. Or an impact nade, also a decent alternative. Does 50 HP's worth of damage at least, if not a little bit more because of the armor there on Shade. It's been a slow round though, so far. Still 90 seconds available, and neither team has made a massive move yet.
Yeah, and that means though it's probably, I think, better on Knights. Even just getting that damage onto Shade now means he can't quite make that same sort of play. Plenty of nades on the side of Knights, so if he even elects to try and push forward with the shield again, probably just another nade to the feet, and that will be the end of him. So I think that play now has been disintegrated. The win for the Knights, a small one, but a win nonetheless. And now, obviously, for Jigsaw, as much as you want to see him roaming around fragging, he needs now to get to work on this game's wall. So suddenly, he's not able to probably find kills over the next 30 seconds or so. This is shaping up to be maybe a really good Dorm sort of defense here for the Knights. Oh, it doesn't make it out alive. The Osa proving to not be all that effective in the end. That's an opening pick for the Knights, looking good here defensively.
Diffuser on the deck as well. Repix with a good position, double window, and Todd on the Gen Repel. So they have decent spots. Pandalas will pop out, but I don't think Bliss can really capitalize upon that. That said, Jigsaw over towards Games Wall does drop Dino, stabilizing things a little bit. But now, time is very critical. Sage able to get 2. That's 3 in the round. 2 from that position, of course, and the Diffuser once more juggled onto the ground.
Yeah, and Repix just giving up on that big window, and he just jumps down over towards Small Tower, but he's going to be a little while before he can basically push over to, say, top white, which is where Picnic is holding at the moment. Does get caught out. Was expecting the push to be on site. A little bit of a new angle now established for Team Bliss. At the very least, though, they are still down a player into red time. It's now a quad for Sage. Josh will finish off the round, denies the ace, but it's a round win for the Knights. Again, they take Kid Storms. It is the important side after all, and they are winning it convincingly.
Yeah, I thought Bliss actually had decent positions, right? Double window, they had Gen Repel, the Candelas, still a bit of chaos into the mix, and Bliss really just needed to trade it out. But Sage stepped up. He was in that key position over towards Games Wall. Now you would anticipate him to probably get 1 in that position, but he doubled down. Didn't get traded. Bliss falling apart a little bit there in their first attack.
It just gets a little bit tense, doesn't it now? 4-3 scoreline. Yes, Bliss won their opening map on Villa. It was their map pick. Oregon, though, proving to be a little bit more difficult. Knights looking great. Now on the defense as well, and honestly, played that round pretty well, all things considered. The OSA was an intriguing experiment, but an experiment that didn't work out.
Social experiment gone wrong.
Some would say.
If it was a YouTube video from like 2013.
It was just a prank, bro.
Yeah, that was a bit of a meme with the talent shield. It did a little bit. You can use it to sort of scout ahead, and I think it's going to be more commonly seen in roam clears, for example, where it's like a hybrid blitz with a shield, with a gun rather, but didn't really work out there. And I think it was a little bit ambitious of Shay to try and mount it on the floor because a single impact was enough to down him, and that was the first of many kills for Sage. So we're not going to see the OSA backed up in the second attack for Bliss. Instead, a little bit more standard. I'm really looking at Repix on the Ying. I forgot her name there for a second. I want to see those Candelas really have an impact, because in the last round it could have, but it didn't really get lent into enough.
To be fair, we don't see a whole lot of Ying over the last couple of months or so.
We see a bit of it on Oregon though, so
yeah, every now and then.
It was very poor of me.
That's okay, I forgive you. You know, I make mistakes sometimes as well. It happens to all of us.
Yeah, a lot.
Now, is this going to be a bit of an aggression push from Bliss through blue bunker?
Aggressive, not aggression.
Okay.
You do make mistakes.
See, I told you. Look, honestly, I feel good that I can fumble with you together. Yeah, me and you.
Yep.
Fumbling our way.
Repix and Picnic exchange details over towards through stage, but nothing comes of it.
Oh, peek it. You won't. Will.
Oh, Picnic peaks.
Oh, Picnic. He is playing so well at the moment here on Oregon. 11-3, looking so comfortable. I'm liking the defense from the Knights. Yes, Bliss are a little bit more focused on sight, especially over towards backstairs, the push through blue bunker as well. But Knights very much establishing a lot of players up above and really playing off of meeting here, which a complete difference to Bliss on the defense. In response though, Bliss going more so for that horizontal take, pushing straight onto site.
The rotation down the hatch there from, I think it may have been Dino on the Kayi. Elsewhere though, Chaos and Twos. Repix gets one back, evens out the man count temporarily. Josh responds though onto Oda, who's been having a rough one so far.
Pillar control established, still a player inside of Freeze over towards Laundry as well for the Knights. So they've got the numbers covered. They've still got that man advantage. They all line up for Sage, but Repix goes big! Triple kill in the round. Juicy up close with the shotgun though. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2, but Shade, nice little swing. Repix gets himself a quad.
Who was it? What did I say? What did I say, Jake?
You said Repix. You did say Repix. That's why you're the best color caster in the business. No cap.
I think that was a bit of a cap.
Is it really though?
He didn't even use that Candelas. That was the main talking point. It was more so just rush in, use the LMG, hold down left click and find picks.
Just shoot people. Yeah, that's sometimes all you got to do. It's just too easy for Repix. 4-4 scoreline. Big round win for Bliss, especially it being down in Laundry Supply. Repeat, they're on the cards for Knights, so they will be heading back down to basement. Be shore up the defense. I think the biggest takeaway from me, Guz, was Knights putting such an emphasis on defending meeting, and Bliss just saying, all right, we don't care.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Electrified the walls, they had the hatch for the rotation, and even then, when Dino did drop down the hatch, he got completely obliterated.
I feel like that may have been a key mistake. What could have happened if Dino stayed there for a little bit longer?
True.
Who knows? We'll never know.
Did they maybe just feel the pressure of that oncoming push and think, we just need extra numbers on site?
Yeah. We need bodies.
We need bodies.
We need to soak up these bullets coming out of Rekix's LMG.
Can't imagine it would have had that much of an impact. I think Repix did a lot of his work, especially over towards, say, Freeze's side.
Yeah.
So I
think it would have been rough.
Yeah, I don't think it would have changed maybe too much. If anything, had he been able to maybe drop a little bit earlier, for instance, maybe that would have been a better play. But still, I like sort of the adaptation there from Blitz. It's like, okay, we see the electrified walls, we see meeting clearly being that defensive hold. We're just going to ignore it, and we're going to just make sure we don't play into it. Like, we don't play off of that sight line that hatch is going to establish for them.
Now, the one thing that did go critically wrong in the last attack, despite Bliss winning the round, was Jigsaw dying. It really hampered their ability to get breach potential in towards blue and create that really powerful cross that separates the two sites from that connecting rotation. So if Jigsaw can stay alive and work that wall even just a little bit, which he's probably going to do quite quickly, Bliss are going to be in an even better position compared to last round.
5 drones remaining.
That's not great.
That's, yeah, with what, 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining.
That's really brave from Jigsaw. He just needs to get in and work the wall. I wouldn't be taking these sorts of engagements.
Oda struggling to get involved at the moment. Speaking of being involved, Picnic, of course, has been so important here for them in Oregon for the Knights down at the moment, but I don't think in a position maybe to get finished off.
I have no idea where that is. I know where this is,
never
though.
mind. This is going to be an easy kill for Shade. Dino had no idea. Picnic does actually get eliminated by the nade of Jigsaw, so that's going to be Bliss now with a 2-man advantage, and suddenly, again, Laundry Supply just looking way too easy for them to open up. And honestly, Bliss, despite even winning the last round, they adapted again. They actually then pushed over towards Meeting and tried to flush out that position. It has worked out well for them, forcing Josh down Laundry. They've now got upstairs control, minute and a half, so good timing. They've got pillar control. They've got everything. Even got elbow.
Not looking good for Knights. It's going to take a miracle play. Someone. It's probably going to have to be Shade to step up over towards Freezer, but with all of those angles trained on that cross, it's almost impossible for Knights to win this round.
Player inside of Freeze is probably the biggest importance here to get rid of. Oda even pushing up this corridor and gets into a position to catch off Sage, and that's basically the round over. Rapix down, but I don't think Juicy's going to win a 1v5. He got one. Not a bad job from the Don, but ultimately well played from Bliss, and Laundry Supply has just been all too easy for them.
2 straight.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll see the Knights go back. They went from bad to worse, really. That was an even more convincing win.
You want a fun fact?
I'm always down for a fun fact.
The only site that Knights have won so far in this entire map has been Kid Storms.
It's because we're casting.
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
5-5.
But I'll take credit where maybe it's not due.
It was a nothing statement. It wasn't meant to mean.
Well, they definitely do need to make it 5-5 here. Otherwise, that's going to be 2 match points. In fact, 2 series points for Bliss if they can take Kid Storms. And at that point, then for Knights, it's sweating big time. It's a big round, actually, really coming up here for the Knights. They need to win this. But even if they do, where do you... surely you don't go down Laundry Supply again. Surely you then go for the kitchen meeting play. You have to.
Probably. It's a gamble, but it's a gamble you have to take at this point.
I think it was just far too convincing. Unless they obviously feel like, all right, let's win Kids Dorms. You win that 5-5. It's not exactly match points, not exactly series points. So let's go down one more time. Let's really shore up our defense. Maybe even just turtle on site. Maybe give up on the meeting play and just switch it up completely. So there's still maybe a chance for Knights on Laundry Supply. It's not something you would just give up on entirely, but for now, yeah, Kid Storm's definitely the play. One I would have advised had I been an advisor.
You're so weird.
Which I would never be.
Todd on the Amaru for round number 10. I believe it was a 6 pick as well, so maybe looking to do a bit of damage. Could take quick control
big tower.
of Big Tower. There is information a ping coming out from Bliss. They know that Josh is in this position. Do they get aggressive though and try and prevent him from rotating back towards Attic, back towards site? It's pretty risky. Either way, I'm keen to see how it plays out.
Now that he's dropped down, if they've got that info, this is go time for Todd. Yeah, now he's seen, okay, it's clear up top, but Josh holding a bit of an angle to maybe still try and catch Todd coming in through there. Well, talk about timing. It is everything. Really well played. I think Josh understanding the clear out was coming for him inside a big tower. He falls back, almost even maybe finds a kill there. Or was that the Gemini?
That's the Gemini. I mean, he shot it, so come on.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying.
They are very trippy.
I said it myself. You know, I knew exactly what was going on. Don't ever doubt me, Does. Well, I've been calling you Dad all weekend.
That's just the relationship that we have at this point. Gone 6 being used over towards Pit to clear that deployable shield, but Sage forms a blockade. Shade off the board, who's been a little bit hot and cold in this series. A good pick for the Knights, looking to draw out this map.
And remembering they've won every single round of Kids Storms. Every single one in this map. This is the 10th round. Add in one more, why not? Although for Blitz, they've obviously got all the other sites covered. So if Knights do win this, they will not be able to come back to it. They will have to win elsewhere. 1 man advantage, minute left on the clock. They have been able to slow down this Bliss attack, along with that kill. But Hoda finds a way to get on the board here with an elimination onto Juicy. Dino sensing the pressure. Now inside of games, he's full white as well. The Candela's effective. The swing onto Big Window just falls short. Now Bliss have got the advantage, starting to overwhelm the site. Josh, now in a 1 versus 3, can get Todd, make it the 1v2. Wants to kill the play over towards top white, but that plant is down, and he's only got 35 seconds to win this here. Otherwise, Bliss will be staring down series point. Oh, Repix! There it is! 2 match points, 2 series points, 1 round away from a best of 3 victory.
That was really good from Bliss. They doubled down on the Amaru to really get some good control over towards Kids. Once double window was traded out there by Bliss, they're in a fantastic position. Making that rotation up white, it is always going to be tough. Games as well, pretty easy to cut off that rotation from Pit. So well done by Bliss. They have fought hard for this match point, for this series point. And they might finally win a best of 3.
The curse that might be broken. Not there yet, but still so close that they can smell it. Match point, series point, grand final on the line if they win the next round. We head back to Kids Storms, which that in itself is, you know, breaking that streak for the Knights where they were 4-4 from it, now 4-5 from it. It was a little bit of a scrappy finish though to the round. Like, it was not a clear-cut Bliss round win in a sense where you're like, oh, you know, that was a super easy stomp. Like, that did get a little scrappy. Knights probably like, okay, we can clean up a few things. Let's try and, you know, instead of giving away the opening pick, let's, you know, actually they did get the opening pick. I think they did. Still, just being able to sort of, I think, defend a little bit better late round. Very much something that the Knights can sort of just improve on, make it 5-6, and then at that point, I don't even know where they would head to, but still, this is still winnable for the Knights. Don't count them out just yet.
In terms of opening picks, it's been pretty 50-50 in the sense of does the opening kill actually translate to a win? It's quite literally basically split at this point in time. So often, particularly in Oregon, an opening kill is very, very valuable, but not really seeming to be the case here. A bit of that chaos in the late round. Talk about chaos. Todd once again on the Amaru, quick control over towards Big Tower. I think the coast is pretty clear, at least close by, but Repix with the Candela forces Josh back. Does survive, but Jigsaw now looking to cut this player off, and that is the Malusi dealt with.
The team play from Bliss there. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. They knew exactly what they were doing to flush Josh from one end, from pillars, and then catch him on the rotate on the other side, and now Knights falling apart. 2-man advantage for Bliss. They've had enough of this best of 3 talk. They want to put an end to it, but it's not over yet. Picnic! The super sub! But they needed him the most, with back-to-back kills, 3 versus 2, but still 2 minutes left on the clock. A lot to still play out here in this round.
Jigsaw, 15-8. But this is the moment where you need to step up. Oda as well with nades in hand. The only 2 left for Bliss. The first misses the mark, but he still has a second. Maybe he can get a kill, even out the man count, and then maybe Bliss can get it across to the line, but there's going to be a pausing in the pace here as Bliss try and find something out of nothing.
I think there was that brief moment where it looked like Bliss were going to win this round. I think even the boys, they started making their way back over to the couch. So like, this one's over. And then Picnic goes big with the double. Knights with the advantage. And obviously just down to Jigsaw and Oda. That attack has completely stalled out. Top white for Jigsaw, very low on health. Won't take much to deal with him. Falls back down below though. Information heard from Dino. And all 3 on site to basically trade off of each other. This surely is not winnable for Bliss.
No one's watching
surely
the default.
not.
No one's watching the default, but again, Dino would have made the sound call that someone's rotating over towards Armory. That position is being looked at. It's being watched, but Jigsaw's so sharp. He needs to find 3. The swing, both players miss, 45 on the board.
Well, he's such an amazing player, but this is probably one puzzle he's not going to be able to put together. 3 versus 1, late round. Not very likely with that health as well. And has basically no information. He basically has to check every single corner. Dino ends up with a double to close out. They had intel from their end. 5-6. But now the question that gets asked, where the hell do Knights go from here? Because their laundry supply defenses not looking that great. Do they go to kitchen meeting or to basement one more time? There is your answer.
That is a big call. Looks like basement is going to be on the agenda here, but it's decently played, at least for the start there, from Team Bliss. But what a flank from Picnic. He has been having such a damn good game, mind you. 13 and 6 for the coach sub. Yes, he's the super sub, so we have some expectation, but he's also not a full-time player on the roster.
You were bagging him out in the first map, mate. You doubted him completely.
I do get Zadox flip-flop. You know all about those. I love him now, number 1.
He honestly is number 1 right now for the Knights, and
attackers need to locate and defuse.
He's very much a reason why they are still in this map, why they're still in the series. It is still match point though for Bliss, and they were so dominant on both times here on Laundry Supply. I think a big thing though for the Knights, surely, do you give up on this meeting defense? Do you adjust? Do you have that adaptation in you to say, okay, it's not working the way we would like it to work? Do we do something else? Do you just fortify it, move on? You can see meeting wall hasn't been reinforced. I think that they're going to move away from that hold.
10 seconds to insertion.
Good soft color from you. I don't mind it.
5 seconds to go.
I can't wait for your soft hosting tomorrow.
Not happening.
Not happening now.
Attackers
I've got bigger fish to fry like yourself. Anyway, we'll focus on this game. You know, things are starting to get quite serious if they weren't already. And I think blue for me is probably going to be the key position in this particular round, right? It's been more often not pretty easy for Bliss to take. And I mean, generally on Oregon blue, not too difficult, especially when you have that Flores available. First Ventura hits the mark. Juicy now has to fall back. 2 reinforcements in the pocket, but he'll probably try and hold on a little bit longer here, waste a little bit more time, because if you give Bliss that free reign, they're going to really capitalize upon that and put pressure on the likes of Josh, on the likes of Sage, looking to try and hold down those double doors.
I wonder if you throw out those gas babes early before you fall back from elbow and Rio it off. You've lost the shield. You don't want to give it up too... Oh, man, wow. I think there was an opportunity maybe for Josh to actually take out that Rotero, but if he's holding that Harry Potter position and maybe hasn't been droned out, maybe you just don't want to shoot from there. Maybe you just want to hold that position for the time being and see if anything happens. Candelas, effective, but not really. The gas babe does come out, like I said. Obviously no shield. You cannot allow them to rush in.
And the Knights still have not reinforced off blue. Now, double-edged sword, they can continue to apply pressure. I think this will eventually force something, but Repic's going to play off the back of that Rotero.
They're pushing straight in. Repic's there. They even don't know he's there. Gets one, but Dino's there for the trade. Makes it a 4 versus 4. Still a lot of time left. They can fall off of this rush if they want to. Knights are at least able to continue to find these trades. Yes, Shade got Dino, but then Sage is there. Oda, the birthday boy with a big headshot onto Picnic, who has been the super sub, but Josh has not been thrown down. He didn't shoot before, and for that exact reason. But it's now a 1 versus 2. Bliss are now just 1 kill away from winning a best of 3. It's Sage. Is he on or is he off? In a 1 versus 2, he's on right now. He gets one onto top. Oda's a pillar. Oda though turns around. The birthday boy with the killing blow. Bliss with a best of 3.
The curse has been broken. They finally get it across the line, and they are absolutely elated. I mean, look at the emotion on them.
Jumping up and down. These are just late images. They're ecstatic right now. The smiles.
Oh, there we go.
I was right. Oh.
Yeah, wow, what a performance. I think Bliss played really well, particularly on that second map. I think they had to knuckle down. It's pretty clear in the first couple of rounds. I think they were, quote-unquote, experimenting, but they, got a little bit more serious as they got themselves into that map, and 7-5, they didn't allow it to go to OT. A solid performance.
Oh, what a close one for the Knights. It's a little heartbreaking in some ways. That maybe deserved even to go to overtime, but the damage had been done in some of the earlier rounds, and full credit to Team Bliss. They were by far and away the better team on Villa, no question, no contest. On Oregon, yeah, 7-5 scoreline kind of indicates that it was a little bit closer between the two teams, but Bliss too strong, too good in the end, and a best of 3 victory against a solid opponent as well in the Knights. Picnic was superb on Oregon. Guys, you want to offer your apologies in person?
Yeah, I'll do a tweet longer later, maybe. I think he played really well, though, in all honesty, and it wasn't just the stat line. He was actually making a lot of plays, and in fact, he was the player in that last round in particular, right? Going for another hero flank, he hits that. Would have been a very different story.
Very well could have been overtime maybe instead of a Bliss victory. Of course, now they set up a date in the grand final against the back-to-back-to-back champions, the Chiefs. You rate them?
I mean,
they've broken the curse.
One thing's for sure, we will see 3 maps tomorrow, and we didn't see that today. Does that mean Bliss might be able to get it over the line? I don't think so. They played well today, but the Chiefs, like they've shown throughout the year, they're in a whole different league, really.
They very much are. For Bliss, though, the curse has finally been broken. Utterly dominant against the Knights. 2-0. Back over to the caster couch.
Well, it is Bliss who will be taking on the Chiefs in our grand final. We had 2 fairly brief semis, but Bliss did break the curse, and they're going to be going on a rivalry that has certainly been well established between these teams. And Vinny, look, you were right at the end of it. Knights in their current form could have cut it. I just still think it's going to be a shame that we can't keep ragging on Bliss for not winning BO3s.
Well, they've finally broken the curse, but they've won their first BO3. Now it's about winning a BO5. Another beast entirely again.
Yeah, look, what can we say about that match other than Jigsaw?
Look, yeah, Jigsaw definitely was a bit of a shining star in the series, but in general, Bliss looked very strong as a team overall. Again, like, it's not always about one player simply popping off. Like, there's actually things that happen behind that. And look, they weathered a bit of a storm. Knights really did show up a bit there on Oregon, and it did feel like the Knights were about to edge forward and potentially even take that map, but Bliss, they got through that, they managed to overcome, and then, yeah, look, a really solid last round in particular to be able to close that one out.
Some weird moments like that one, for example, with Todd, but some serious hero plays as well. And Bliss, I mean, they've certainly established themselves for a long time. We've always had that asterisk like, oh, you know, this is OCN, this isn't an APAC South team. But I feel like all our doubts have just been set aside.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing that they definitely have the talent to be at the top and be in APAC South. You got players like Jigsaw. We didn't see so much today, Repix or Oda or Shade really pop off, but they're players that have that potential, obviously. And we were talking earlier about could Jigsaw back up that 20 kill performance, and he definitely did.
Not sure exactly what he ended up on, but despite it being a fairly quick series, again, his KPR is just going to be absolutely through the roof. What can we say about Knights, though? Is this just their current form? Is this just really how far they have fallen?
I think it is. I mean, again, just to bring it back, like, they're playing with Picnic. He's meant to be their coach. He's been a great sub. He was a bit of a super sub on Oregon. You can see here already in the replays, he was up on 13-7. Again, can't quite recall where he ended. Actually, it was 13-7 because that's the last round. But, you know, like, he actually did a decent performance there. You can see top of the team, actually, for that. So, look, it's really hard to gauge where they're at. I feel like we definitely didn't see, you know, where Knights truly are right now. But I think hats off to them. They played fairly well on that map pick of Oregon. They clearly had a game plan going in that they were very close to pulling off.
Yeah, and it was Knights' map pick, but Bliss, we've talked about how they're a good Oregon team, and fortunately for them, after winning Villa, that was exactly what they needed. A great match overall. I don't know what else there is to say. Jigsaw, we've really beaten that one to death, and I'm hoping that he'll continue that form in BO5s. Is that a real possibility, though? Because the thing we say, BO3, different beast to BO1. BO5, I mean, that's completely different.
Yeah, and just talking about Jigsaw's performance as well, coming against the Knights in relation to the Chiefs as well. playing with Picnic, they seemed a little bit kind of disoriented, discoordinated, or uncoordinated, sorry. And that kind of meant that he could do his thing, where he's a very strong lurker, obviously.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that works as well against the Chiefs, who seem to be on very hot form, but Bliss seem to be doing pretty well for themselves as well. They've broken that curse. They can come into the rest of the playoffs with a bit of confidence, because alongside not winning a BO3, they haven't actually won a playoff game all year as well. This is exactly what they need, not just for the grand final tomorrow, but also for the APAC relegations, right? They've broken that. It's no longer that chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, I think it's really important for them to have shaken this off a little bit, you know, not winning a BO3 all year, maybe plays on their mind going into something like the APAC from a relegation. So being able to get that out of the way here, I think really important, and just to carry some confidence forward. I think they're going to be feeling really good going into that Chiefs game tomorrow, because, you know, Chiefs did look good in that first series, but Chiefs do have, you know, some potential difficulties to overcome themselves. We've talked about a lot where the Chiefs have had that difficulty with coming back from the Sweden Major to be able to integrate quickly. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Bliss are kind of peaking at the right time.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, we do have a grand finalist on the line for this winner interview. Oda, mate, happy birthday. Are you guys a BO1 team?
BO3 team now, actually. We love our BO3s.
Fantastic, mate. Congratulations. Insane game. So how does it feel to have broken that curse?
Well, it feels good. Obviously, leading up to South Rella's around the corner. I mean, we can win the BO3 now. The confidence is up, you know?
Yeah, happy birthday again, Oda, my mate.
Cheers, anyway.
Congratulations as well. I just want to talk about Villa, and it kind of bled a little bit into Oregon, the op picks on a few of your teammates. Todd and Glaz.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've seen that in a little while, but it was good fun to watch. What was that about?
Old Todd came out today, you know, loves a cheeky Glaz. We kind of just wanted to spice things up a bit, change the play style around a little bit, and just see, you know, what can work and what won't work. So yeah, that's all it was today.
Yeah, congrats, Oda, and also happy birthday. Super simple question, I reckon. Knights really challenged you guys a little bit more on Oregon. Was there anything that happened there kind of in the mid-game where it was like 4-4 and it felt like the Knights had started to really push you guys? Is there something that you guys consciously did to kind of elevate yourselves to really close that map out?
I'd say a bit more teamwork in those later rounds to actually push over and get the win. We didn't really want to go OT, and we wanted to get the game done with. So we kind of just like, you know, started doing more stuff as a team, and yeah, just focus on winning really, instead of just, you know, mucking around a little bit on those ops and stuff.
Yeah, look, going into the grand final tomorrow, it's the second grand final we've seen from you guys this year. Last one didn't pan out super well, but since then, you have actually managed to beat Didge one time during the stage 3. Feeling a bit hyped to get some revenge against the boys on blue?
No, of course, mate. Didge is going to get it tomorrow. I'm going to gun him everywhere, mate. We're taking that grand final. BO3 now, BO5 Kings. It's coming.
Oh, mate, I certainly hope so. It's been fantastic. Anything you want to say before we close up and you guys get some good sleep for tomorrow?
To shop the new Bliss merch. The jerseys are very clean. You know, the line looks fire as, so you should go cop that. Code ODA for 15% off.
You are cut out for it, mate. Congrats on the win overnight, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, boys.
There you go. Exuding confidence.
Yep.
Not quite as animated Bliss were today on the phase cams. The guys mentioned it. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe they're just like, oh, easy game. We're saving ourselves for tomorrow.
Locked and loaded. Yeah, it felt like they were just really focused, honestly. And I think that was quite cool. Like, you know, they did have some fun, played around with their ops. That's always a good thing to do as well. You know, sometimes you can unlock something that you actually really like and kind of fall back on that. But no, they looked very focused, and I think be similar business from them tomorrow as well with the grand final.
Yeah, look, Vinny, it does feel like we've kind of all gone to plan as we look back at the bracket. We look back at what's happened today. I certainly personally didn't expect it to be this dominant, though.
Yeah, I initially made a pretty brash call with Rockcopter getting 2-1 over Chiefs. Obviously, that didn't pan out the way I wanted it to, but yeah, I think these are the two strongest teams in the bracket, and they deservedly are in the grand final for this BO5.
Arguably the two best teams in OS right now, or is that not even arguable at this point?
I don't think it's arguable at the moment, no. With the roster moves and stuff, like Knights don't seem to be at their best. Obviously, with playing with their coach, and Rockcopter just seemed like very off the ball today, and I don't know if that'll carry over to APAC South relegations, but yeah, if they were to perform like that, you know, around whenever that is, it won't be good.
And it's getting pretty pumped up now for the grand final, right? Like, yeah, Knights and Chiefs was the grand final for stage 1 and stage 3, but it just feels inevitable that it was going to be Chiefs and Bliss. It feels like it just wouldn't be right if it wasn't these two teams.
Yeah, I think particularly in OCN, if you were to think about the year as a whole, it really does feel like it's been the Chiefs and Bliss more consistently in those top positions. So yeah, it really does feel fitting to end the story here with Chiefs and Bliss in that grand final for the season finals. Again, 25k on the line just this weekend, the winner taking 15k. It's a nice little bump before Christmas, isn't it?
A little bit.
Just a little one. So yeah, like I think it makes total sense that this is the position we're in.
Yeah, and look, I personally am just hyped to get Digital and Oda back at each other's throats. Honestly, I wish we could get them in the same interview. Bit of, you know, back and forth between them, get them on the couch. Honestly, we probably couldn't have them in the same room together because we'd have to keep them off each other. It's been a fantastic season so far, and it's led up to this grand final. It feels, again, I'm going to use the word inevitable, that Chiefs are going to be the favorite though.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, you
go. I mean, yeah, I think we're both in agreement that Chiefs will go into this being the favourite. I think the questions that I had, you know, about the quarantine whole situation was completely quelled today because obviously Worthy popped off both maps. Gold Legion had an insane first map, so I have no doubt that it's the best Chiefs that we're going to see tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming up tomorrow, and it's not just the grand final. We're actually going to kick off the day with a show match, and then we've got the OCN Awards, and then we have the grand final. So there's a lot of action-packed stuff happening. Definitely don't want to miss it. I know that we put a lot of effort into making this OCN season finals of 2021 a real special event, and yeah, I'm really excited. I know that particularly the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife that we're going to be raising money for, we're going to be planting some trees for them through our charity match. You guys can actually get in on that. If you donate, you will enter into the charity raffle for a chance to win a merch pack. All this stuff that we've actually got around us, you can see it on the graphic there, but also, you know, we've got lovely Hibana chibi, we've got the Sledgehammer, we've got the collector's edition as well, a bunch of chibis in the background. All this stuff you can actually get your hands on if you enter into that raffle by donating to the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife. Honestly, I'm so glad we're doing this. It's so sick.
Yeah, no, really excited for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of prizes up for grabs, of course. The collector's case, I tell you what, it's really cool. We might even get this sparkly Tachanka out for everybody tomorrow to have a bit of a suss of, but really like it. Definitely my favorite chibi. And yeah, look, it's just great to be able to do something that gives back to the environment and just celebrate the whole year we've had of Siege.
Yeah, my other favorite thing that we've got about that charity match is that, yes, we do have a pro player here on the desk. We're going to get some of our casters to pretend to be pro players. It's going to be Team Guz versus Team Xenox tomorrow in that charity match, and we know how terrible they're going to be. They are going to be shocking. Me and Vinny, we're just going to be constantly making fun of them, poking some fun, and I know we've got some challenges that we're going to try and get them to do, so that should be amazing. We also have the inaugural OCN Awards. We're going to be celebrating the best players and the best teams in OCN across the whole year. I'm so pumped for that. We've really been putting some effort into making that something pretty special. We haven't told you guys who's won yet, and you'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. But yeah, overall, I think it's been a fantastic tournament so far. Grand final, what are we predicting before we close the show tonight? I want to give you guys a chance to give me some predictions.
Yeah, look, I'm gut feeling is feeling Chiefs, but I reckon it's going to be close. I would not be surprised for a 3-2. I feel like we might get to see all 5.
What do you reckon?
Well, I think it'll be more dominant Chiefs, to be honest, because, I don't know, we saw today Bliss were mucking around, as Oda said. There's a few different op picks, but they won't be able to do that against the Chiefs and get away with it because Chiefs are much more coordinated, much more... yeah, well, I just guess coordinated.
They're the back-to-back champions for a reason. They're looking to make it the most dominant run ever in Oceanic Rainbow Six, but Bliss have been rising all year long, and they want their shot to prove that they can win a BO5. They've already broken the BO3 curse, and they're ready to go to the grand final. That's all on tomorrow, right here, wherever you're watching. Twitch.tv/Rainbow6ANZ is my personal favorite place to be. We will see you there tomorrow.
Chiefs don't really spot that early. I think that drone might have just spotted it.
Oh, no!
Devastating.
Get turned on! That is unreal from God Legion. Gas is deep though, and that means Chiefs can send it right past. They flood in, and they flood the site with blue.
Have Chiefs done enough of their due diligence?
Digital's in sight. Digital is literally just in the goddamn site.
Worthy has made it back.
By the way, 10-1?
10-1!
What?
Double-digit first half with 1 death. He only died in the first round. What?
Hold on for Oda's going to push forward.
time against him. But he hits the shot. It's free for Oda, and Bliss now with a match point.
The birthday boy comes through big to win the round for Team Bliss.
I don't think Jigsaw's going to get the record. Also, that background is a little bit sus.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Todd and Repix put to bed, and my theory as well, Knights not wanting to let this one slip away too easily. Juicy.
They've had enough of this best of 3 talk. They want to put an end to it, but it's not over yet. Picnic! The super sub! But they needed him the most. With back-to-back kills, 3 versus 2, but still 2 minutes left on the clock. It's Sage! Is he on or is he off? In a 1 versus 2, he's on right now. He gets 1 onto top. Oda's a pillar. Oda though turns around. The birthday boy with the killing blow. Bliss with a best of 3.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out on a feeling song. I'm running out of time. should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces